first day of the Test summer has arrived and Perth has put on a picture-perfect morning. The sense of anticipation has been building for a month and the sense of mystery has descended around the tourists as there are all sorts of theories about what India is going to do in terms of their playing 11. For Australia, they seem assured and confident, and they are desperate to lift this trophy for the first time in a decade. Gerard, Wheately with you on SEN Test Cricket. From the very first day that we did this, Simon Katich was by my side and he's here again today. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning to all our listeners.
Great sense of expectation and anticipation.
Oh, it is. The build-up's been amazing. It's been going on for weeks now, obviously. So many narratives to this series. It starts, obviously, with Nathan McSweeney at the top of the order. Test cap 467. Will he get to face his first ball today in Test cricket? The nerves and the moment for him. And then, obviously, with the Indians, just the uncertainty around what their 11 looks like, given that Rohit Sharma's out, Shubman Gill's out, Shami's still not fit. So these two heavyweights, 1 and 2, promises to be an amazing series and can't wait to see them get out there and get stuck into it.
Damian Fleming is a cornerstone of our coverage. Hello to you, Flem.
Gerard, Simon, and listeners, looking forward to it. A couple of things you said in the opener, though, Gerard. Like I keep thinking, well, India won the last 2 home series here in Australia, but no, they've won 4 series in a row. So most of this Australian team doesn't know what it's like to beat India. And you think about their legacy of those great players. It'd be one just little asterisk, isn't it, that they never beat India in a Test series. 2 months ago, I'm thinking India will thrash New Zealand. They'll come to Australia with full confidence. They lose 3-0. No Sharma and Shubman Gill, like Kato said there. So I know what Australia's going to give us. I really don't know what India's going to give us.
Our pre-matches for the 7-seed Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. There was a team yesterday. Actually, there was a team a week ago. There was a team yesterday, and now there's a totally different team today. It's classic India, but I also wonder whether it's chronically overthinking the task in hand.
Yeah, I mean, Gautam Gambhir, Kato, you would have played against him. Feisty character, and it was the way he galvanized. That was the way he went about his game. And had a very successful career. Coaching wise, I like my coaches that composed under pressure. When things were getting at its tightest, you look at the leader and they're in control of their emotions. I don't think Gautam Gambhir is going to coach like that. He does know you can't change a team once you started the Test match, doesn't he? So that dynamic, McDonald and Cummins, rock solid. Rohit Sharma's not here, the usual captain. Jasprit Bumrah, fast bowling coaches captains have a lot on their plate anyway. I'm really intrigued to see how that dynamic plays out. I think Bumrah, you can see him laughing a bit at the press conference. I think his personality will be able to, smooth it over to a degree. But once Rohit Sharma comes back, Virat Kohli, even though he's not a captain or vice captain, he's very much still the leader there. I'm really interested in the off-field dynamics for India as well, Kato.
Well, Gautam Gambhir's brought in all the support staff as well, and they've all come from Kolkata Knight Riders, where he was successful first season back as the mentor. So he wasn't technically head coach, but he was calling the shots. And I was fortunate enough to work with him for 4 years there as a coach, and he was brilliant as skipper. Won 2 titles back in sort of 2012 and 2014 and had a lot of success at the franchise as a player captain. And now as a coach, it's a different dynamic. But there's no doubt that, it's a settling in period for him with a new staff as well, and they'll be getting a feel for how to get the best out of this group. And it's not going to be easy at the moment because they've just been beaten 3-0 at home, which is unheard of, and they've lost some key players. Rohit Sharma's a big loss with his leadership. I like the dynamic though, Flem, and I'm sure you're going to back this up. 2 bowling captains, Cummins and Bumrah. Like this test here promises to be exciting because those 2 will be able to control the destiny of their team with the ball in hand, and they're both genuine match winners, and we've seen that from Cummo over the last, couple of years here in Australia. Will we see it from Bumrah in this test? Can he stand up for India and lead them, given that Mohammad Shami's a big loss for them, and Rohit Sharma is as well with his experience at the top of the order?
Could it be the greatest strategic Test match ever? For 2 long fast bowlers, second-class citizens, no, you just do all the work and you can't be captain. Well, Pat Cummins has certainly changed that. And Jasper Bumrah, maybe he could be doing that full time. So isn't it funny how things can change? But one of the great things of the modern era is fast bowling captains. And Cummo's generally got it right, hasn't he? You know, not over bowling, not under bowling. Bumrah with not quite as experienced attack, this will be the balance that he'll have to get right, because he certainly can't over bowl himself and be cooked.
So it's drawn echoes of the past. Imran Khan versus Bob Willis and Wasim Akram versus Courtney Walsh. Too few. And they are legitimate greats of the era.
They're battling it out for the best fast bowler in the world, aren't they? Bumrah and Cummins.
Yep, and have been for a little while. For Australia, Kat, so it's been a month in something of a state of flux. There was one decision to be made, but there were questions all over the place as to would Smith stay at the top, and once that was cleared up. And now Australia, sort of a week out, got themselves really settled. I thought that was there in the demeanour of Pat Cummins yesterday. I think they could sense the chaos that India have dissolved into with the unexpected loss at home to New Zealand and players unavailable at the worst possible moment. It was almost like the additional show of, hey, we've got this totally under control here. I liked his demeanour.
And that filters through to the players. We've seen it in all the big tournaments in recent times, you know, winning in the World Cup when they probably weren't expected to in India, played beautifully in the final, and obviously then in the World Test Championship at the Oval. So I think, you know, his impact on this team has been remarkable, and he's gotten the best out of a number of these players, and it shows statistically. We'll go through it later, no doubt, when we get out there and play, but I can name probably 5 players off the top of my head that their numbers in Test cricket have improved with Pat Cummins as skipper. And Khawaja at the top of the order is one, Mitch Marsh is another, and then the bowlers, they're all tight unit. They've all gotten better. Stark, Lyon, Hazelwood under Cummins as captain, their numbers have been markedly better than in previous skippers. But I think the thing about India is this happens because the balance of their team is so different in their conditions, and they're allowed to play 2 spinners and 2 gun all-round spinners in Jadeja and Ashwin at home, or Sundar, because he's come off good form in India against New Zealand. But the problem is you come to Perth on a bouncy, quick wicket, albeit one that spins, and Nathan Lyon's done very well here with 27 wickets in the past. They've got that problem now at the moment. Is that the right balance? Because we've lost Sharma and because we've lost Gill at the top of the order, it feels like they're trying to cover bowling and batting sort of spots because of all those losses.
Yeah, I think things have changed though, haven't they? Like winning the last 2 series here, and even the series that you would have played in, and maybe the first one I played in, they started to score more runs in Australia, certainly from 20 years ago, and that's progressed through. And they can't play spin. They're getting spun out by Patel from New Zealand, who only plays in India, and Phillips, who's a wicketkeeper. So they can't play spin. So I think, I know they're playing against one of the greatest attacks of all time on a lively pitch, but I look at Jaswal and younger guys like that. They look set up that I reckon on quick bouncy pitches that not doing too much. They've got a game where they could score and score well. Jaswal's cut shot is fantastic. You know, plays in the V there. Kohli's record in Australia, Rishabh Pant. Who they'll miss, and I don't know whether one of the young fellas can play this role, is Pujara and Rahane. You know, both with superb records and just wore, more Pujara than Rahane, but just wore the Australians down, wasn't it? You know, and just waited for that bad ball to come. So, you know, can they unearth someone who can bat around like that? Because certainly they've still got the stroke players. You know, Rishabh Pant's going to score at 70 or 80 strike rate. And I suppose the big question is for Kohli, isn't it? That, you know, the 600s here and averages over 50, but, you know, the last 2 years has been horrible. And for me, this is not the attack that you want to come in low in confidence and low in runs.
So our fixation with summer pitches begins for Charisma potatoes. Start cooking with Charisma potatoes with 25% less carbs. We've all been out and had a look. What were your impressions, Simon?
It looks very similar to each year that we've been here. 8 mil of grass on it. It's got the green tinge to it. One thing that I did speak to the groundsman about was the fact how much moisture was in that wicket, because there was talk in the lead-up that it was covered fully for a day here with some unseasonal rain, and that's probably left a little bit more moisture in it than probably expected. He did say to me that there was a fair bit of moisture under the surface, and I saw a little core drilling, and it was. So it'll be interesting to see whether that moisture gets decent amount of movement off the seam today, but also spin. Because we know when there's a bit of moisture there, Nathan Lyon can get the ball to spin, and so too could the Indian spinners, depending on which ones play. So it's been a happy hunting ground here for Nathan Lyon, because there have been good footmarks, there has been good bounce, and there's good pace, which is what spinners want, because it brings bat pads and first slip into play.
Yeah, drift as well. Nathan talks about there. I reckon it looks almost the best day one pitch we've had. The problem is here, you're always worried about how big the cracks get. And that first game against India, we didn't have Smith or Dave Warner. But remember Shami's bowling, he was filling in a lot of our batsmen. And when you can't trust if it's going to keep a lower bit or bounce up, that's a real concern. We've got baking hot weather in the next few days, but not so much today. So I reckon we've probably got the best pitch that we've got. And I suppose what we don't want is it's that moist that it's leaving indentations in the pitch, and they'll stay there and harden. And then when you're batting, if it hits one side of it, it can do something, or you're second guessing yourself here. So as long as it's still reasonably hard, I think it should be a cracking pitch.
We've had
not cracking pitch, a very good pitch.
So last year's was quite venomous for the Pakistan Test. The West Indies pitch was sort of really disappointing.
Yeah.
So we've had a bit of variety here across the 4 Test matches. All 4 have been won by Australia, having won the toss and batted first. So, but it'd be interesting for the 2 bowling captains as to what their intentions are going to be.
It's one of those, I said earlier on, that if we lost the toss in bowled, I'd be very happy.
Yeah. What's Nathan McSweeney feeling this morning, Simon, as he's come to the ground? He's got a large contingent of family. They're all decked out in McSweeney shirts that have been made for the occasion. It's the big moment of his cricketing life.
Well, he walked past us on the boundary line before, and he seemed pretty relaxed. He said hello. We had a quick chat. I said, "Are you going to be facing the first ball? Have you done that negotiation yet?" And he said, "No." Uzi texted me last night, and he said, "I'm going to face the first." So McSweeney's going to be down the other end watching as non-striker and bat number 2. So, look, I think it's a positive that he's actually opening, because, when you're on debut, you just want to get out there and get into it and get in the contest, because if you sit around and wait in the middle order, you chew up so much nervous energy. And I think whilst he hasn't done it a lot, it actually could work in his favour on debut, because he knows if they win the toss and bat today, he's straight out there and gets straight into it. And it's going to be a big challenge for him. He did very well in the lead-up. I've been really impressed with the way he goes about it, his composure and his technique, and it looks like he's got a strong back foot game. The big challenge, though, is going to be Bumrah with the new ball and how he works that off-stump over, and he's got to have complete trust in his defence, because if he doesn't, Bumrah's someone that can get the ball to nip back in, and he'll either get castled, LB or bowled, leaving him, or nicking off from poking at balls that he doesn't have to. So he's got to have a really good understanding where his off-stump is if he faces Bumrah out there today.
Yeah, I like how Usman's there, though, for him. If there's someone you want nice and composed, and he'd be happy to try and take Bumrah as much as possible. Get into the change bowlers, who we're not sure who they're going to be at this stage. No, I think that's a nice balance. And, he's got better every year, Nathan McSweeney. Probably saw him as a number 4, but, you got to take opportunities. He wouldn't be the first. Caddo used to as a middle-order batsman, averaged 50 in Test match cricket opening up. David Boones and those types. Jeff Marsh was a middle-order player as well. So it's not uncommon. But his temperament and skill, leadership as well, has certainly helped him get into this opportunity to open for Australia.
What is uncommon is that an opener on debut would make runs. It's littered
horrible.
with... Yeah, so temper expectations, see what we get.
I saw there was an article, they got Wayne Phillips out of his shell to talk about his 100. He doesn't normally talk about... But it's only him and Kepler Vessels that have scored hundreds on debuts.
Yep. And there's a lot of small scores in there, taking your first step as an international opener.
Well, the big challenge is the mindset, knowing that you're going to go out there and get straight into it, compared to batting, 3 or 4. I know he bats for South Australia at number 3, and in the A game at Mackay, he was at number 4. But I think it's just that challenge of saying, right, at some point you've got to get out there and face your first ball. It just happens to be against a new ball. And the big challenge for him is going to be making sure he can nullify that first 10 overs, because that's where India could have a real impact on this series. If they can knock the 2 openers over in the first 10, then it's going to start to put pressure on Labuschagne and Smith and then filter down the order. Australia's middle order have been so dangerous when they've been able to come in with a tiring attack or a 40, 50 overall ball. Different ball game if they're coming out with a 20 overall ball and the quicks tails are up because Australia are 3 or 4 down.
Yeah, it's so different these days too. The Australians, Marnus and Smithy, their output's been down in the last couple of years. Even Travis Head at home, last couple of years. And also, Travis Head hasn't batted for a month. When we were coming through, Cato, if I went 2 weeks without bowling, I'd feel, am I out of form a bit here? Whereas that's taken now, isn't it? No, don't bowl for a month and we'll back you, to get it right in the nets and take it into the game. But how do you feel about that?
Well, we asked him pre-game about that, and I was stunned because he only played the one Shield game against New South Wales in early October, and I understand he's been on paternity leave and all that, and it's nice he's had some family time and a bit of time off to freshen up. But his mindset is it's been perfect for him because he needed the week here, he's prepped well, and he feels like he's ready to go. Whereas I agree, our era would have been completely different about that, Flem. I know I would have been.
Yeah.
So you referenced legacy of players in this team. So Steve Smith is front of mind, I think. So this is the beginning of the final phase, however long it lasts. So there's the footnote of when he went to open, and now he goes back to 4, and however long he's going to play for. This summer offers the possibility to move outright second with his first century, which moves him out of the deadlock with Steve Waugh, and he will surely post his 10,000th run. The late career renaissance, Roger Federer style, or the slow walk towards the light that probably most mortals go through at this stage of their careers. He might be the most fascinating figure because he's walking the same path as Virat Kohli. They're walking it together. They come to this series with the identical number of runs against each other, 2,042. And where do they go from here?
I don't want it to happen. I've still got that. I want him averaging 55 and Kohli averaging 50 for his career. Ricky Ponting spoke about it in an article yesterday that, if anything, he probably tried too hard and just never got there. Probably appears Joe Root. Joe Root has turned it around, I think, in the last 18 months. I remember playing against Graham Gooch, into the early 40s. His career record from probably 35 to 40 was better than 25 to 30. So there is a few little examples there. And I think the pitches have had something to do with it. I think we need to lower our expectations. We had that 4 or 5 years where they were just belters in Australia and we just backed our attack, score big enough and the attack just wear them down. Sheffield Shield cricket, I think the runs are down about 30%, and Test match cricket's probably about 20%. So Stephen Smith's been averaging about 45. I'd take that this summer. Opening batsman, we want to be like Katich and Hayden and averaging 50. Maybe 35 is a pass mark, and you're wearing down the ball for your middle order. So, it's a tough one. And certainly the modern day they're trying hard enough, but it's that balance when Ponting going, yes, I need to train, but I don't need to overtrain and just back my instincts and back my technique and back my game. So let's hope Smith, but also Cole. I want to see Kohli get runs. He's such a legend of the game, and the way he played, at times you're saying, gee, that's as good a batting as I've ever seen. So, yeah, they'll be the two stories of the summer.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the hard part is that those greats, like you mentioned, Punter and Kohli and Smith, they were able to dominate because they had the games that they could put the opposition bowlers under pressure. And I think the problem is when you get to that 35, 36-year-old sort of age bracket, it becomes harder to play that dominant game against bowling attacks. So you almost got to scale the game back a little bit and probably play within themselves a bit more. And that's the hard part because, that's what's made them so successful throughout.
Would you think Usman Khawaja's done that?
He has, and I think that's why he's still going. And he's going to turn 38 during this series. So this is a massive series for him as well, because his last few years have been brilliant. and he's been able to play a different style of game opening the batting. He's been, getting out there and setting the foundations.
Cap 467 has been presented in the Australian Circle at the moment. Nathan McSweeney's family has gathered. Andrew McDonald is speaking at the moment, and I think Darren Lehman is going to present the cap. So a South Australian captain making his debut for Australia.
And he would have been around because he's been in Queensland for years, Darren Lehman, when McSweeney come through. So it's always good when there's a personal touch.
Yep.
You talk to the players afterwards about presenting the cap and your words and all that, and they can't remember anything you said.
He was braced for this is the moment it'll feel most emotional, and then he's got the time to prepare for whether it's batting or fielding. So just for the time capsule as we finish our first chat together, the course of this summer, where will it take us? What do you expect the 5 tests to result in?
The biggest thing that stands out to me is Australia can take 20 wickets, and you need to do that to win a test series. So, I just think Australia will win and win confidently.
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit tighter. I've got a feeling that Australia will win the series. I've tipped them to win the series. I think, I agree, Flem, the attack will be strangling this Indian batting lineup, but I think there'll be a couple of moments in this series where India will have a chance because they've got some serious firepower in that team if they get going and get confident, whether it's Bumrah, whether it's Punt, whether it's Kohli. Some of these young kids can play as well. And we saw last time, Siraj chipped in, Sundar chipped in, so they've got some quality there. But I think it'll be more at the back end of this series on wickets that suit them more, like MCG and Sydney with slower pace.
And to contradict me as well, like last tour they get bowled out for 36 with a full-strength team.
Yep.
And then they beat us at the Gabba with a second/third 11.
Understudies,
Didn't they?
seat fillers everywhere. It's a remarkable score.
I still cannot believe that test match.
Yeah. All right, so we're underway. Nathan McSweeney's got his test cap, and the ripple of applause you can hear from the early arrivers. Fingers crossed for him. We're going to live every ball with you across this test match summer. Simon Katich and Damian Fleming at the forefront of it. Ravi Shastri's a big part of it. We're going to be downstairs shortly with Adam Collins inside the Australian camp. Travis Head to join us. SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and Hijaz Halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. It's a beautiful scene inside Optus Stadium. Blue skies, fluffy white cloud overhead. It's 20 degrees at 9:30 in the morning local. Expected top of 23, and then it gets hotter as the test match progresses. Our pre-match show is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Throughout the summer, we'll check in with the Australian camp for Smarter Light. Adam Collins and Simon Katich are downstairs with Travis Head.
Travis Head, thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket. To begin, congratulations on a couple of fronts. A dad for a second time and your 50th Test match this week in Perth.
Yeah, both have rushed up quickly. It's exciting at home. All's going well, which is nice. They haven't made the trip over, so it's a bit hectic at home. But, everything's going well there. And, excited to, play another Test match.
It's kind of like Christmas morning, isn't it? Beautiful day in Perth. Been a long time since you guys have played Test cricket. You must be thrilled to rip into it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bit cloudier this morning. I was talking a few showers and whatnot, so I didn't know what to expect. But blue skies, it's exciting. It's been an exciting week. I think there's been plenty spoken about the last 4 or 5 weeks on the whole India, us, the rivalry, everything. So, nice to just get started now and crack into it.
And Pat was pretty upfront about that yesterday, what this particular series means to your generation, the generation of senior players who haven't beaten them before.
Yeah, it's hugely important. So I think we're in a great space. I think a lot's been documented over the years on where this team's been at and where it's progressed. And I think we're in a great space, which is what's made the week so good, which is what made it relaxing, and what we know is we can go out and do the things we've done well, and hopefully that holds us in good stead over 5 Test matches.
And Heady, you played the Shield game against New South Wales in early October and had obviously a break since then. Is that something that was mapped out a while ago?
We kept it sort of open-ended on where it may look and when Harrison may have been born and what I sort of needed. So, it's about 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks. It's been nice. I feel fresh. I've trained really well this week, and I trained really well in Adelaide as well. So, I've been accustomed to a couple of breaks. This one being the shortest one, which has been good. But I guess it's been talked about like it's been 6, 7, 8 months. So it's like everyone goes through a pre-season, everyone gets to their first game of the year. I don't feel like I've been too far away from cricket. I've played a fair bit this year and I feel really good. I think going to these series more so is being fresh mentally and being prepared and being up and about for it and being hungry for it, and that's what I'm feeling at the minute. So that may not guarantee runs, but I'm in a good space and I feel I can give a bit. So yeah, looking forward to just cracking in now.
And looking from afar, Pat Cummins has come in as skipper in the last few years. A number of you guys have really blossomed, you in particular. Has there been anything in particular that he's done or said to you that's allowed you to go and play your best cricket in this last sort of couple of seasons?
Yeah, I think he just wants to go out and express the way we play the game and see the game. I think we're all experienced enough and played a lot of cricket, and you look down that list and I think guys can sum up conditions and can problem solve, and that's where he's just backed his guys. Each individual has got go about it different ways, but yeah, important, and he's instilled confidence within that. So if you have a bad day, he's the same as when you've had a good day. So he's consistent, and that's what I think you want as a player. You want consistency at the top, the leadership, and to keep instilling what they want you to bring. And he's been pretty clear about that over the last couple of years and where he wants me to play, how he wants me to play.
With Pat, yourself as well on the T20 circuit in India, Sunrisers Hyderabad, there's a good chance of a debutant, Nitish Kumar, ready today. What are you batted with him quite a bit in the IPL too. Give us a sense of what he'll bring to the table for India.
Yeah, another Indian that you're going to say is a freak. They keep stockpiling him. He's got exceptional skill. Obviously, I had early experiences with him last year, but even early on in the practice games, the way he played and just the expressions of the other guys around the group on how much he progressed over a year and how impressed they were with him. And then early in my part is just like, yeah, with bat and ball, highly skillful for a young player. But yeah, what impressed me was how much he learned and how quickly he developed and how quickly he got it. So yeah, if he plays today, I think he will. Yeah, he's an exciting talent for them, but he's also someone that learns pretty quickly. So he's got some good skill with the ball, and he's dangerous with the bat. So we have work cut out. Hopefully we can keep him quiet. But I'm happy for him because he's a great fella as well.
Hasn't been often. There've been 3 South Australians on the team sheet in an Aussie Test team over the years. Of course, Nathan McSweeney making his debut today. You've played a lot with him. Give us a feel for what we can expect.
Yeah, a consistent operator. I think he's a great bloke. First off, he's a hard worker. I've joked a little bit like he's a cut out of Marnus, but then he's also got a little bit of a relaxed side to him. So, but I guess all batters need to be a bit skewed in the head to do what we do. So he's grinded hard during the week. He's worked hard. He's got his method. He's got his blueprint. He knows what he needs. He's got a few training things that he does that. And it's been sort of business as usual for him this week. What I've seen at South Australia is what I've seen this week. And that's hard to do in a week with all this emotion and everything, and his family coming in yesterday. So I'm no doubt it'll be a big morning for him this morning, but I think he's very level-headed, very calm, consistent operator, and he seems like he's going all right in the change rooms this morning. So let's get all the stuff out of the way this morning for him and let him crack in. And if he bats first, I'm sure he's going to be that rock for us at the top. And if he gets in the field, I think, he'll just ease into things, so it'll be nice.
Well, it's a beautiful day for it. Travis Head, enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Travis Head with Adam Collins and Simon Katich, thanks to smarter lights, 80% less energy and carbon usage, battery-free, always compliant, huge savings, smarter light environmental exit signs. We're watching the Indian huddle. There have been 2 cap presentations, so there are 2 debutants ready and runner, and we will bring Bharat Sundaresan in shortly to tell us about the shenanigans that have been taking place. There have been warm-ups that have involved soccer balls and baseball gloves. There's the odd cricket ball and cricket bat out in the middle, but the warm-ups of Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong. So the presentations have been made privately. They'll be announced publicly. Australia and India ready themselves for the first day of the Test summer. SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. We are 8 minutes away from the toss of the coin here in Perth. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. For a month, there have been such rich stories building up to this Test series, both here and abroad, and now very intensely in the last hour ahead of play. 2 men who've documented these stories, led the coverage. You'll find his writing at Cricket et al., and he is looking resplendent in the new SEN Test Cricket blazers provided by Henley. Peter Lalor, you've never looked better, Pete. Welcome.
I am going to be the best dressed man at the Marrickville Bowling Club, Gerard. And I think this jacket's just perfect for bowling, isn't it?
It is. It's got a lovely Test cricket feel to it.
I've
You won't be
arrived.
the best dressed man in this box, though, because Bharat Sundaresan always carries the day on that front. Bharat, welcome.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I mean, I did get that blazer, but it's the first morning of this great summer, so I had to be me, and I had to play myself on day one. Gerard, this Indian team, it flummoxes me, it perplexes me, and I still don't know who number 7 is. We saw 2 cap presentations, so Nitish Kumar Reddy is playing.
Yeah.
Check. Harshit Rana is playing. Check.
Yep.
But
Both number 12s, incidentally.
yeah, exactly. Both number 12s as well. We'll
Both
see.
shirt number 12. I wonder who carries the day.
Only in India.
And even with shirt numbers, Devdutt Patikal was not part of the squad. So he wears number 1, KL Rahul wears number 1. So they've held Patikal back. We don't know what number he's going to wear, but it looks like he is playing for sure. I can see him out there at first slip.
And numbers are serious to Indians as well, aren't they?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
I mean, the number of vowels in their names, number of everything changes. Like, you know how often they change the spellings of their names. So numbers are very precious. I don't know how this is going to work out.
I'm glad you're confused, because I feel like I'm standing in the middle of a Mumbai roundabout watching the traffic go by with this team.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't like to see an Australian team come into the first test match of the series with so much uncertainty about it. But with India, you just know they have the depth and the track record of young players coming in and doing the job for them in Australia.
So what bothers me, and Australia lost itself ahead of the first test of the previous Indian series, where they somehow managed to drop Travis Head at the end, is this has the feel of completely overthinking it.
Yeah.
Is there was a time when Ashwin and Jadeja were both playing. There's a school of thought that neither of them are now playing. What was the... It has been gloriously Indian, but it has been quite confusing.
Yeah, and I think this all add Gautam Gambhir to the mix. I mean, you speak to anyone who's played in a Gautam Gambhir team, whether when he was captain of Delhi, the Ranji Trophy team, or when he's run IPL teams, you don't know till the morning of the day often whether you're playing or not. And rarely does he go with the same playing 11 for back-to-back games. He does back a lot. He works on matchups, yes, so he likes the whole left-right combination. And look at India's top 7. It is left-right, left-right. But he also does go a lot with gut instinct. And it looks like he has done that. I mean, Harshit Rana, I thought, was super impressive at the WACA in the warm-ups and even the match simulation, Gerard and Pete. So I'm happy to see him there. But if Ashwin and Jadeja both don't play, that'll be quite the gamble. Quite the gamble.
How rich has the build-up been, Pete? It feels one of the best we've ever had on Australian soil.
Longest run-up I've seen, yeah, for the first delivery. At least, we've been obsessed by this series for about six months now. It feels like 6 months. It's probably 6 weeks. And, of course, Australia run counterintuitively to India, don't they? They like to let their players know very early on. So we had the Great Australian bat-off weeks ago. Nathan McSweeney's had time to sort of get used to the idea that he's Australia's opener. I don't know. I guess it depends on your personality, but how do you respond to that? Is it better just to find out, hey, mate, grab your bat, you're having a hit this morning, or just think about it for 2 weeks, lie awake at night and think about it for 2 weeks, which I think I'd prefer find out on the morning, frankly.
I think it's cultural though, right? As an Indian who's moved to Australia and calls this home now, in Australia, if you are going to someone's house, you have to plan it for 6-7 months in advance, I've realized. You just don't rock up for dinner. And you know this, Pete, better than anyone else in India. It's like, hey, he's come. Someone's rung the bell. Okay, join us for dinner.
Yeah.
So I think that's how selection seems to work as well across both countries.
But yes, of course, there's plenty of time to prepare dinner in India, isn't it? Because you don't eat till about 1 a.m. All the Westerners are lying on the floor with their sort of blood sugar levels low. Yeah.
So India a month ago looked really settled. Not many moving pieces. And then they had the home loss and moving pieces all over the place through just bad timing on injury and birth of a child for the captain. And suddenly they had questions all over the place.
But that's classic Indian cricket, right? It's always on the precipice. Either they are the best things ever, they're bringing joy to the nation. And you just go back to the end of June or July when the Indian team went back from Barbados. They had a bus parade. There were nearly 1 million people on the streets on Marine Drive. I've never seen so many people on the streets in Mumbai. Rohit Sharma was
900,000 every other day.
That is correct. Yeah, the extra 100,000 or 10,000, added to it. But with Rohit Sharma, he was celebrated as the guy. He finished his story. 5 months later, everybody wants him out. And now even former cricketers are questioning his decision to stay back for the birth of his child. But that's how quickly it changes in India.
I can see an upside to that. I think Rohit would arrive under enormous pressure having lost that 3-test series.
Yeah.
Bumrah didn't lose that series. And another thing, I think we were fooled by the tone of the Indian squad's approach by Gautam Gambhir's pre-departure press conference, where he was hostile and prickly and all those sorts of things that we've come to expect from GG. And you wondered what sort of state of mind they were in, particularly when they went into Purdah in practice and wouldn't let people watch them and all those things. But finally, somebody came out from behind the veil yesterday and spoke. And wasn't he fantastic, this fill-in captain? He's the measure of Pat Cummins on the laid-back, friendly, easygoing, she'll be right, we'll get there, bowling captains. I love it.
Oh, absolutely. And there was just this cute moment before the press conference started, Gerard. And I've seen Jasprit Bumrah for a while now. Yeah. He's over-eager. He's eager with the ball. He's eager with his words. He starts answering questions before you finish the question. Yeah. He just sat there. He saw all the phones around him. And he just looked at me and said, I'll also put my phone out there. And he just randomly put his phone amongst all our phones. I mean, it would have been a great phone to steal, is all I'll say. But he looked so excited, didn't he? He spoke about how this was his childhood dream. And he knows it's only going to be for one test. He said it's not a post, it's a responsibility. And there was one question to him saying, if you enjoy it a lot, when Rohit comes, will you say, Rohit bhai, let it be, I'll do it myself? And he was like, no, I won't say that, but I still want to enjoy this day. It's going to be fun. And you're right. I think he does not have that baggage. This is just the second test as captain. Although I do think he is the front runner to be the long-term captain once Rohit steps down.
How much influence will Gautam Gambhir have on the way the team operates itself?
I'll take that as a question with notice, because we're about to join the toss of the coin. Sunil Gavaskar and Alan Border are standing side by side. Ravi Shastri is going to take control of proceedings, and two fast bowling captains, Pat Cummins and Jasprit Bumrah, standing side by side to get this series
We're in
underway.
Western Australia. It's the magnificent Perth Stadium and the venue for the first test match in the Border Gavaskar Trophy between Australia and India. Talk of Border Gavaskar, two champions out in the centre. Alan Border, Sunny Gavaskar in person. Only appropriate. Two captains, match referee, and we're ready for toss time. Pat Cummins, Jasprit Bumrah, Ranjan Madhugale, the match referee, tried and tested. Pat Cummins will spin the coin. Tails is the call.
Tails it is, India.
Well, Jasprit, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We want to bat first. Looks like a good wicket. So, yeah, we're very confident of the preparation that we had. So, yeah, we'll go ahead with that.
You mentioned preparation. You've been here for almost 10 days. We'll be very happy with that.
No, very happy. Usually you don't get to, have some time to prepare. And Waka is pretty similar. The bounce is there. So for our batters and for our team who are coming here for the first time, it was a great experience. And, that helps us to be in very good space.
When you look at this surface, you said it's a good surface. What do you make of the moisture there?
Yeah, the moisture. We played a test match in 2018, so we know what to expect over here. The wicket gets quicker after the first session. So yeah, we're pretty confident on our preparation.
And when you talk about the combination of your team, what will that be for this game?
Nitish Kumar Reddy makes his debut as a pace bowling all-rounder. We've got 4 paces, including him, and Washi as the lone spinner.
Have a good one, Jasprit.
Thank you.
Pat, you would have batted if you won the toss?
Yeah, that's right. But, we're pretty 50-50. It's good wicket here, sun's out. Either way, we're pretty happy.
Not played Test cricket for some time, so how's your preparation been?
It's been great, thanks. Had a couple of months build up. It's all gone, to plan. So feel really well placed, feel fresh, ready to go.
What do you make of this context? It's a heavyweight bout, isn't it? Number 1, number 2 playing against each other.
Yeah, that's right. I think any format we play, it always seems to be fiercely fought, and Test matches even more so. So it's been in the calendar for a long time. Can't wait to get it started.
As an Australian, always excited to play at Perth?
That's it. The wicket's out the back, and we've trained a bit this week at the Waka. It's been nice and bouncy. So if it's there as a fast bowler, we'd like a bit of pace and bounce. So hopefully be a bit of it this week.
And your team for today's game?
Nathan McSweeney makes his debut at the top of the order. Outside of that, all the regulars.
Have a good one, Pat.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the centre. It's India who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
Superb, Ravi. He's part of our broadcast team throughout this summer. We'll have him in the box during the first session. So the team news has been answered. Rahul Jaiswal, Patikal at 3, Kohli, Pant, Jurel, Sundar as the lone spinner. Reddy makes his test debut at 8. Rana makes his test debut at 9. Bumrah and Siraj. And for those of us who like these things, the battle of the two number 12s, neither won custody. Patikal will wear shirt number 37 and Rana will wear shirt number 22.
Oh, wow. How did that happen?
How surprising is this Indian team versus what we imagined?
Oh, and also with Australia going in with one of the oldest Australian teams in a long, long time. And this is such a young Indian team. So many players under 25. I do not think this is the team that they were planning to play. Even yesterday, it had confirmed reports that R. Ashwin was going to play, and he looks fit enough. But it looks like a late call-up for Washington Sundar. He's coming off 2 really strong test performances on Indian soil. And also the last time they played here, he did make his debut at the Gabba. But, yeah, I don't think too many people would have called Harshit Rana, Nitish Reddy, and Washington Sundar being 3 integral members of a bowling attack for the first test in Australia. Probably even, 12 hours ago, Gerard.
Yes, it is. It's quite remarkable. The 12th man for the two teams. Scott Boland is the 12th for Australia, and Ishwaran is the 12th for India. For Liquorland, your 12th man, bringing you the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. You couldn't have imagined neither Ashwin nor Jadeja, Pete, would be in the first test team.
I'm stunned. I'm really stunned. I'm thinking when they win the toss and off to bat, that's good, that's simple, that's positive. But as you sort of said, Bharat, this reeks of overthinking it to me. It reeks of going away from your strengths and searching for problems or trying to solve problems that aren't necessarily there. And let's not forget, this is a spinner's paradise. Who is the highest test wicket taker at this ground? One Nathan Lyon.
It's amazing. Well, what a backdrop to the start of the series. Pete Bharat will share it with you throughout. Enjoy the opening stages. Are you or someone you know a local cricket legend? We celebrated local cricket legends throughout last summer and we're doing it again. Text us on 0433 98 11 16 and tell us about your connection to your local cricket club. You could be our Liquorland local legend and win a Liquorland voucher. India has won the toss and elected to bat here in Perth. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and Hijaz. Halal home loans and investments with Hijaz.
The Good Oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX, and for Beaumont Tiles, 4 tilers. I've got Tom Morris with me with the Good Oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Morning, Tommy.
Morning, Colo. G'day, Kat. It's just a great day to be at the cricket, isn't it? And the news this morning around the Indian team was fascinating. Bharat Sundaresan was pulling his hair out on the new ball this morning. What team will India play? Who will be in the 11? Rohit Sharma is due to arrive here on Sunday. Now, he's set to play this game against Australia A, or the PM's 11, in Canberra, which is a 2-day pink ball game on November 30 and December 1. Interestingly, the PM's 11 has been named this morning as well, so Sam Harper is playing, Matt Renshaw's playing, Scott Boland's been named as well. I wonder whether Scott Boland will still play if there's an injury in this game, whether he'll definitely play in that match in Canberra. But regardless, Rohit Sharma will play and then, of course, play in Adelaide as well. He is delayed because of the birth of his second child, which has then allowed Jasprit Bumrah to captain this match in Perth. Cat, what do you think about Scott Boland? Is he a certainty to play if there's an injury in this game?
Oh, look, there's no doubt he's next in line given he's in the squad, but he is lacking a fair bit of cricket. He got injured. He went over to Durham to play county cricket. I think he's had an Achilles injury there. Only played one first-class game and then basically hasn't played again until recently when he played against New South Wales at the MCG and then in the India A game at the MCG. So he hasn't had a huge amount of cricket in the last 6 months, but when he has played for Australia in Australian conditions, he's been magnificent. And we know what he's like at the MCG, and maybe at that stage of the summer, the selectors will be looking to someone might need a breather. It depends what happens in these first few tests. But I think he's next in line at the moment. Be interesting to see, if that changes.
The Australian Big Three Quicks, of course, will be out there very shortly. To recap the news from the toss, Jasprit Bumrah, the standing captain for India, won it and elected to bat, as every team has done here at Perth Stadium, the 4 test matches here. The toss has been won by Australia. They've batted first and they've batted big and they've won all 4. But, Kat, I'm interested in your perspective on Indian team selection. They used so many players here in the last time they won here in 2021. How do you solve a problem like Ashwin or Jadeja? Well, in this case, pick neither of them.
Yeah, it's an interesting selection. I think it's a big call to leave Jadeja out, and I think the reason I say that is he was instrumental last time, particularly his innings at the MCG. He's highly experienced, and he has got very good numbers against a lot of the Australian right-handers. And there's nothing to say that he can't bowl well to left-handers, because if there are some foot marks, then left-arm spin can be dangerous to a left-hand batsman as the test goes on, firing it into the foot marks. But it's also his fielding, and he's dangerous with the bat at 7. I'm surprised he's been left out. I get why Sundar's been picked, though, because he's coming in good form, and he did well here in Australia last tour. I think the test at the Gabba, he was instrumental in India winning that test, batted beautifully. He'll get bounce. That's the other thing about his bowling. He's a tall bowler. He's coming in, I think he made 150 for Tamil Nadu leading into, or might have been in the rest of India match, leading into the test series against New Zealand. And he's a young kid. I think the other one that we don't know a lot about, but he was very good in this year's IPL, was Harshit Rana. He's got a bit about him. There's a bit of mungo in him, and he got done, I think, for something during the IPL. I don't know whether it was not dissent, but maybe letting the batsman know where the change rooms were. But he has obviously impressed Gautam Gambhir. He's a Delhi boy, and that's why I think Gautam Gambhir's got him in there. He's backing him in.
Quick one from you, Tommy, before we go to the break.
Yeah, the World Test Championship is something we're going to talk about all summer. Currently, Australia and India are 1-2. India has a 5-test series against England coming up. If Australia wins 5 of the next 7 tests, so that's 5 this summer and 2 against Sri Lanka, they're guaranteed a spot next year. So that's certainly on their radar. Cricket Australia, I've spoken to them a few minutes ago. They're expecting the largest crowd for a day of cricket here in Perth ever. So they're expecting 30,000 people to come into Optus Stadium today. The previous record is 20,000, so you'd imagine that smashed that. There's big lines out the front. And Darren Lehmann presented the baggy green to Nathan McSweeney before. Obviously, they're very close from their time at the Brisbane Heat together as well. That was a nice moment.
Baggy green, 467, the first top 6 debutant for Australia since Will Pekowski, for those that keep track of these things. Thank you, Tom Morris. Thank you, Simon Katich. Tommy there with the good oil for Cobram Estate. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and Hijaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. We'll go to a break. On the other side of it, Gerard Wheately. There'll be anthems. There'll be the presentations. Then we're into the first ball here at Perth Stadium. The news from the toss. India have won it. They are batting first.
First session for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
Some overhead cloud cover here in Perth as we count down towards the formalities. The national anthems, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Australia vastly experienced. The oldest side it's put on the field against India in 80 years. India littered with inexperience, a couple of debutants and a swag of players in their early 20s. So they are absolute contrasts as they prepare to do battle in Perth in this first test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Gerard Wheately and Damian Fleming in these minutes where the nerves really do grow. You can feel it all, Flem, as we get close.
You can, particularly for the Indian top order. Once again, it's that type of pitch that if you lose the toss, Hazelwood and Stark won't mind getting that new ball in their hand. But blunt that new ball, and I think there will be runs later in the day. But it's a big if. Yep. Isn't it for India? Rishabh Pant will score runs, but he wants to be getting in late in the second session at best.
It is great to have both champions of the past carrying their trophy, Border and Gavaskar, together. There's just a little wrestle for which way that trophy's going to go.
Yeah.
Old acquaintance, old hostilities are there.
Just two legends, aren't they, when you think about those two fine gentlemen. Alan Border, you know, he started this modern era that we're still living in now, isn't it? The mid-'80s, a reluctant captain, our best player, often playing the West Indies, but 1987 World Cup win in India, 89 Ashes. I think that was the start of this great generation of Australian cricket. And Sonny Gavaskar, I just remember him just getting runs.
Yep.
Getting runs out here. Often the captain, him and Kapil Dev. And good luck getting him out over in India. And the other thing looking at him is with the trophy on its little pedestal, it's taller than both of them, isn't it? How small Alan Border and Sonny Gavaskar are. And that's what I love about cricket. It takes all shapes and sizes, and it's a great game to be a part of.
Diminutive figures, but giants of the game. They leave their trophy and their current generation patted each, shook hands with each, paid their dues to each for what's been laid down for us. So to the formalities.
Is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their identity, background, beliefs, or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and feel respected. And we thank you for playing your role. If able, we now ask you to be upstanding as we are joined by Noongar Elder, Dr. Richard Wally, to conduct our Welcome to Country. Dev Venugopal will then perform the Indian National Anthem, followed by Joshua Furman, who will perform the Australian National Anthem.
Kop Kerala, Nonak Jenengan Wajak Buja, Ngala Mut Buja, Nyunga Buja, Weirn Buja, Maman Jenangala Yai Kayawa, Ngala Kurmut Nura Kurmut, Yuriak Yai, Buruwan Nunok Wort Kununok Kalak Nunok Buja Nunok Mort, Maman Jenang Nunok Kayawa. We ask the good spirit to keep everyone safe. This is called the Wajak section of the Nyunga language group. It's a place where stories are told, stories are made, and stories are shared. And today we will create another story that will be shared. And at the end of this presentation, may the good spirit take each and every one of us safely back to our families. Waranje, Wardande, Quopen, Wardande, Bilya, calling the Wardande, Burlu, Bijan, Wardande, Wajak, Bujaganardande, Warande, Bilya, calling Wardande, and more Bujagan, Wardande.
What a note to start a test series on. Prolonged and powerful. May the series be like that.
We want our opening batsmen to hold on that long, don't we?
Outstanding.
That was brilliant.
The Australians arm in arm with zinc lavishly spread across their faces for what's about to endure. The cloud cover has gathered in the past 20 minutes or so. It'll be warm today, but it'll be hot over the next 3 days. The weather update for Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It is 21 degrees now with a top of 23 expected. Tomorrow 29, Sunday 33, Monday 29 and Tuesday, should we get that far, 28 degrees, and it's sunny the whole way through.
This is as cool as I remember a Perth test, isn't it?
Yep.
Mitchell Starc is the guy that picks out the kookaburra. So hopefully he's found one that's going to shine up really well, a pronounced seam, because these conditions do sit well with Stark's ability to swing the ball. And Josh Hazelwood just nibbling it away there as well. So I'd expect the ball's going to move around in this first hour.
The pitch for mole map. Get a mole map. One check. Two experts.
For me, it looks the best day one pitch that we've had here. And the preparation was a bit restricted 2 days out that there was rain, so the covers were on it for the whole time. But no, it's got that green tinge. It looks flat underneath. There may be some moisture, you know, a metre and a half below. So that'll keep the ball nice and new. It might be at its slowest for the test match. So the length will be that 5 metre mark, encouraging a big drive. And for the Indian batsmen, they didn't see a lot of these pitches against New Zealand at home.
So familiar faces in young Tyros. Yashasvi Jaiswal is one of the draw cards of this series, a 22-year-old lefty who has taken to Test cricket in extraordinary fashion. An average of 56. He's made 300s. He's made his debut mid-last year, and he's a name known around the cricketing world.
He failed in South Africa, so that's the question marks coming here. But I think the South African pitches seem and move even more than Australia, not quite as bouncy. He just looks an unbelievable talent. You know, he hits the ball so hard. He's a beautiful cutter of the ball. You don't see a lot of traditional cut shots now. You know, looking at Alan Border, that was a feature shot of his career. So great opportunity for this young dynamic batsman to tick off another team and another country that he can score runs in. KL Rahul, I tell you, averaging 20. Scored 110 at Sydney, you know, 10 years ago. Besides that, 6 scores in single figures in 9 innings.
Didn't feature last series on these shores. Has been batting in the middle order, so his prospects have been part of this series long term. He's filling in for Rohit Sharma in this Test match. Very much rest on his performance.
Got bowled twice here at Perth Stadium.
Mitch Starc has the honour of starting another Australian summer. The left-arm firebrand in his 19th Test match against India. After all the expectation and the prediction, we are underway in what promises to be a titanic struggle. Starc bowls, Jaiswal down the leg side. It flicks and goes down for 4. It's 4 byes, straight down leg. And a bit of a wild start from Australia's quick.
No, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a late outswinger outside off stump. A little bit of seam, I reckon. It started outside leg stump and then went on. Mitchell Starc just seeing that ball move off the pitch. So excited, but you've got to adjust your line.
3 slips and a gully. That gully is Nathan McSweeney. A point, a wide, mid-off, mid-on, short leg under the helmet and fine leg in place. Starc searching for the radar. Bowls and Jaiswal edges short of third slip. Knocked down by Labuschagne.
Good adjustment for Mitchell Starc. Talking about the Australians and their lack of match practice coming in. Talking to a couple of Victorian batters in the Sheffield Shield game that Mitchell Starc played in. He bowled fast and swung the ball late. He'll just want to get an extra metre up there. He won't want Jaiswal playing off the back foot. He'll want to bring him forward.
Starc down below us from the members' ends. Jaiswal upright in his stance. Stark over the wicket bowls. Jacewell on the back foot. Just fends the ball down from under the eye line. Gets it safely to ground.
Just a little short again from Mitchell Stark. And as usual, he likes just trying to scuff up where he's landing. He might have just feel like he slipped a little bit. Umpire's having a look at his follow-through as well. Get out of that danger area. But just, I reckon, a metre and a half too short at the moment, Mitchell Stark.
As well, just a little walk to short leg and then back to ready himself for Stark, who bowls, and Jacewell defends the ball down to mid-on. No run.
That's a good adjustment there for Mitchell Stark. Jacewell playing with a full face of the bat as well. Just having a look at the replay. There's just a little bit of swing just going on with the seam.
Stark's figures against India through the years: 18 Test matches, 48 wickets at an average of 38.5. Hasn't taken 5. So his numbers are significantly less than Cummins and Hazelwood against this foe. Stark bowls and Jacewell plays from his pads. He rolls it away to mid-on. There's no run to be had as Mitch Marsh does the fielding.
That looked a good shot. That looked a very good shot. I'm talking about how he loves a bit of width, and he's got a very good cut shot. I mean, from this experienced Australian attack, you don't get a lot of opportunities to play that type of shot, but in the V, he's providing a full face, isn't he?
No ball being signalled, having been relayed from the television umpire. So none for 5. We've had 4 byes and a wide. So we're getting the licorice all sorts.
Batsmen still both on a duck.
Jacewell brace. Stark bowls. Jacewell leaves watchfully outside the off stump.
Looking very composed, isn't he, Jacewell? That's it's a leavable ball, but he got a full forward press, watched the ball all the way safely into Alex Carey's hands. But Mitchell Stark, like all the Australians, have enjoyed playing here at Perth Stadium. Move away from the whacker. The problem, the criticism, we might lose those characteristics of the whacker, but no, they were able to find similar clay. So the pace and bounce has been good in the 4 tests we've seen.
Stark trying to complete his first over. He delivers to Jacewell, who plays straight, got squared up, sees it off. None for 5. The scoreboard is for Toyota. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. So Jacewell's fascinating, isn't he? Test debut, 171 against the West Indies. And then in February, while we were doing the West Indies series, he was batting the house down against England with 2 double centuries and hitting 6s in the way that you don't really expect in Test cricket.
But it's also the modern day player, isn't it? That they play so much T20 cricket, not as much 50 over cricket, but they're bringing the skills in. But you've still got to have a sound defence, and what I've seen in that first over, he didn't look rushed at all. Stark's bowling fast. There was a little bit of swing, a little bit of seam, but he was very composed. KL Rahul, as I was saying, Hazelwood knocked him over for 2 at the last time he played here at Perth Stadium. Stark bowled him for a duck, so he's going to be really tight in defence.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. None for 5 after Stark's over. Josh Hazelwood from the Justin Langer stand ends. KL Rahul has been more a middle order batter in recent times than an opener. The 32-year-old called on here. Hazelwood's right arm over the wicket begins his work. Rahul squared up. Ball jags away to the offside. Same field with head under the helmet at short leg.
Just a bit of extra bounce from Big Josh already. The summer started. Josh has hit the first thigh pad with his first delivery of the summer.
42 Indian wickets on these shores at 25.5. Hazelwood an ever-present threat. Bowles and Rahul beaten on the outside edge. Sent to defence. That lifted sharply.
He's the quiet achiever of the big four, isn't it? We don't hear a lot from Josh Hazlewood, and he looks like he's very comfortable in that role. I just love the way he goes about his work. Just the run-up itself, for a big man, it's so athletic, and all momentum's going towards the target. You just feel like he's going to get a good result every ball.
Flows in Hazlewood's. Cal Rahul is defending with a full face of the bat off this time. Australia's got the rejigged cordon. Kawaja's at first, Smith's at second, Labuschagne's at third, McSweeney is at gully. Lyons in his regular position at point. Cummins at mid-off. Mitch Marsh is mid-on, so he's typically been in the gully, but that's where McSweeney finds himself, head under the helmet, and Stark down at fine leg with Hazlewood in operation. Past the umpire and bowls. Rahul fending for it outside the off stump. It passes untouched. He looks far less assured than his younger compatriot at the other end.
You talk about getting the new ball and setting a tone. Josh Hazlewood has set an amazing tone already. Looked like a scrambled seam, and it was almost like a leg break. So, first scrambled seam we've seen is angled in, hit it, and just shaped away nicely. The only thing it didn't do was just catch that outside edge. Beautifully bowled from the big Hoff.
Rahul is beaten again past the outside edge. Benson leaving him.
First one with good carry too. Carey took that overhead hole.
That was the right, that was the leg break.
There you go. That's exactly what you're getting. Repeated out on the field what you've heard from Damian Fleming in the broadcast box.
It just looks
right
like
inside the line.
Yeah. There's a green tinge, but there is areas that have got a little bit more grass than others, and that leg seamer from Hazlewood definitely hit a grass patch.
It's ball of the over. Rahul plays from his pads to mid-on a little too firm to sneak the single at the end of 2 overs. That's a maiden from Hazlewood. It's none for 5 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Want epic deals? Shop electronics, home, toys, beauty and more at the Amazon Black Friday sales on now until the 2nd of December. Visit amazon.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Ready to reel in your next big catch? Make sure to grab Tweed Bait and check out the latest prawn facts at your local tackle store.
Oh, got one, Dad!
Tweed Bait's available at BCF and Anaconda, or find a nearby stockist at tweedbait.com.au. Get out there and fish.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. India none for 5. Mitch Stark is in operation. He's bowling to Jason, who drives, and he's caught at gully. McSweeney straight into the action. The young Indian opener goes for a duck. Full-blooded drive, regulation outside edge, and the debutants in on the action.
Well done, Nathan McSweeney into the test match early, fielding in the gully instead of Mitchell Marsh. So they back him that his hands are good enough to accept these catches, and you can see Jaswal, who played the first over pretty well, but he's gone for an expansive off drive. He was still moving as he hit the ball, so couldn't control it. A little bit of a way swing. So bowlology gold there from Mitchell Stark with the new ball, and India one down already.
It's a great moment for McSweeney.
I think it is. You want to be in the action straight away. And generally, if you're catching well, you're batting well, you're seeing the ball okay. So caught McSweeney, bowled Stark, and massive wicket for the Australians. Yeah. Jaswal, such an impressive test record coming here. He's the anointed next Indian batting star, but he's walking back to the sheds with a duck next to his name, his first hit in Australia.
1 for 5. So 4 wides, a no ball, a maiden and a wicket with the first ball of the 3rd over. Celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
It's probably the fullest ball that Mitchell Stark's bowled. Jaswell, I felt like in the first over, let the ball come to him. He looked very good in defence, but the first full ball that was outside his eye line, you know, he's gone, you beauty. Covers open, 4 runs, but just with that late movement, outside edge hit, back to the dressing room.
Second test match for Devdutt Patikal, and he's in too early. Stark bowls to him. Patikal is sound in his defence as he plays the ball to mid-off. So he's played the one test match, it was in March this year against England. He made 65 in the innings that he played, batting at 4.
Yeah, 6'3", long levers, looks to get forward. Looks like he's got a little bit of class. But up against it, you know, this ball's, it's not seaming or swinging excessively, but it's just doing enough.
It's won his place, Patikal, through the A games, particularly through Mackay, but particularly the injury to Shubman Gill. Stark to Patikal, who's fending for a ball outside the off stump. Passes untouched.
Gee, just needed that warm-up over, didn't he, Mitchell Stark? You know, this is like a different bowler. It's yards quicker, and it's full, and it's outside off stump. It is in that avenue of apprehension. He's owning it at the moment and could have easily got his second wicket.
India made the choice to bat. Now 1 down too early. Gordon readies itself. Stark from the members' end. Bowls and Patikal, that's wide. That's short and wide. No interest or trouble.
Yeah, just those where he's landing again, Mitchell Stark. He is someone that's troubled by that. Either that or he just, that's what he goes to if he bowls a bad ball.
Excuses at the
he just but he does, doesn't he? I mean, this one's on the front foot. He normally tries to scuff up where he's landing on his back foot. But we're hearing there's moisture in the pitch, so there, you know, there is going to be, you know, a little bit of slippage when he's landing. But that also can lead to foot marks further down the pitch for Nathan Lyon.
Stark looking to land it. Full in on the pads. Patikal struck. They're up and asking. Umpire says not out. And Stark's not interested in pursuing it any further. The Yorker. And Patikal flashing across the line of it.
It's a good delivery when it's, what, an extra 2 metres fuller than what he's been bowling. Pace is around 140 kilometres an hour and definitely going down leg side. And really it was angle, wasn't it? There was no swing.
Full-throated LBW shout. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy pale ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Stark pitches full. He went for it again. Patikal survives ever so narrowly. And Stark with his hand on his face. That was close to the woodwork. 3 overs in. India 1 for 5 on the Toyota scoreboards. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info. We're about to get back into the cricket, and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
This first session in Perth for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Josh Hazelwood from the Langer end. Bowls to Kale Rahul, who defends. Fleming have had a good study of the last ball of the previous over on the replay screen, the pay.com.au replay screen.
Yeah, that was classic Mitchell Stark. The fuller he bowls, he looks more threatening, isn't it? And that was looking like it was going to hit off stump, but his great skill of swing actually cost him a wicket there. He'd done him in pace. If it was a straight ball, it would have knocked off stump out of the ground. That was a superb over from Stark.
Yep. Finished with 2 Yorkers. Rahul yet to score. He's either inside the line on the rising delivery, just comes inside, outside the off stump. Passes through to Carey with great carry. So no run off the bat yet. A wicket maiden from Stark. Hazelwood's conceded nothing.
And that is the beauty of this Australian attack, isn't it? That just the constant pressure. There's no release point. And Hazelwood, you know, higher trajectory than Mitchell Stark. They complement each other beautifully.
He faces the music. He's past to Gerard.
It's bouncier. He does bowl a good outswinger. Josh Hazelwood. Whereas Stark, a little bit more of a slinger, a bit of a slider, slightly quicker, but both moving the ball. So I don't think as a batter you're getting a rhythm against one type of bowling. And even Cummins is different from Hazelwood as well. You know, his nip-backer is his major weapon. And just with a little bit of seam, I wouldn't be surprised if Lyon turns the ball in his first session.
Hazelwood hits the crease, spells Rahul, lets it pass through the Carey.
But if I was Hazelwood or Stark, I'd be wanting to keep that red Kookaburra ball in my hand as long as possible. Things are happening. These are green conditions, green traffic lights. I'd be attacking.
It's a revered pace attack. Stark with 359 wickets now. Hazelwood 273, Cummins 269.
They're massive, aren't they? You know, when we were
number.
growing up, you know, Dennis Lilly broke the record, 310. That'll take ages to break.
Rahul on strike. It's a pass with the bat raised.
They'll all go past Dennis Lilly, won't they?
They will. They will. So Stark at 27.74. Hazelwood at 24.82. And Cummins at 22.53.
Those averages are very impressive.
A little bit of forecasting through to the end of next summer. So 5 tests against India, 5 tests against England. A bit of Sri Lanka thrown in. There aren't terribly many wickets for the Quicks, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Hazelwood's conceding nothing until now. Rahul pounces on the over-pitch delivery. He strikes it away through cover. It races out toward the boundary, pulls up at the signage for Perth. They'll come back for 3 as Lyon does the fielding in the deep. Stroke through covers, a great shot for Biz Covers. For on the go, Biz Cover. 1 for 8.
At Spotlight's Christmas sale, VIP save 40% off all cushions, cushion covers and chair pads. VIP save 40% off all dinnerware, glassware and serveware. 40% off photo frames and albums. So make it gifted and be merry. All backed by a bargain guarantee. Sale on now. Exclusions apply. At Spotlight, it's what you make it.
So, if you need to get to Brisbane Airport, catch the train, AirTrain. Half-price fares now available. Book at airtrain.com.au or touch your card at the station. AirTrain. Whoop whoop.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. First runs off the bat. Coming off the last ball of the 4th over. India 1 for 8 after electing to bat. Rahul kept the strike as a result. Damian Fleming is in the experts chair for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
A wide half volley, you've got to put that away. So well done. Not a lot of form coming in. KL Rahul played in that India A versus Australia A series, you know, 0-12, 4 and 10. So good luck against this Australian attack.
Rahul gets a look at Stark, who delivers and runs the ball, just nibbles it away to gully. And Sweeney fields no run.
He was another one early on. Got that early 100 against Australia that they thought he was going to be a generational player, and even keeping at times. I saw him in the IPL play some outrageous innings. But Test cricket, you know, can wear them down, and the Test is making runs in all types of conditions.
Boxing Day debut in 2014 on the travails of Test cricket. This is his 54th Test, Rahul, as he faces and defends the ball short leg. Bharat Sundaresan is joining us. Hello, Bharat.
Morning, gents. Morning, Flem. Morning, Gerard. A little disappointed with the Shastri Jaiswal dismissal, though not surprised. It's easy to say that's how he plays, but just that lack of resistance to not fall for the temptations outside off stump, just couldn't help himself. It's an issue that this Indian batting lineup as a collective has faced for a while now.
Stark is operating over the wicket. He bowls. Rahul. It's been past the outside.
Yeah, I mean, just they replayed the over, and it was the first time Mitchell Stark sort of got it fullish on-off stump, swinging away. But that's the ball you've got to expect him to bowl. The other balls weren't bad deliveries, but they were just a bit shorter, wider. So it was just the first time he bowled probably his stock ball and it got a wicket. That's the disappointing thing for me.
Just Little wanted a piece of it. Edge to McSweeney and Gully. Stark to Rahul. Fends the ball away to point. Line around quickly to his right. No run.
And what it also now leaves India with is this makeshift top three. KL Rahul, till probably 3 weeks ago, was looked at purely as a middle order batter, and he's under a lot of pressure. No Indian batter has played over 50 tests with an average as low as his. And so he's coming off issues with getting out in all sorts of ways, so he's had to get back to adapting to opening the batting.
Cloud covers the sun here in Perth. Stark bowls. Rahul runs the ball to McSweeney this time in the gully. No run.
And the last time he did have a longish run at the top of the order, he was someone who could play that Pujara role, who could leave well, and he had a very good tour of England alongside Rohit Sharma going back a few years. But yeah, they've just used him in so many different roles that just speaking to those who've seen a lot of KL Rahul close to him, he's not very confident with what his exact role is and his own game.
Staring down Mitch Stark at the moment. Rahul this time finds the gap at cover. He's been leaning on those balls to the offside, trying to get off strike. Finds the opening of the last ball of the over. He'll keep the strike. He's 4. India 1 for 9 on the Toyota scoreboards. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Short legs coming out. So Travis Head has spent 5 overs under the helmet. He's heading to mid-wicket. An early crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through. Nathan McSweeney trusted with the gully position, sure-handed as he removed Jace well. Rahul sees the first ball of the over from Hazelwood. He runs it to backward square. He'll scamper back for a couple. His head trundles over to do the fielding. 1 for 11.
And just interesting, that last ball from the previous over from KL Rahul and his scoring shots. As you said, he just leaned into the shot. Do you know what I mean? Like, so making sure his head was over the ball. And you look at Jaswal, as like, he thought that was his first opportunity to score. Weight on the back foot, head up, trying to hit a boundary. So that's the way you've got to play in the first hour here.
Rahul lets Hazelwood pass.
The way that Rahul's gone about it so far.
He was hit on the right elbow, Flem, while batting at the WACA last Friday, and there was some concerns around him. He walked off with the physio, but then he came back on Sunday, had a long net, faced Bumrah, Siraj, the main Indian fast bowlers, just to get reacclimatized. Just those 2 innings he played at the MCG didn't make a lot of runs for India A, and here he is opening in a test match against these guys.
No run. Defending to mid-off Cummins Fields, no run. So it was 4 and 10 at the MCG. It was hard going. But there was the really awkward dismissal to the spinner where he got bowled through his legs on the walk. There was nothing there to say that he was primed to come back into the team, but he has to fill the role of Rohit Sharma, at least for this test match.
Very much so. And Yashasvi, funnily enough, is a senior opener. now.
Hazelwood motoring in. He bowls a bouncer. Quickly on there.
He's always been someone, even though he's played 10 years of Test cricket, someone who can easily get caught up in self-doubt. He's one of those, always questioning his own technique, and like I said, he's never, even though he's got long runs, he's never been allowed to be settled in one position. Now the return of Rishabh Pant really made sure that his number 5 position was gone. It's given him a chance to at least keep his place in the side.
He's monopolising the strike at the moment, Rahul. He's leaning forward to defend Hazelwood. He fields in his follow-through. So 6 from 23.
And you'll remember in 2017, Gerard over in India, he had a terrific series. Scored pretty much in every Test match, every time Australia... but India did well after that Pune defeat.
And he's got 7 Test hundreds opening. I mean, that's a lot of Test hundreds.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over. And Rahul is on the back foot as it passes through to Carey. 1 for 11 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Henley. Holmes' big sale must end soon. 1 for 11. Rahul has all the runs off the bat. 6. Jaswal was removed for 0. Padikal is on strike at the start of Mitch Stark's 4th over. Goals and it's played stylishly to mid-off. Cummins fields no run. So Padikal not in the original squad. He's called up as a reinforcement. What do we know about him, Bharat?
That word that he just used, Gerard, to describe him, he is very stylish. He originally hails from Kerala, from the south, but his family moved to Bangalore to give him the best chance to succeed in cricket, and he's come through the ranks. He's played that 1 Test match against England, though that was in the middle order.
Short leg back in with Stark operating. Padikal leaves outside the off stump.
And if he does spend any amount of time in the middle, I can see Australia kind of taking to him. Australian cricket fans, that is, because he's got that style, like I said, the way he hits the ball on the up. He's tall, elegant. But this is a challenge I don't think he would have expected. He would have had that flight ticket, to be honest. And like I told you earlier, the only way we found out that it is Padikal who's staying back is by waiting outside the India team hotel and seeing who all got on the bus.
Stark strides in and bowls. Padikal beaten as he leaned forward to defend.
And like so many of these young Indian cricketers, Gerard, yes, he has a decent first-class record, but it was the IPL that really threw him into the forefront of selection for the Indian team. A couple of really good IPLs. Hasn't really taken the IPL by storm the last 2 years. Yeah, he looked very much like he belonged at this level when he played that 1 Test match against England earlier this year.
Stark trying to work him over. Padikal, bat lifted, comes forward, beaten, firm in his defence. Too firm. 2 plays and misses on the trot.
Every time he goes that extra full ball, he looks like getting a wicket, isn't it? I know you might not bowl every ball that you'll set them up, push them back a little bit, but that's another one that if it went straight would have been an outside edge. It swung around his bat.
Just got this feeling after watching them bat at the WACA that it will be a good summer for the Australian slip cordon to stat pad, add to those numbers.
Katich yet to score. He's leaving the rising delivery outside the off stump.
I don't know whether we can blame modern batting, but a lot of these Indian batters, just like I said earlier, hold 4 or 5 deliveries outside off stump. They do end up reaching. They play so much with their hands.
I mean, it's always been a sign of overseas teams, isn't it? The whacker was so extreme. A lot of them ended up getting caught in the slips.
16,000 in for the start of play here in Perth. Australia on top early. Stark's last ball of the over. Katich is forward defending. Stark knocks it down in his follow-through. A maiden from the left armour. India 1 for 11 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Look out for the sun. Come into your Sunrise local store and check out Sunny's Winter Camper promotion. It's the best within a country mile.
And you could turn your favourite drink into your very own camper. That's right. Buy any 2 bigger participating drinks, scan to enter, and you could win a camper worth over $30,000.
So do what the locals do. Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local choices. The best within a country mile. Sunrise, the store locals love.
Session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Adam Collins jumping in. Got Fleming with me. Bharat with me as well. And the captain, Pat Cummins, is going to give himself a crack. From the Justin Langer end, it's been a frugal start. India 1 for 11, losing Jaiswal for a duck. And Pat Cummins, who was outstanding Flem last summer.
He was. The captaincy has certainly helped his game, hasn't it? Bowling, batting. And this change will mean that Hazelwood will come after to Stark, but there's enough nipping around in this pitch for Pat Cummins.
3 slips in the gully. Cummins on the approach. His first ball here to KL Rahul. Beats the edge right away. Might have just pulled inside the line of it, but nevertheless through into the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, good start, but if I'm critical, too short, he's going to get fuller.
So Hazelwood beat the edge quite a bit from that length earlier as well.
Yeah, I want to be fuller. You know, Stark bowls fuller than Hazelwood and Cummins, but when the ball's nipping around like this, they say, you know, a good length is 5 metres to 6.5, but when the ball's swinging, seaming, you want to be pushing 5 metres, not 6.5 metres.
Cummins has 50 wickets against India. Bowls here to KL Rahul. Leg stump line pushed into the onside. No runs to call.
How many wickets?
50, and even 15 against India. And 13 test matches at 26.
And you also want to get Virat Kohli out there with the ball is still new.
Well, he likes bowling to Kohli, doesn't he? And it's more that Cummins loves bowling to the best batter in the opposition. You know, he wants to take them on. You can see that he's scuffing that area where they're landing as well. That can happen early, day one in the first session. You just feel like you're slipping a little bit. The danger ball here, I think, is the one that's going to nip back in between bat and pad.
Certainly proved to be last summer against Pakistan here for Cummins, where he was immaculate. Up to the crease, bowls again to Rahul and beats the edge from the full length that Damian Fleming's asking for. Nice shape away from the right-hander.
Just in terms of rhythm for these 3 fast bowlers, Flem, just compare it to the last 2 times India were here, they just seem to be running in so much better, and the energy is such a beautiful delivery.
Well, they've talked about that this is as fresh as they've felt for a long time. They've had time off. Stark evenly bowled beautifully in that Shield game, fast and swinging, but that was a while ago.
Classic wobble seam from Cummins, the previous ball. Close to the stumps, bowls here. KL Rahul hits him on the thigh pad, lands just in front of Travis Head, who's under the lid.
Just some white ball cricket for Cummins and Hazelwood. So I mean, they don't often get that luxury, do they, of feeling fresh. You just got to keep bowling. But this is a classic wobble seam pitch. Yeah.
Become a massive part of the modern game.
Yeah.
Waja, Smith, Labuschagne, McSweeney all waiting behind the wicket. Rahul 6 from 28. Cummins to him here. defends out towards mid-on. No run the call.
Yeah, I was just going to say 2018-19, yes, it was the same pace attack. They were coming off the whole South Africa drama, new coaching setup, new captain. They played a lot of test cricket that year. 2020, 2021, COVID, so it came out cold, really. They didn't have a lot of cricket. So just even watching them at the whack-up, the centre wicket practice, just everybody, the way they were running, it just looks good.
Cummins coming in fresh as well. Nice break in the middle of the year to prepare for this series. He finishes his first over. KL Rahul, outside part of the bat, and gets through. Beats McSweeney, who was diving to his right. They'll collect at least a couple. 3 men converge upon it. Labuschagne wins the race. So with that, KL Rahul advances to 8. It completes the over. On the Toyota scoreboard, don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. It's 1 for 13.
Want a hot meal for a hotter price? At 7-Eleven, grab a traveller pie or sausage roll and add a selected drink for just $6. You've got a deal at 7-Eleven. Terms and conditions apply.
Need a great apprentice? Trusted by over 250,000 Australian businesses, MEGT makes apprenticeships easy. So to build a winning team and grow your business, sign up with MEGT. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Mitchell Starc's going to continue his spell. The members end away from us. It's been dynamic so far. Attacking the stumps of Padigal, yet to get off the mark from 11 balls. Delivers to the left-hander and beats him again.
It's that full ball again, isn't it? It's swinging, it's encouraging. You've got to keep attacking. Nothing wrong with getting cover driven. Like you've got to play. You've got to be a good player to do that against Mitchell Starc.
I don't for a heartbeat think that Cummins was going to bowl had he won the toss, but I think he was sincere in saying at the toss he thought about it. He didn't think it was as clear-cut bat first as it normally is here at Perth.
Just another perfect one. Lose the toss. We're bowling. You beauty. And there's no pressure on you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because when you choose to bowl, you're bowling and you know that pressure.
Starc delivers. Padigal tries to whip it through the leg stump line. It's outside the leg stump. But had he made contact, it would have been aerial. But he doesn't, and it's safely in the gloves of Carey. Gives a sense.
That's one of the beauties of cricket too, isn't it? Yeah. There's times you definitely want to bat first, and you can sense it from the opposition. I think a couple of Adelaide tests against England, that 40 degrees, and we won the toss and batted. And you could just see their fast coffee and their fast bowlers, the body language. We're in for a long day.
That was 143 kilometres an hour from Starc. He's in again here, way wide of the off stump, and so signalled. At our end, we have by Kettleborough.
Something's wrong with Mitchell Starc.
Yeah, he's just kind of...
No, but normally when he bowls a wide ball like that, he scuffs around where he landed, and he didn't do it then. I thought that was just part of his routine.
So we've had the 4 byes, the front foot no ball and the wide, and a wicket, of course.
What's the difference between that one that went down leg side to that ball there? It'd be about 3 metres.
And he get it right. Starc bowls. That's a leverable ball on the 4th stump line. Padigal now 14 dots to start.
I still think he's still... That ball that got jazzed was on off stump. It was that 5 metre length. So Jaswell was still committed. He had to hit that ball, and he chose to try and smash it for 4. He would have had to block that. If anything, Starc has failed to hit that around that mark enough.
Loves bowling at this ground, Mitchell Starc. 24 wickets at 18.
Oh, yeah.
When you add in the one this morning. Halfway through the over. Padigal. Get on leg stump. Hits him on the pad and ends up with Carey. Might have been the ankle, just the way that he hopped around. It might have hit the fleshy bit just on the side of the pad. But you can see there from the 2 balls just outside leg that he's trying to stylishly clip. It's not just a case of nudging it down the fine leg, Baz.
No. He's aiming for that boundary. He can see the fine leg. It's pretty fine.
That was probably the one he should have hit. I think falling across the crease and trying to get elevation. I think that was one where you needed just to be able to play a nice leg glance or work it through the leg side.
Stark 3 slips a gully and a short leg. Off to Patikal, who's squared up and plays it with soft hands down to the gully where McSweeney is fielding. With the brand new baggy green, the 467th man to play for Australia, Flem. The first top 6 batter since Will Bukowski. So it gives a sense of that stability Australia have enjoyed over the last couple of years.
Yep, certainly. There was a period where there was a lot of baggy greens given and received. But what a great first impact in Test match cricket to get a catch at gully.
Got his baggy green from Darren Lehman this morning. Stark to finish the over. It's full and straight and dug out to mid-off where Cummins does the fielding. India 1 for 14 after 9 overs. They won the toss and batted, lost Jaiswal for a duck, and that is all on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
If you're looking for a family home where you can build memories and play some backyard cricket with the kids, Pathway Homes will bowl you over, outscoring competitors with low prices and incredible inclusions while carrying their bat with great deals on house and land packages across southeast Queensland. So, if you're looking to catch a great deal on a new house, don't get stumped. Play on with Pathway Homes. Get your comprehensive quote now at pathwayhomes.com.au. QBCC 15281292.
Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale. We've got a change in commentary, and by that I mean Flem's jumped out and Baz has joined me on the front desk. And that is for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Hello.
Hello, Adam, from the front seat. And yeah, Devdutt Padikkal, just in that previous over, you can see he's not used to not scoring. He's getting anxious, playing a lot more shots. And this is going to be a trend we'll see through the series. If Australia can just keep these Indian batters from scoring, they will end up taking risks.
Cummins' second over begins here. Bowls to Rahul and beats him again outside the line of the off stump again. Might have just pulled inside the line at the last moment.
And just going back to the toss as well, when you see a batting lineup, an Indian batting lineup, which is makeshift in so many different ways. You have a middle order batter who has opened before, yes, with success, but he's been pushed to open the batting. Devdutt Padikkal not even in the squad till last week. This time last week, he's been asked to stay back. He's batting number 3, and the specialist reserve opener was picked is not playing. Then you have a reserve wicketkeeper as impressive as Dhruv Jurel looked. He's batting at 6.
Cummins towards us, towards KL Rahul. Bowls here, goes back and defends, not convincingly. Spills out in front of him. Such a tough place for Padikkal to make his bow in Australia against Hazelwood, Lyon, Cummins and Stark, who were just incredible. Playing 7 tests together last year in Australia and New Zealand. 35, 34, 30 and 25 wickets respectively. 3 of them with averages in the teens. They never found it hard to take their 20 wickets. Cummins up to the crease. KL Rahul sees fit to leave well wide of the off stump. So KL Rahul, he's having quite the fascinating career, isn't he? They like him away from home. In Indian, the SENA countries, South Africa, England, New Zealand, Australia.
Such an Indian term, yeah.
So, I do I listen to my Indian commentary as well. But 7 of his 800s away from India. Regularly finds himself shuffled to number 4, back to opening. He was dropped against Australia in the Border Gavaskar a couple of years ago. And now back to the top of the list again.
Only because Rohit Sharma's not here. Rohit is landing in 2 days' time, though. You see him in Perth.
Cummins has a short leg for KL Rahul. Bowls to him here, goes back and rides the bounce out to cover.
And if anyone in Perth wants to just meet someone who can speak like Rohit for the next 2 days, I'm on standby. And then the real Rohit comes in.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll call upon you for your Rohit impression at some point. we won't.
Not yet.
We won't use everything we've got in the first session of the series.
We'll wait for him to land first. Yep. But just on that, I think just his presence around the team will be so important.
Yeah. They're quietly a team in transition, aren't they? They do feel a bit different to the side that beat England 4-1 in their other very high-profile series this year. Lost 3-0 against New Zealand at home. That was a shock result. Cummins bowls, Rahul beat. Said that a few times already since jumping on commentary.
And just what we've seen so far already, like last 10 years, we've been so used to seeing Pujara and Rahane in that middle order. on, and a lot of these new guys. Yeah, and it'll be a different approach as well as to how India play Test cricket, especially with the bat. Gautam Gambhir comes in with his own ideas. Completely new coaching staff.
Yeah, who would have thought that they'd be arriving on Australian shores as the team kind of feeling under pressure? Right? It's been a big few weeks in Indian cricket. Last ball of Cummins set to Rahul, who defends more confidently on the front foot, out towards cover, no run there, maiden complete. 1 for 14, that's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
A lot of congestion on the Gateway Motorway northbound. It's very heavy from the airport right up through Deagon and Brackenridge. Slow going too on Centenary highways. You head from Mount Omni up to the Jindalee Bridge. Margaret Street exit southbound from the Riverside Expressway remaining closed. We've got flooding Mole Road between Chelsea Road and New Cleveland Road in Gumdale. So if you need to get to Brisbane Airport, catch the train. AirTrain, half-price fares now available. Book at airtrain.com.au or touch your card at the station. AirTrain, whoop whoop. That's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport, SENQ, 6:93 a.m.
14 India, they won the toss, they batted, they lost a wicket from the first ball of the third over. Mitchell Starc finding the outside edge of Jaiswal, safely pouched by the man on debut, Nathan McSweeney, getting in the game early. Josh Hazlewood's been swung around to our members' end. Bowled 3 overs from the Langer end, conceding 5 runs. It's right on the money. Over the wicket here to the left-handed Padigal, and again past the edge. That's a beautiful delivery. Pitching on the off-stump line. The tall left-hander had to play, but enough movement away that the outside edge was in play.
Probably, once again, just a smidgen too short, you'd say. Or maybe not. Just got lucky, Devdutt Padikkal. Great length from Josh Hazlewood.
That wobble seam again. He's made an art form of it.
And he's just the kind of bowler who could knock over Devdutt Padikkal this point.
Hazlewood on the approach again. Bowls here a bit fuller. Padigal pushes out to the offside. No run. Got Tommy Morris with us here as well for Jun Heinrich, German engineered forklifts and racking systems. Tommy?
Just what about the difference between this initiation to Test cricket and Padigal's first Test? He walked to the crease 1 for 275 against England. They won by an innings and he made 65. He didn't bat in the second dig, obviously, because they won by an innings. And now he walks to the crease facing Hazlewood, Cummins and Starc in Perth, and he hasn't got off the mark.
Yes, England were 1 foot on the plane home when they got to Dharamshala, I assure you of that. Hazlewood bowls here to Padigal once more. Half an appeal for a ball that pitched on leg but was going down the leg side. No interest from the bowler. Padigal's now faced 20 balls yet to get off the mark. That's going to start to build the pressure on him as well.
Yeah, you can see it in his body language as well. When he saw that full ball, the previous delivery, he launched at it. And already in this over, Hazlewood just looks like something's going to give, something's going to happen in this over.
Hazlewood took 35 wickets at 15 last season. In here, Padigal, leg stump line, similar to the ball before it, where there's some interest from Marnus Labuschagne, but that's not to be taken too seriously. The bowler doesn't appeal. Yeah, that Hazlewood summer, having missed a couple of them at home, Baz, through injury. He was briefly overtaken in the pecking order by Scott Boland, who played in the World Test Championship final at the Oval in Hazlewood's place. But since then, he's been as good as he ever has been across his long career, which began a decade ago against India at the Gabba. Into the crease again, Hazlewood bowls here, back of the length, and defended by Padigal out to cover. Now 22 dots for him to start.
I remember doing an interview with him for STN Cricket 2 summers ago at the SCG. This is before he suffered his, what was at that point the latest injury, and he had his eyes set on the next 24 months. He said, okay, these are the number of Test matches I have and I want to play, because at that point he'd already missed a few. And then I remember the heartbreak on, you could sense it when we were in Bangalore, and he learned that the tour was over for him.
Here he is, Hazlewood bowling and edging and caught behind. That is spot on from Josh Hazlewood. Padigal brought forward a ball that just nudged away off the seam. And he banks himself a 23-ball duck to begin his Australian tour. India, they've lost 2 wickets inside the first hour after winning the toss and having a bat there. 2 for 14 there in strife, Baz.
Oh, you could see it from a mile. This was coming. Hazelwood, just the kind of bowler. The length he bowls. Devdutt Padikkal was feeling at everything. Slightly fuller than the first delivery in the over that just beat the outside edge. Just kissing the outside edge. Easy catch. And Padikkal walks off shaking his head. The crowd, the Indian section of the crowd anyway, erupts because Virat Kohli has walked out to bat.
Yes, always that tension when the wicket falls for India. There's an enormous roar around the ground. What? They just lost a wicket? No, that's because Virat Kohli's on the way, who made a sensational 100 here in 2018 in a losing effort. He joins KL Rahul, punch of the gloves, two veterans in this Indian team. And Kohli, in all probability, in his final tour of Australia, age 36, his 120th test match, over 9,000 test runs. 29 test hundreds, but it's been a different story of late. It'll be tough going here.
The conditions that he really thrives on, not just in terms of the pitches you bat on, but also being in this country. He just loves Australia, loves the freedom he gets here, which is difficult for him to enjoy anywhere else. He must have thick skin to be batting in number 3 for India. All those years for Rahul Dravid, every time he got out, everyone cheered because Tendulkar was walking out.
They completed a wicket maiden for Hazelwood as well. They celebrate their wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. So KL Rahul on strike to Cummins. On the charge. Bowls here. Rahul defends out to cover. No run.
Did I just hear a couple of the Aussies say, "Good day, Virat, how are you?" As he walked
Nathan
out
Lyon.
Nathan
Yes,
Lyon.
it was predictably Nathan Lyon. Straight up to Kohli. The relationships are clearly enduring. Lyon has played so many test matches against India. Knows Kohli as well as anyone.
So different to 2014, when I remember every time Virat walked out to bat, David Warner and Brad Haddon would almost chaperone him to the batting crease. They were always on either side, yapping away, and he was giving it back. How things have changed.
Once more, the captain Cummins. KL Rahul waits and leaves into the gloves of Alex Carey. Kohli had a calamitous series against New Zealand. Bowled off a full toss, run out, taking a quick single to mid-on that was never there, ran out by about 3 metres. Now down to number 22 in the world, according to the ICC rankings, for a guy who was number 1 for years. Between 2016 and 2019, it was always he and Steve Smith back and forth in that number 1 spot. Since COVID, he's played 60 test innings and averaged 32. So a considerable drop. Cummins bowls, and for the umpteenth time this morning, KL Rahul's beaten outside the line of the off stump. But if you wanted to be critical, you could say that was from back of a length from Cummins rather than necessarily making him play.
Yeah, we've seen a few already. This brief Cummins spell. This on repeat. Yeah, what I saw of Virat Kohli in that series against New Zealand, I've rarely seen him more desperate for success. He's always keen, he's always intense, he's always fired up, but a few of those dismissals and just the way he was going about his batting, he was so desperate. He wants this rut to end.
Cummins to Rahul. Opens up the blade. Towards McSweeney, wearing number 16. No run on offer there. It stays at 2 for 14.
Just seeing him during the match simulation, he walked out Friday morning, this time last week actually, did a couple of beautiful cover drives, and then got nicked off, and see his body language, head down, walked straight into the net, had another net and walked back out for a second go. Looked a little more solid, but still plays and misses. And
it was the drought for such a long time, wasn't it? Over 1,200 days between test hundreds for Kohli. Rahul, he's struck and it goes over the top of the cordon. It'll go to the rope. What did it hit? We're behind Rahul in our position. Was that top edge, perhaps? So he does get it down to the rope and advances to double figures. He's 12. 2 for 18, the score. We'll get a second look here. So it reared up off a length. He didn't know where it was. Took his eyes off the ball, swung his head back, and it hit the, well, it actually hit the outside edge and went over the cordon. Rare to see that angle. Pay.com.au replay screen.
Kind of tells you, gives you a glimpse into the uncertainty with which he's batting out there. survived for quite a while, KL Rahul, but he had no idea about that one.
Cummins on top in this clash. Can he get in the book? Bowls here. Forwards Rahul. Maybe bat before pad because there was some interest from the cordon. But it's called off. Boundary from the over. 2 for 18 the score. 12 gone. Rahul 12. Kohli yet to face a ball. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
The MG Century sale is on with unmissable deals across the range, like the MG4 from just $32,990 drive away. Visit your local MG dealership today. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Barbecues Galore Black Friday sale is now on. Save up to 50% off barbecues, barbecue accessories, outdoor furniture and more. Shop now, in-store or online.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale. Must end soon. And this is box office stuff. Josh Hazlewood, the number 2 bowler in the world, had a brilliant 12 months up against Virat Kohli. His 26th Test match against Australia, 800s. What he would give to get going in this series. All eyes on this pair. Hazlewood away from us, bowls to Kohli. First ball outside of the bat, defended out the gully, no run.
Batting so far outside his crease, Virat Kohli. You don't even need the binoculars to catch that.
No.
And it's always such a big moment in these India-Australia Test matches, Test series. The first ball Virat faces, go back 10 years, Mitchell Johnson hit him on the helmet. But emotional Test match at the Adelaide Oval, the wake of Philip Hughes' passing. Again, you can see he's well outside his crease.
Yeah. And shuffled forward to the first ball too. Hazlewood to Kohli, does the same thing again, leading edge out to Cummins along the ground, but still first couple of balls have found the outside part of the bat with Hazlewood just edging it away with the wobble seam.
And it's not the first time he's done this. Leaves crease in Australia. I remember speaking to him about success. How do you get success as a batter in Australia? It's always about, he feels, balance at the crease, the way you go at the ball, like in England where you hang back a little more.
Hazlewood passes umpire Kettleborough, bowls here, outside part of the bat again, deflected into the cordon. So Hazlewood all over it here. Nice stop there from McSweeney, diving away in the gully. 3 dot balls, but all 3 of them have found that general area of the bat. I remember it was in 2018, Hazlewood and Kohli. It was that stoush that defined that day, that Saturday afternoon here when Kohli reached 3 figures, and it was right in the thick of things. In a series they would ultimately win, although they didn't win here at Perth.
Looks very edgy.
It was a long time ago, doesn't it, when Kohli was that kind of player. Can he fight his way through? Hazlewood to him here, a bit wider on the crease. Half a shout for leg before, but the bowler, once again, isn't interested. Might have been an inside edge as well.
You read a lot into Virat Kohli, just based on his reactions after he's played a ball. Just looking at in the last 3 deliveries he's faced. One where he was a little early on the ball, the edge, and even this one. He's not happy with how he started. He wanted that ball to be played somewhere near square leg. He missed the ball.
Couple of balls to go. Hazlewood delivers and Kohli clips in a style that we've seen so many times before, but it's straight to Mitchell Marsh at mid-wicket, no run.
And you just get a feeling there's going to be an edge coming early on in this Virat Kohli innings. I think back to India's tour of England in 2018. He barely scored a run in 14, and there's this whole hype around Anderson versus Kohli and David Malan dropping a catch when Kohli was on 4 at Edgbaston, and that kind of really turned things around for Virat. That edge does come. Australia have to make sure they grab it. So early, they get him out cheaply early.
Second man back for the short ball for the last delivery here. Hazlewood goes full instead and past the edge with one that Kohli had to play out. That is an immaculate maiden from Hazlewood. To complete the first hour, Australia brilliant. India 2 for 18 as drinks make their way out into the middle. Our drinks break will be for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer, the 2 wickets to fall. Jayaswal for a duck and Padigal as well to Stark and Hazlewood respectively. We'll take a break on our coverage. That's all on our Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Gerard Wheately in a moment to replace me.
India won the toss, elected to bat. 2 for 18. Gerard, Wheately and Ravi Shastri is with us on SEN Test Cricket. Ravi, how splendid to see you.
It's nice to see you, Gerard, too. And what a setting. Great atmosphere already.
Pat Cummins is bowling from the Langer end. Rahul clips from his pads, but he won't beat Marsh at mid-wicket. No run.
How good has the Australian bowling been? And you can see they've understood the conditions. It was a little overcast. The sun's now come out. But they've been relentless with their lines and lengths. You know, they probed away around that off-stump area. The lengths have been good where they've drawn the batsman forward. They've stayed away from the short ball, not too much of the short stuff, rather than making the batsman play, and they've been rewarded.
Stark 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. Hazelwood 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Pat Cummins is in his 4th over, none for 6. He's bowled a maiden as well. Rahul, that's a rising delivery, sharp past the shoulder of the bat through to Carey.
A good test now for the Indians. They're a young side. I think this is the pair now. They've got to take the responsibility. Got to bite the bullet here and make sure that the strike rotates. We're not seeing the strike rotate enough at the moment. You don't want to be in too much of a defensive mindset. At times, you've got to make things happen. Seen with Virat Kohli already, he's standing outside the crease. He wants the Australian bowlers to shorten their length.
Rahul's 12 from 44 balls. Cummins is over the wicket and at him, and Rahul flicks from his pads. He'll find runs through square. Marsh sets off into the deep. They'll get 2. India 2 for 20. This is the 14th over.
And a big role, Gerard, for KL Rahul. And I feel there's no Pujara in this team. If someone has to do that kind of job, bat for long lengths of time, you know, be the stonewaller, then he's the man, because he's on his 3rd tour of Australia. He's got the technique, he's got the goods to play in these conditions. It's just a case of self-belief, you know, wanting to get into that other level. To raise the bar.
Boxing Day 2014 was his test debut. He's facing Cummins and he's leaving outside the off stump. So in recent times he'd been a number 6, hadn't he?
Yeah, he's been all over the shop.
Yes.
You look at scorecards, you wonder, what is he? An opening batsman, middle order batsman, lower middle order batsman, meant to play the second new ball. All sorts of theories when his numbers shift. I think he has a big role to play on this tour of Australia.
3 slips in a gully still. Australia have had their short leg at various stages, but not in this over. Cummins rolls the shoulder. He hits the crease. Rahul's forward. Bat, pad, bat. Cummins is asking. He gets rejected. He won't take it any further.
It's a great length the Australians have bowled today, looking to hit the pads, hit the top of off stump. Normally you could come to Perth and get very excited and, you know, want to hit the head of the batsman and see the ball going around that chest area. I think they've been very smart this morning.
There's an inside edge onto the pad. The replay, the pay.com.au replay screen. Australia giving away nothing. 6 maidens thus far. Cummins bowls and Rahul runs the ball into the cordon. It's fielded by Marnus on the bounce. No run at the end of the over. 2 for 20. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sale.
Hiya. Hello. The taxi ride between client meetings. The perfect opportunity to go to bizcover.com.au to switch and save on your business insurance.
Real estate agent.
Like your professional indemnity. Because only BizCover lets you compare, save, and get instant cover online, on the go, in minutes.
I can save $500.
What's that?
I can save $500.
Okay.
Check how much a professional like you could save on your business insurance. For on-the-go cover, go BizCover.
Virat Kohli, revered on these shores. He was the back page of the West Australian today. Signalled as danger. Hazelwood is bowling to him, and Kohli is jammed up in defence. Inside edge onto the pads. Ravi, he's always been the fixture of such attention. Now in the latter days of his career, and Steve Smith and he are walking the same journey at the moment. You've seen him up close. Where is he in his career as he comes back on these shores as a 36-year-old?
Well, if he needed an injection to really revitalize him and, get all his juices going into this tour of Australia. I think it'll be very focused. Don't go by the form that you've been seeing over the last 3-4 years.
Eswood bowls. Kohli tucks for his first runs off the hip, down to fine leg, and he's off the mark here in Perth.
I think he just has to settle in, bide his time. I like the body language there. He's not like a cat on a hot tin roof. He's pretty relaxed. He's got to play at his pace, not at the pace of the opposition. He's got to make his pace. At times you see him, overexcited. I like what I'm seeing now. It just needs to get over that first half an hour or so, like any other batsman has to. But for the case of Kohli, if he gets through that, he's someone who can turn it on. That's why these first 3 innings, for both these players you mentioned, Smith and Kohli, in this series is very crucial.
Eswood to Rahul, who leans forward in defence. Was he over anxious in the New Zealand series? There were a very odd set of dismissals.
Yeah, there was, but it's some dodgy tracks as well. Never easy for a new man to come in and counter that turning ball. So that would have played on his mind, but I think these are some of the best tracks to bat in, if you get in.
Eswood pushes in from the top of his mark. Rahul is on 14. It's full. It's past the outside edge and through to Carey.
And what people don't realize is, they've been magnificent. Their careers are almost parallel. Virat Kohli and Steve Smith. And one is 35, the other is 34. They're at probably the evening of their careers. The reflexes won't be the same. The eyesight, the way they pick the ball, early won't be the same. But it's just the reputation they've created for themselves, that the expectations are so high every time they go out. People expect them to be what they were 15 years ago.
Eswood to Rahul, ducks the bouncer.
But this is what India have to ride this tide and see this through lunch. If they get another 30 runs from here, 35 runs, without losing a wicket, they'll be happy. Because as time goes by, you'll see runs will be easier to get. Once the bowlers tire a bit, Nathan Lyon will come into the attack. You've got to wait for the second spells of all these bowlers in conditions like this.
Eswood with the last ball of his over. He delivers to Rahul, who's forward and defending. Eswood picks it up in his follow-through. 2 for 21 at the end of the over. Ravi Shastri is in the experts chair for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Black Friday happens at Binge. Don't have Binge? Get Binge Basic for just $4.99 a month for 12 months. At that price, it'd be rude not to. Visit binge.com.au/Black Friday to redeem. Offer ends December 2.
The King Black November sale ends soon. Save up to 60% on selected furniture designs. Hurry, sale ends soon. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This first session of play for MEGT build a winning team with apprenticeship experts. 2 for 21. Kohli's 1, Rahul is 14. Pat Cummins has sent down 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. Australia fielding in bright sunshine here in Perth with 3 slips and a gully fully stocked. Cummins bowls to Kohli. Inside portion of the bat. It squirts away to square. He takes a single. Moves to 2. It's 2 for 22. Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estates, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Gerard, we've just gone past the record for the biggest crowd ever at a test match in Perth. It's gone past 24,268 at the Wacker for the Ashes. 17 years ago, so they're still expecting 30,000 here today.
So we should have 2 days of record-breaking crowds, and then hopefully there's some momentum in the game for Perth to really drive that home, having been granted the honour of opening the Test summer for the next few years. Cummins to Rahul, who knocks the ball away to point no run.
It felt that way at the toss. It said 24,000 people. You could see there was a buzz around the ground. The atmosphere was good. Border Gavaskar Trophy there, AB Sunny himself, next to the 2 captains. There's something about it. You just felt that people have been dying to see this series take off as quickly as possible. We've got the Ashes next year, so it's a good build-up.
You've lived the evolution of this series as a player and then as a coach and as a broadcaster. Raul faces up to Cummins. He drives stylishly through the covers and doesn't even want to run. Kohli pulled up. It's a long, deep boundary and it doesn't get there, so they won't get full toll. Kohli, by apology, has to do a little bit of sprinting. KL Rahul will get 3. It's a long, long way to the square boundaries here in Perth. It's 2 for 25.
It's a long boundary, and it's not the quickest outfield. That's something the players from the subcontinent have to get used to. In India, you punch this in the gap, don't even bother running.
Yes.
Just make sure the ball boy returns the ball to the bowler as quickly as possible. Here you got to keep running. Long boundaries.
Rahul is 17. Kohli has the strike. Cummins to him. Oh, he pops that ball back down the pitch. Lovely past the stumps of the non-strikers. And under the side screen, the chase is on. It won't quite get there either as Stark overhauls a step inside the boundary. Kohli gets 3 on the check drive. He's 5. It's 2 for 28. Forward full face of the blade. I remember in that Perth Test match where he made the century early in his innings, he played the most magnificent on drive. I reckon he was still in single figures, and it just served notice of what was to come.
That was special innings.
So a pair of 3s from the last 2 deliveries. Those bowls. Rahul almost knocked that onto the stumps. Side edge over the bails, through to Carey on the bounce.
You can see the sun coming out now, and this pitch, as the day progresses, should quicken up a little bit. Lucky on that occasion. Far from the off stump.
Cleave. He was drawn to leave, but it ended up taking the face of the bat on the way down. Oh, that got close. Study of the replay, the pay.com.au replay screen. India's best over thus far. Cummins to close it. Rahul flashes at the drive. He creamed that through cover. That he doesn't have to run for. It crashes into the boundary. The shot of the morning so far. KL Rahul gets hold of the Australian captain. It's 2 for 32 at the end of the over. The boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
So, if you need to get to Brisbane Airport, catch the train, AirTrain. Half-price fares now available. Book at airtrain.com.au or touch your card at the station. AirTrain. Whoop, whoop.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Jimmy Pearson here from the Brisbane Heat. Smash summer dinner out of the park with a KFC family feast. 10 pieces of original recipe chicken, 2 large chips, a large coleslaw, a large potato and gravy, and a 1.25 litre drink. Order online or via the KFC app. Dine in or visit a KFC drive-thru.
11 from the over. India suddenly run hot for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. KL Rahul brings up his 3,000 runs in Test cricket in the over. Hazelwood bowls to Kohli, who's coming forward in defence. So the first counter-attack from India, Ravi.
Yes, and that's what happens when you spend time at the crease. You give the devil his due. They bowled well. Australia, give the respect. Don't go out of your way to try and manufacture shots. As the session progresses, the bowlers will tire. You'll get loose deliveries on offer. Be ready to cash in then. That's Test cricket. You've got to give it to the bowlers at some time, especially in these conditions. Give them that first hour and a half.
Kohli is 5. Taps the bat, stands upright. Hazelwood into him, and Kohli rising delivery, fended it for first slip, and he's out. It's Hazelwood who proves the danger, and Kohli has gone for 5. Australia have grabbed 3 before lunch, and matters are worse for India now.
That's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty. It's climbed off a length, and this has surprised Virat Kohli. You can see just fractionally short. It's steep bounce from a length. That's taken him totally by surprise. The Aussies are not going to miss that. You can see Hazelwood, he's a cock-a-hoop, he's on fire now. This is the big fish. This is the big one Australia wanted before lunch. And India have lost Virat Kohli for 5, and they're 3 for 32.
It was a brute of a ball, and even Khawaja at first slip, suddenly it was upon him, and he did well to wrap his hands around it because it wasn't the angle that they would have expected an edge to be coming from. It surprised batter and fielder alike.
Oh. That went from the length.
Hazelwood 2 for 6. He's in his 7th over. Just ripped off the shoulder of the bat. Feels like the crucial moment of the session for New Farm Australian through and through. And it brings Rishabh Pant out into the middle. Kohli's wicket, so regardless of what happens in his career trajectory, it is still the wicket.
It is the wicket. You can see the celebrations from the Australians. You know, they knew how badly they wanted it. And ideally, when Cummins said 50-50 at the toss, he had a mind on fielding as well. And now once they were fielding, their main aim would have been to get Kohli and Pant out before lunch. They've got Kohli out to bat. He's gone. Now they've got Pant out to bat. And with still about 40 minutes to go for lunch.
Some troubled times for India. Rishabh Pant, who won his place in the affection of all cricket fans with that innings at the Gabba to bat India to historic victory at the end of the previous series. He has lived life's travails since then. It's a triumph of the human spirit as well as the sporting determination that he's back in national colours. Seems like everybody's favourite visiting cricketer at the moment, Pant. Just makes Josh Hazelwood wait. And now settles in. So India's diminutive keeper on strike, and Pant's past the outside edge to start. The cordon was asking. Hazelwood with another ripper.
You can see what that wicket means for Australia. You can see the spring in his stride just as he ran up there. Josh Hazelwood, he's got a couple of wickets, but that last one has fired him up. And he's seen Pant at the other end. No freebies, right on the money, going past the outside edge. See the Australian bowlers, the fielders, they're in anticipation. They know there could be another 1 or 2 coming before lunch.
2 for 6. Hazelwood's. He bowls to Pant, who leaves the rising delivery outside the off stump. He's jumping around in the aftermath. So Ravi Shastri's in the experts chair. Simon Katich in to join him on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. Welcome in, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning, Ravi. All our listeners. This has been fantastic from the Australian quicks, particularly Josh Hazelwood. Love the way he worked Virat Kohli over there. And just the footwork, he was probably expecting the ball to be fuller and didn't really press back onto the back foot from the shorter ball and defended it to Usman Khawaja.
Hazelwood over the wicket, bowls. Pant defends back down the pitch.
Yes, to be honest, they've given nothing away. They've just hit the right areas. They've said, let's be consistent as a pack. Let the pitch do the rest. Let's play on the batsman's mind. You could see Padikkal kept 23 balls before he scored. Kohli got nothing till he got a brute of a delivery that really took off. Simon mentioned very little time. Even if he wanted to rock back, I don't think he would have had the time. Hazelwood is a tall man, and to get that kind of steep bounce, that's a wicket. That's a delivery that would have got a wicket of anybody.
Pant faces up. He's defending the ball across the popping crease. He wanted the single. Rahul sent him back. A wicket maiden from Josh Hazelwood. He's 7 overs in, 2 for 6. India 3 for 32 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sale.
This festive season, experience the magic of sound with the Sonos Holiday Shopping Event. Save now on everything from home theatre to headphones. All you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match or hosting friends and family, Sonos elevates the festivities with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos is also a no-brainer gift for everyone on your list. Visit sonos.com to shop now. Offers end December 2nd.
Josh Hazelwood doing it with ease with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. 3 for 32. Rahul is 21. Rishabh Pant, the new man in the middle. Jaiswal noughts, Padikkal noughts, Kohli 5 is the litany of woe for India so far. Cummins is bowling and Rahul gets a pass through to Carey. Maybe, Ravi, we could just pick your brain on what we saw from the batters early on. So Jaiswal, who comes with such a big reputation, his first time in Australia, he flashed at a drive and edged to gully.
And that's the exposure. You know, he has to learn from this exposure. Tracks like in Australia where the ball is nipping around a bit, early doors, overcast conditions, you've got to be careful looking to hit on the up. You've got to first gauge the pace, the bounce, where you meet the ball. Even when you looked at it, you know, his heel was on the ground as he was looking to push forward. No weight transfer, and he paid the price for it.
Cummins hits the crease. Rahul's beaten him. He left him on the rise.
You've got to play a lot later. Simon would have been in the subcontinent a lot. You could hit on the up there on day one, just because of the lack of bounce movement of the seam. Yeah, you've got to be careful because the edges will carry into that slip corner as well.
Yeah, spot on, Ravi. That's the biggest challenge as a overseas batsman coming into these conditions. The fact that there is the extra pace and bounce, and particularly here in Perth, this track is like the old whacker wicket that you would have played on back in the day. It will crack up if it's hot. There's good carry and there's good 8 mil of grass on it. We're seeing today that it's hard work for the top order batsman.
Rahul has applied himself. He's getting worked over by Cummins. It's through to Carey again.
But the point you made about his footwork, we're seeing the opposite in Rahul, and I think that's why he's been able to survive first and foremost, because he's really looking to get a stride into the ball. And we saw that glorious cover drive the last over. Very rarely do you see a full ball from Pat Cummins, but he's forcing himself to get forward, and it's his head position getting towards the line of the ball that's allowing him to either let the ball go or drive the ball and be able to survive out there. Whereas Jaiswal, on that delivery got out to, he was off the ball, wasn't really leaning into the ball with his head or his front foot.
Rahul has the strike. That's a very high bouncer. Lucky not to be called a wide.
This is where, as a batsman, you need a little bit of luck as well, because he's done the hard yards now, Rahul. You know, he'll be hoping he's got to convert this into a big one, but it's that kind of surface, that kind of attack that's relentless. You know, you could just have one that just does a bit, takes that outside edge after all that hard work. So, you know, as a batsman, sometimes you think, need that luck going your way. He's done all the right things up to now.
Palikal faced 23 balls for his duck when he was caught behind. Hazelwood, he was relentless with his attack. Rahul drives, he'll find runs as it slices away between point and gully and reaches the rope for 4. So Rahul is into a flow. The boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. He moves to 25.
He's done the bulk of the scoring, 25 out of 36. Just beginning to feel a little more confident. You can see he spent that time at the crease. He's on the lookout for anything loose.
But he's earned the right to that because he's faced 61 balls, and that's knowledge that he's gained in the previous hour and a half or so that he's been out there batting that allows him to then play that shot. And spot on, Ravi. Australia's they've got a dot ball rate of 76% in men's tests in 2024.
Rahul is beaten on the follow-up. He was walking in his defence. Cummins almost got him. End of 18 overs, 3 for 36 on the Tyre Power scoreboard holiday getaway sale.
If your home could talk, would it tell you your sing-alongs aren't pitch perfect? Would it help you find your phone when it's on silent? Would it let you know when your clothesline is about to get rained on? Would it worry about wilder weather and tell you if it were frightened? If your home asked you to make it stronger, would you listen? Search Suncorp Home Resilience. AAI Limited Trading as Suncorp Insurance.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 3 for 36. Rahul is 25. Rishabh Pant is yet to score. They've got hold of Pat Cummins in the past 2 overs. None for 23 from his 6. But Josh Hazelwood has kept things incredibly tight with his quality bowling. He's been at both the Langard, but currently at the members' end. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6. He's the player of the day thus far for Bingley. Better living every day. Bit of maintenance down to the popping crease. Hazelwood resumes his work. He bowls to Pant, who leaves outside the off stump. Ravi, Shastri and Simon Katich. the Paddock innings, so 23 balls. It was a big step up. He didn't look like scoring. He was in full-blown survival mode.
That's the problem, and that's exactly. He should have been thinking of at least rotating the strike. You couldn't see that intent as well. What happens then is when you get a couple of loose deliveries, you can't put it away because your mindset is already defensive. And that same over he got out, he got a couple on his legs, which he could have put away to the fence if the mindset was right.
Yet to score. He will find runs. He flashes at a drive. It's slewed away past the dive of line at point. Out into the deep. It should give them a chance to turn for 3. There's a lot of ground to cover with the throw. Part is 3, but not as sound as he would like to be with that drive. 3 for 39.
It's a great point you make about the rotation of strike, and that's one area where it's part of the Australian bowling attack strength. They don't allow that easy rotation of strike. The fielders are starting to really encroach. You can see mid-off and mid-on getting pretty tight, and this outfield here at the moment is probably not as quick as it normally is. It's quite lush out there, so the Indian batsmen have found that hard. We saw that last over. Rishabh Pant was on naught. He wanted to get down the other end. Rahul didn't want it.
Rahul's on 25. It's full. Plays it away to point line. Fields no run.
And you need to be able to rotate strike, particularly as an opening pair, because if you consistently have to absorb 6 balls and over, the pressure just mounts over after over, and it's too hard to do on your own. You need to work as a pair to be able to absorb and have that release of pressure and get down the other end and watch what's happening and learn from what's happening at the other end as well.
Yeah, from a bowler's point of view, ideally he wants to bowl at one batsman. It allows him to set up the batsman. So he wants ideally 4 or 5 balls in an over at one blow.
Rahul looks up. Hazelwood's in and on him. He edges short of third slip. He just didn't carry Damaris.
Played that well in the end. Soft hands. Loose bottom hand. Pushed at it hard. That might have well carried.
High up on the bat again with perhaps more bounce than the batter is expecting.
Yeah, it's certainly not an easy challenge for the batsman out there at the moment. That everything's in the Australian bowler's favour at the moment to pace and carry.
So on the follow-up bowls, Rahul off his pads down to fine leg for a single. 3 for 40.
Would Jasprit Bumrah have been tempted to have a bowl today, Ravi?
Oh, he seemed very confident at the toss that he wanted to bat. He was very clear in his mind. I want to bat first. I would have thought that would have been the same with Cummins.
Yeah, definitely.
Cummins said 50-50.
But also just knowing that this first session was always going to be quite tricky, would they have considered that? But the history suggests here that the team batting first has done well.
Hazelwood to Pant, plays away from his body, drops it down in front of him. And the dot to finish the over. 3 for 40. Ravi, we'll see you after lunch. Adam Collins and Damian Fleming coming in next for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. 3 for 40.
If you're looking for a family home where you can build memories and play some backyard cricket with the kids, Pathway Homes will poll you over, outscoring competitors with low prices and incredible inclusions while carrying their bat with great deals on house and land packages across southeast Queensland. So, if you're looking to catch a great deal on a new house, don't get stumped. Play on with Pathway Homes. Get your comprehensive quote now at pathwayhomes.com.au. QBCC 15281292.
And Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Adam Collins with you. Got Damian Fleming joining me. Cat sticking around as well. It's Captain Pat towards us from the Langer end. Bowls here to KL Rahul. Defends from the balls of his feet out to cover point when Nathan Lyon does the fielding. There will be no run. The old adage, you cannot win a test match in the first session, but you can certainly lose one. India might be 2 wickets away from being in that predicament, Fleming.
Colo, Caddo, listeners, been some fine bowling too. Hazelwood, big Hoff. I'm just saying, he is the underrated guy of the big 4, isn't he? And he doesn't do a lot of media, doesn't seem to bother him, but his percentage of threatening deliveries again today have been massive. He worked Kohli over.
Yeah.
Worked him over.
Old school, wasn't it? Cummins 3 slips the gully, bowls to Rahul, who's stuck around since the start. He leaves this alone. 67 balls for his 26.
And he just sniffs a bit of insecurity. Myself and Kato were talking up the back. Just Kohli's footwork compared to his peak is nowhere. But guns like Hazelwood just realised that. And when you got poor footwork, it's all eyes and hands.
It was such clever bowling because we saw right from the word go, Virat Kohli was a foot out of his crease. And he loves to feel the ball on the bat early in his innings. So Hazelwood was just taking it away from him, 4th, 5th stump line, getting him feeling for the ball and bowling the odd one at the stumps.
Cummins passes umpire Gaffney, delivers here. Rahul defends competently down the pitch.
And what he did so well was the fact that he was knowing that Kohli knew that he was trying to get him out nicking or getting him out on the front foot, LB. But then he decided to just drag the length back, go shorter, which caught Kohli off guard. And then when you see the replay of his footwork, his back foot is still in the air and it hasn't pushed back and anchored, which you need to be able to force with that shot that he was trying to play off the back foot. So he had no real balance or stability. And as a result, in the end, he just fends it to Khawaja at slip.
Cummins on the charge in his 7th over. From the Langer end, bowls to KL Rahul, beats him outside the line.
Well bowled that stock ball, jumped wide of the crease. Opened up the angle a little bit. But just on that technique thing, also Kohli batting out of his crease, but batting with a stable front foot that actually stabilises and pushes your weight back. And the problem with what happens there is you often your back foot will go in the air. So that's exactly what happened. And he's worried about sideways movement. And Josh has gone with the, if I just go release a little bit higher, bowl a bit quicker, I'm going to get that extra bounce.
Here's Cummins to Rahul, who leaves alone. A little bit shorter on that line at the off stump, wide of the off stump. There's a stat that bears it out about Hazelwood as well. I mean, if all the bowlers to have 5,000 deliveries database by CricViz, no one has landed more on a good line and a good length in the history of Test cricket, which goes back, 20-odd years to database, but that's 45.3% of balls that are landing on a good line and a good length at the same time, which it tells the whole story of his career, doesn't it?
Well, it highlights too where Kohli's at, because at the end of the day, he's the only one that can control his footwork. And at 35, the challenge is coming to these conditions with extra pace and bounce. It's that first 10, 20 balls that you've got to survive.
Cummins to finish. All dots so far. Rahul beaten a second time. Super stuff from the captain. Yet to get a wicket, but he's been all over them. 3 for 40, India. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sail with Rahul 26 and Wishart punt on 3.
So you've started building a new house?
Yep.
But weren't you waiting till interest rates came down?
Nah, got on the front foot with Plantation Homes. They've got a fund to pay up to $2,000 a month off your home loan for 12 months, all backed by a $7 billion parent.
That's up to $24,000 off your home loan.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, where are you going? You're next to bat.
Got to see Plantation Homes.
Just call them on 1-800-OI-OI-OI.
What's that?
1-800-646464.
Queensland Proprietary Limited, QBCC 73955.
Morris with us as well, with the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil, charting the Kohli decline.
Yeah, the Kohli decline can be split in half, really, before COVID and after COVID. So 2020 is really the marker that we look at. Before 2020, 84 matches, average of 54, 27 tons, 22 50s, a dominant player in the world, if not the dominant Test cricketer in the world alongside Steve Smith. Since 2020, 35 matches, an average of 31, just 200s. And this was the first time in 7 years that Virat Kohli has failed to reach 20 in 5 consecutive Test innings. The last time was also against Australia in India. So the decline has been steep and it's been across 4 years.
Spot on, thanks Tom Morris. Stark new over. Rishabh Pant facing, hits him on the pad. Decision for umpire Kettlebrat goes the way of the Indian number 5. Just when he paused there, I thought he was genuinely considering it. And so is Cummins with the referral. Cummins wants this. He's seeking confirmation from Alex Carey about height. Yeah. Yep. With 1 second to go, the sign is made. We're going upstairs for IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13 IMAR today.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is not out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
The lovely accent of Richard Illingworth. Yeah, nah, that's the third umpire. 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Yeah, nah. What do you reckon, Flem, first replay?
Gee, that jagged a long way. That might be going down the side.
Please.
That is seen.
Okay, roll through to the pad.
At least 20 centimetres.
Okay, we've got a clear gap between bat and ball. We can go to ball track if
for a right-hander, they're probably going to edge it.
It's done loads.
Okay.
Pitched off stumps, missing by
pitching
some ways. So review lost. It's going over the top as well. I can understand why they were tempted by where the impact was.
That's the problem. Carey's unsided with how much that's moved. And as a bowler in your follow-through, you're trying to get off the danger area. So you're generally pretty good with length when you're bowling for a potential DRS review, but the line's always tough.
So Stark conceded just 3 runs in 5.1 overs. Bowls to punt, full and straight, and dug out to mid-wicket where there won't be a run forward of mid-wicket. That's where Mitchell Marsh is.
So that's significant movement.
Oh, and that's the ball, I think, that's made Mitchell Stark more of a weapon in these last couple of years, particularly under Pat Cummins' captaincy. And the numbers back that up. His numbers under Pat Cummins have been outstanding. 24 matches, 90 wickets at an average of 29, but it's a strike rate 46.9, and that scrambled seam ball that he's bowled so well has made him so much more dangerous to right-handers now, but that just shows how dangerous it can be to a lefty. I think they were uncertain about whether to use it, but because it's Rishabh Pant, I think they thought, let's go for it.
Stark to punt, bowls here, again Yorker length, and dug out at the middle of the bat in the end to Cummins at wideish mid-on where there's no run. There was an interesting interview.
Guys are warming up too.
Say again, sorry? Nathan Lyon warming up.
Is warming up.
We've got, what is it?
But just on that wobbled seam, he was late. It was trending early with Hazelwood and Cummins. Stark was the last one to go to it. But as you said, just that it complements his away swinger to the lefty beautifully. No change of action, just a change of angle of the same.
Stark's halfway through his probing over. Full and straight so far. Bowls here to punt, hits him on the pad, but that's getting him above the knee roll. Usman Khawaja spoke a couple of weeks ago, really good interview with Sam Perry about the difference in batting in Australia now compared to how it was a generation ago, and he identified the cricket ball. The Kookaburra now having the extra layer of lacquer and the reinforced seam. Do you buy much into that the ball's had a big effect on the way?
I'm not blaming Kookaburra because when the pitches were barren for about 4 years, that they were challenged to come up with a ball that could move in those conditions. So Kookaburra have only put something in place that was to get some movement for the faster bowlers, but the pitches have got a lot more grass on them. Just Adelaide Oval day-night test match. MCG, remember that test match when Cookie scored 240? Was it
still there, aren't we? Stark bowls and punt goes through the covers. Won't get to the rope. Didn't quite get all of it. Nathan Lyon in pursuit from point. They'll turn for 2. They'll think about 3 and they'll get 3. So punt up to 6 on a slow scoring morning. 3 for 43. You're dead right. I mean, Kookaburra.
So that ball was because of the bad pitches.
Yeah, and I'm not being critical at all. I guess it's more just an observation that you're right about the pitches plus the ball equals that Australia doesn't feel the same Australia as it did in 18-19 when Pujara faced, what was it, 1,300 deliveries in the season. And
it might have overcorrected. It certainly has in Shield cricket. You know, you hear Moses Henriquez saying it's, say, 30% harder to score runs. Right. So the runs are down, wickets are up. Although, you know, I don't mind that sort of hedging. We might go into a flatter pitch period. But we've got the ball that could still be moving in those conditions.
Last ball of the over, starts KL Rahul over the wicket, defended into the offside end of it, 3 for 43. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Holiday getaway sail with punt on 6. KL Rahul's 26.
There's breakdown on the Bruce Highway, Barumba Downs heading southbound just before the river. Very slow from the Pine Rivers Bridge right up through Burpengary 2. You've got delays on the Gateway Motorway. That's slow from the airport right up through Deagon and Bracken Ridge. A power outage in Thornlands is affecting multiple traffic lights in the area of the Savi. Celebrity Cruises has ruined all other Black Friday offers. For a limited time, get up to 75% off your second guest's fare, plus bonus savings on select dates. Book now, T's and C's apply. That's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport. SENQ, 6:93 a.m.
Fleming is all over it. Nathan Lyon is going to come into the attack. Here for Henley Holmes' big sail must end soon on a ground where he's enjoyed a lot of success as well, including his 500th Test wicket picked up here the last time he bowled.
27 wickets here. Loves the Perth Stadium, and I think part of it is There has been some good foot marks for him. There probably aren't any out there at the moment, given it's day one, but what he has enjoyed is being able to hit foot marks, get bounce, but also the carry, the pace off the wicket. That's what forces errors from the batsman, whether there's first slips in the game, bat pad, leg slips at time. In the last few years, he's had a lot of catches taken at leg slip, particularly once it starts to turn more. And what will be interesting here now, with the bit of moisture in the wicket, is whether he gets a little bit here before lunch and whether Rishabh Pant wants to have a crack, because we see deep mid-on at the moment and mid-off is pretty much almost back on the fence as well.
That's an amazing field first ball.
Long on first ball for line and a deep long off. Round the wicket to Rishabh Pant. He's got a short leg as well, full, and Pant is driving, and Line cuts it off in his follow-through athletically to his left, and the crowd recognises a fine piece of fielding.
He's not a boring cricketer, is he, Rishabh Pant?
He wants to stump cam here. That took some stopping. Line 27 wickets at 18 at this ground. Bowls here, Pant well forward, lunging, defending. Pant, who really took on Line the last time they were here, both at Sydney and at Brisbane. Two marvellous innings that laid the foundation for India's series victory. 4 men back effectively. Line delivers, Pant, lap sweep, gets the angle right, gets the contact right, and gets himself a boundary. They've been rare this morning for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. Pant into double figures. India 3 for 47.
Yeah, I love it. I think that's how he has to play, because I think he senses that he's going to be hard work against the 3 Aussie quicks. So India have to attack Nathan Lyon to get more overs into the 3 quicks, and also try and get Mitch Marsh to the bowling crease, so that may have an impact on his batting. If he gets, he has to bowl 10 or 15 overs a day. He hasn't been doing a lot of that in recent times.
Line to the crease and bowls, and Pant gets forward, then thinks about having a whack, but dead bats it instead. Rishabh Pant 5 times in Test cricket, but a lot of runs as well. High strike rate.
Just with the way he plays, he's smothering the ball so much. I can't pick up whether Lyon's getting any turn.
Interesting. Head's already moved out of short leg, Fleming, into leg slip.
Yep.
Hasn't taken long for a small adjustment. Almost a leg gully more than a leg slip. It's quite a wide-ish position. David Warner used to field for Lyon. Who bowls here, Rishabh, a bit fuller, smothers the spin, as you say.
If you rolled up to the ground right now and didn't know what the scoreboard said, but you looked at the field, you would look at it and go, the batting team must be on top, because there's 4 guys out in the fence, and it's quite remarkable, really, because India are 3 for 47, but I can understand why Pat Cummins is doing it.
Line bowls to Rishabh, who defends once again, just the boundary from the over. 3 for 47. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes' big sale. Must end soon. Rishabh's 10, KL Rahul's 26.
Celebrity Cruises has ruined all other Black Friday offers. For a limited time, get up to 75% off your second guest's fare, plus bonus savings on select dates. Book now. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need muscle support? Meet your magnesium match with Swiss's range. Now half price at Woolworths. Shop Swiss tablets, powders and gummies. Don't miss out on this limited time offer.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Run scorer is KL Rahul with 26. That's for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. It wasn't Virat Kohli out for 5, the third in the sequence this morning. Kat, we heard the numbers about Kohli's decline before from Tom. It really does stout, doesn't it? The Stark takes off away from us at the members' end. So that man Rahul bowls here, and he plays at a ball and ends up in the gloves of Carey. Just slid across him on the angle, Kat.
Yeah, those numbers sum up that it's always hard for the great players, whatever era, to maintain throughout their whole careers, and he is getting towards the back end of his career at 35. I'm certainly not writing him off after 1 innings today, because Hazelwood worked him over beautifully. But the question, only he will be able to answer this, is whether losing the captaincy has played a part in that, because since he hasn't been captain prior to this test, he was averaging under 39 compared to 54.8 as captain. You just wonder whether that's had an effect on him.
Stark delivers, and KL Rahul has edged it. That's the question they're asking.
There is a noise.
Umpire Kettleborough keeps the finger down. And it's Cummins going straight upstairs. He's not going to wait till it counts down. He's made the tee already.
I heard a noise.
Yeah, it sounded good.
Yeah.
Through the stump mic, we heard it. The question is, was it bat on ball or bat on something else? It certainly won't be ball on something
TV
else.
umpire to director, we have a player review for a catch behind. Original decision on field is not out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. Can have a look at front on, please.
DRS for Imar, call 1-3 Imar. They burnt a review in Stark's previous over. Watching the first replay here.
Can someone get him a butter menthol or something?
We've got a front on view, please.
Mentioned before, he's got a lovely accent, Richard Illingworth, but not quite so much then. So, not conclusive, the reverse
I can't
angle.
see anything from there. Can we go to Snicko, please?
That's got to hit the bat, hasn't it?
Is Snicko? Yep, it sure has. Umpire Kettleborough, one of the best in the business, but he's going to have to change his decision.
As well.
Australia.
And the split screen.
Yeah, we're seeing the split screen just to confirm it, but that's a spike. That's sufficient, surely. Can't see a world where that's not going to be overturned. Although...
He's walking out the bat, KL Rahul.
It is an odd sequence of events, because normally when we see the spike, it's an immediate, well, we're going to have to change your decision, but...
Yeah, if we can see with the split screen with an offside angle, please.
The toe of his bat hits his pad.
Okay. Richard, I doubt it's a spike as the ball is passing the outside edge. I'm going to have to ask you to reverse your decision to out.
The hole's gone down there. He's marked centre.
So it's a second wicket for Stark. He's been immaculate this morning. Australia are on a roll. They've got India 4 for 47 at Perth before lunch. KL Rahul, who'd been there throughout, caught behind for 26. Kerry has another catch. Flem.
Yeah, he can't believe it. He knows he hit his pad, but whether he felt the ball hitting his bat, because it looked pretty obvious when we had Snicko, and it looks like the ball's gone past the bat, then his bat hits the pad.
The challenge for the third umpire in that situation, Kat, is that they don't have agency to decide whether the spike is for something else or not unless it's clear. Like they're left in a situation like that where spike next to the edge. That is fundamentally the way the process works, isn't it?
What I'm confused about is the split screen on the right. It's not showing the ball going past the outside edge.
Really?
Okay.
So he's walking off and gives us a chance to hear for the first time.
There's no doubt, you know, he thinks, well, he did hit, his bat did hit the pad, but that looked to me that it hit the outside edge as well.
It sounded good live in the stump cam.
And it didn't sound like pad, did it? Just a little flick.
So the third umpire was for Imar.
Never trade his mate. That's Imar.
Well, new season, new jingle. I like it.
And big wicket too, isn't it? If they got down 3 for 50 at lunch, they're in the game there. You know, 40 minutes, wicket flattens out a little bit. And Real he battled really, really hard there against some quality bowling.
Oh, he played beautifully.
2 for 6 Stark's now got from 6.2 overs. That record at Perth gets all the better. Tom Morris with us as well.
Just hot spot. Not even a...
Hot spot no longer exists for the purpose of what we're doing here.
But you judge the reaction from the slips. They all went up straight away. They were convinced.
I feel sympathy with the third umpire.
What happened to hot spot?
They didn't trust the dependability.
Oh, okay.
They jettisoned it. They're happy with Snicko. So Stark here to continue the over. Gerard, first ball inside edge onto the front pad, spills out into the offside, no run. So just to come back to that point so the listeners understand what I said before, like the umpire doesn't have a lot of agency when it comes. If there's a spike next to the edge, they don't permit themselves to speculate about what else it might be. The default option is, well, it's the outside edge, unless they have conclusive evidence of there being a big gap.
What about when you're reversing a decision, though?
Yeah, it's the Snicko rules everything. We saw that in the test match that India played against New Zealand recently when Rishabh was given out bat pad on the final afternoon. Very similar, where there was some bat on pad as well. Stark bowls here well wide of the off stump to Gerard, the new man, leaves alone outside
We
the off
always need
stump.
a bit of controversy. Australia versus India, first session.
And Kat, Gerard great start to his Test career. 3 Test matches against England, and he looks like it was meant to be when he replaced KS Brad as wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he came in against England and did very well in India, and played beautifully in the Australian A game at the MCG. Played well on both knocks, 80 and 68, in what was quite a low-scoring match. So he'll be coming in reasonable confidence.
Stark to Gerard, short leg in, plays late under his eyes, deflects to the gully, no run. So he made 90 at Ranchi, which was crucial. They were behind the game, India, after Joe Root made 100 on day 1. He came in when they were 5 for 161 and nudged them up to 307, batting with the lower order, getting 90, last man out. So it showed a degree of maturity for a young man that he's ready for this level. He was the wicket-keeper then, but he's battered himself into a specialist spot inside the top 6.
He's got an amazing story.
First-class cricket, so, mate, you're in the game.
His dad was a war veteran. He wanted to join the army, but he basically...
Stark to finish, out to the offside. We'll pick this up, Kat, after the break. It's the end of a successful over. Another wicket maiden for Mitchell Stark. 2 for 6 from 7 for the left armour. 4 for 47 is the score. Punts on 10, Gerard yet to score.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Run scorer in the session, KL Rahul for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Nathan Lyon continues. Langer bowls to punt, who leaves alone. Lets it spin into the gloves of Carey. Adam Collins with you, Damian Fleming and Simon Katich with me.
But near lunch, bring him in. Bring the fielders in. If he wants to go over the top, you beauty, but he could get you a wicket before lunch, and a big one in punt.
Long off and long on all the way back. Line bowls, punt defends.
Yeah, just going back to that story about Gerard. So he wanted to join the army, but his father was against him playing cricket. So the youngster kept it secret from him. And then the dad must have realised when he saw the name in the paper for all the runs he was scoring.
Line to punt, who defends.
The way it reads to me, he confronted the son, there's a guy with the same name as you scoring runs.
Actually, he's glad he let him play now.
Bring him in, have catches around the bat.
Facing line, wide of the crease, around the wicket, defending. So they may view the long off as a catching position with punt,
No, but just one on the offside there.
Yeah.
Like, we're just near lunch.
Here we go, deep points coming up.
Yes. Not enough for me. At least one of long on or long off come up.
So good to have Richard Punt back in international cricket, isn't it? Facing line, he leaves alone. Punt, who had that horrific car accident which nearly killed him, and also from a cricket perspective required a surgery on his knee with a ligament tear. So he, in addition to all of the impact injuries, there was the rehabilitation on his knee. 100 upon return against Bangladesh a few months ago. Bowling here is line. He's forward. It's the pad, but it's outside the leg stump. They don't really appeal. Be it for line for the time being. Got another few minutes until lunch. You might get another go. 4 for 47, punts on 10. Gerard's yet to score.
The M1 is a slow run southbound from 8 Mile Plains, pretty much all the way down to Gavin if you're heading for the Gold Coast. On the north side, we're slow on the Gateway from the airport right up through Deagon and Bracken Ridge. Delays on the Bruce Highway up and down around Mango Hill. A power outage in Thornlands affecting multiple traffic lights in the area. The MG Century sales on with unmissable deals across the range, like the MG4 from just $32,990 drive away. Visit your local MG dealership today. T's and C's apply. That's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of Sport SENQ, 6:93 a.m.
Going here for India, 4 for 47, run rate under 2. Not many boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Stark's got the short leg back. Bowling here to Gerard, yet to get off the mark. Delivers and beats the edge. Squares him up a treat.
That's it. Bowlology gold there from Mitchell Stark. He's just going to let himself go over before lunch. Just the angle is enough. He's so fast as well.
Loves bowling at this
ground.
ground.
Well to nick that.
Yeah. Oh, that's jagged. That's an absolute beauty from Stark.
Not known for his economy rate, but going at 1 and over. Doing everything right.
One of your scrambled seam
Yeah, beautiful.
3-quarter ones he called. Flam.
And I'd be not forgetting about the traditional in-swinger this over.
The last over before lunch, as well as the clock nearly reaches 12:20 local time. Extra man into the cordon, so 4 slips, a gully and a short leg. All out attack. Gerard on Nort, facing Stark, facing up here. Leg stump line defended. If I can get one more here, well, makes it incredibly tough for India to find their way back in this first innings. This partnership has so much riding on it.
Yeah, Rahul was a big wicket. He battled really hard, batted with a lot of patience. 3 down at lunch. You'd say plenty of wickets in hand. It's only going to get easier for batting.
Stark. In. Bowls. Gerard, short ball, awkwardly shovelled out into the leg side. Alex Carey goes around to leg gully and picks it up.
That shot. He had no room, did he, to play that shot at all? And just before lunch as well.
Yeah, it's the line.
Just
cramping him into that sort of rib cage region, trying to tuck him up into the left shoulder, which is the perfect spot. You can see Travis Head, he's waiting for one to just bob up there. One just went to sort of almost a leg gully.
Yeah. He stands up to ride that. Travis Head might get a catch there.
145 kilometres an hour at pace. Stark again goes forward into the cordon, doesn't get gripped by 4th slip. McSweeney was up, tried to drag it in, would have taken something miraculous.
Well, he's off the mark. You take the boundary.
It'll make for an interesting replay. It was flying, Flem.
The half volley works it in towards there. Yeah, it just would have been an absolute blinder. It was behind him. We have seen those taken before, but that would have been a bonus wicket there for Mitchell Stark.
So it takes India to 50, not even acknowledged by the crowd. The Indian crowd, that is. Plenty of Indian support here, over towards our left, behind the goal, so to speak. That's the Bharat army at that end of the ground. Usually the Swami army sits somewhere else. Short legs back. Gerard rides the bounce into the offside. No run. 1 ball left in the session. Where do you go with it, Flem? Last ball, what's your decision as the bowler?
I'd like him to go the in-swing. He'll probably go the wobble seam, but just to be able to bring it just brings him more disposals. I think the wobble seam's outside edge, but the in-swinger, bowled LB, they can also nick it. But there's been more seam than swing. Is it fair to say that?
So a session that's been all Australia's. It finishes here with Mitchell Stark away from us to Gerard. It is full, but it's driven. Checks the drive out to mid-off. Where the fielding's done by Nathan Lyon. Over is called by umpire Kettleborough. And that will be that. The first 2 hours of the series have been excellent for Australia. 4 India wickets falling. Rishabh Pant 10, Gerard on 4. But beforehand, there was so much action running through the card. Jaiswal, his first test match in Australia. First innings lasted 8 balls, caught by McSweeney on debut in the gully from the bowling of Stark. It was 1 for 5. Jaiswal, naught. Devdutt Padigal was the second man to fall, also a duck. Caught behind for the bowling of Hazlewood from 23 deliveries. Hard held there by the Australian quicks. Virat Kohli also caught behind, worked over by Hazlewood, who was sensational. Kohli out for 5 and the 4th in the sequence. KL Rahul given out, caught behind by the 3rd umpire on review. Carey's second catch, Stark's second wicket. The score at that stage, 4 for 47. This pair have put on 4 in a couple of overs. It gives Stark 2 for 10 from 8. Hazlewood 2 for 10 from 8. Gorgeous, the both of them. Cummins none for 23 from 7. And Nathan Lyon, a couple of overs, none for 4. We've been here for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Kat, your impressions of the first couple of hours after India, remember, won the toss and batted.
Well, I think the thing that stood out to me was just the discipline of the Australian attack. We saw identical figures from both Stark and Hazlewood, 2 for 10 off 8 overs, and that, just reeks of suffocating the opposition. There was no freebies, They found it hard to rotate strike, and there's inexperience at the top of the Indian order with no Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill out. It really stood out. Young Jacewell on debut here in Australia found it tough early on, driving on the up to Mitchell Starc and hitting in the air to Mick Sweeney for his first catch in Test cricket at Gully. And then young Patekal, who just basically got anchored at one end, couldn't get off strike. Hazelwood worked him over and then eventually sparted a ball that just nipped away from him and feathered a catch through to Alex Carey. I think it was a 23-ball duck. Yeah. So that was the thing that stood out, was just the relentless pressure, and I think we expected that going into the series. It's certainly not an easy wicket to bat on, particularly against a new ball, but I think that last wicket for me, KL Rahul battled manfully and did a very good job and looked really good at the crease. I think him and Rishabh Pant starting after lunch would have been a really good complementary partnership together, but Australia have struck again, and that's where I think they've got the advantage in this series with their quicks.
It's been this quartet who've been playing in both the series Australia lost against India, and they've been so good so far. Plenty of appeals. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We're moving towards our lunch break, which will be Tom Morris and UCAT afterwards. And, of course, don't miss the Women's Ashes. See Australia ignite in the Women's Ashes this January 12 until the 2nd of February. Search Ashes tickets. OK, we'll take a breather here at Optus Stadium. India in a lot of trouble at lunch on day one. They're 4 for 51. Back in a moment with Tom Morris and Simon Katich.
He drives and he's caught at Gully. McSweeney straight into the action.
Hazelwood bowling and edging and caught behind. That is spot on from Josh Hazelwood.
Hazelwood into him and Kohli. Rising delivery, fended it for first slip and he's out. It's Hazelwood who proves the danger. KL Rahul has edged it. That's the question they're asking.
There is a noise.
Umpire Kettleborough keeps the finger down. Nico. Yep, it sure has. So it's a second wicket for Starc. He's been immaculate this morning. Australia are on a roll. They've got India 4 for 47.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got them and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
This is the lunch break. India 4 for 51. The Australians very much with the better of the tourists in the opening session of play for this Border Gavaskar series. This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we'll bowl you away with our better prices. Simon Katich, if you're Pat Cummins, you'd be a pretty happy captain right now.
Very much so. It's all going according to plan. They might have lost the toss, but I don't think he would have minded too much being out there day one here at Optus Stadium, to be able to get out there and make the most of what is a green wicket with a little bit of moisture and some movement off the seam.
It's looked like an Indian top order, which has been a little bit mixed in recent years, hasn't it? And recent weeks, because they've got a top three which is mismatched. They're missing a couple, and the Australians bowled very well.
Yeah, two of their top three, obviously Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, not here for a variety of reasons, with the birth of Rohit Sharma's second child and Gill injuring himself. But I think what stood out was just the relentless nature of the Australian attack. They just suffocated the Indians. Even trying to rotate strike was tough, and that's something that makes it very, very difficult first morning of a test match if you can't get down the other end and just have a breather for a few balls and work with your partner. They weren't allowed to do that, and as a result, the pressure just became too much for them.
Mitchell Starc's got interesting figures for a guy who bowled 4 byes down the leg side to start the day, and a wide and a no ball, 2 for 10 off 8. That's very un-Mitchell Starc-like.
Well, I think this is the difference in him in the last few years since Pat Cummins has taken over as captain. I think he's added weapons to his armoury, that sort of three-quarter scrambled seam ball that we talk about that deviates away from the right-hander. Well, that today has posed problems right from the word go to the left-handers, because it's been seaming back in. Yes, it went down leg side for 4 byes early, but that ball in itself can sow the seed of doubt in the batsman's mind when they know he's trying to swing it away from them. And, you know, at the end of the day, he got a big wicket getting Jacewell out. He's a good young player, but he wasn't in a good enough position to be able to drive the ball first morning here in Perth.
Virat Kohli is going to be the big discussion point all summer, especially if he doesn't make any runs. We know he didn't make any today, 5 off 12 balls. He was caught by Khawaja at first slip off Josh Hazelwood. But what did you make of the way he looked out in the middle? Was the Virat Kohli that you wanted to see or not?
Oh, mixture. I think it's certainly not easy in those conditions today. And given the quality of Hazelwood and the length that he bowls, he knew, Virat Kohli knew that Hazlewood was going to work him over around the off stump. And as a result, the first ball he faced, he was a foot outside of his crease, so he's trying to nullify the length that Hazlewood bowls. And then he was trying to get outside the line of off stump with his front pad. But as a result, he started playing at balls that he probably could have been letting go. And then Hazlewood, it was a beautiful piece of setting up. He brought his length back, bowled into the wicket, got some bounce, and Kohli wasn't expecting it. And as a result, he's trying to press forward, and it was a ball that should have been played on the back foot. And when you see him make contact with the ball, his back foot's in the air, so he had no anchor, no sort of, I guess, stability with his head position or his body to be able to play that ball off the back foot, and as a result, ended up just fending one, and Khawaja did the rest at first slip.
You've played a lot of cricket in Perth. Was Kohli's strategy to get outside the crease and push forward hard, is that the right one?
Look, it's hard because I think he's had success here in the past. He made a magnificent 100 here. I think it was in 2017 or 18 when they were here. 18-19. And it was a phenomenal knock, given it's not been an easy place for overseas, well, opposition batsmen to score big runs. And it was his on driving that day that stood out. And he played one today back down the ground for 3. And I thought, oh, this is a good sign. Whenever someone's on driving the ball, it means they're nice and balanced and they're picking up the line and length well. But I think it was a class piece of bowling from Hazlewood, so he deserves a lot of the credit there. I'd be reluctant to write Kohli off just yet. It's one innings, and it was tricky out there this morning. So, but the danger signs are there with the numbers. As you rightly mentioned before, Tom, his numbers are heading south. And, you know, when you hit 35 years of age and come to these shores on quick bouncy wickets against this quality attack, it makes me nervous.
Yeah, it's unusual for a batter to have numbers that go south at the age of 31 or 32. At 35, but this is four years in the making that we've seen this. It's a long summer. Bharat has been very clear. They're not dropping him, even if he makes 3 ducks in a row, but it's certainly one to watch. Pat Cummins, no wicket for 23 off 7. Nathan Lyon bowled 2 overs. But I guess if there was going to be a controversial moment this morning, it was with KL Rahul when he was given out caught behind off Mitchell Starc, 26 off 74 balls. We asked the question in commentary, Cato, why is there no hotspot? And the simple reason is it's not mandated by the ICC. It's left up to each individual member board whether they want it or not. Cricket Australia then leaves it up to the host broadcaster, and Fox believes it's too expensive. And it's also it's debatable whether it's precise enough or not. That's why we don't have hotspot today. But KL Rahul wasn't happy. He clearly believed he didn't hit that delivery.
Yeah, look, you could probably say that it looked like there might have been a chance that his bat clipped his pad on the way through when he was sparring at the ball. I think he applied himself beautifully today. He looked really good. I thought what stood out for me was his footwork. He was trying to press forward as much as he could, which is not easy on a wicket like that when you know there's a bit of deviation and you know that the Australian quicks hit a very good length. They don't give you too many half volleys, just get on the front foot and whack through mid-off or cover. But he was getting himself in good positions. He was just starting to look dangerous. A couple of nice shots through the covers and a couple of threes here and there. But unfortunately for him, he just sparred at one that maybe he could have let go and in the end paid the price. But it was a good piece of bowling from Mitchell Starc, and both he and Hazlewood were standouts.
Do you expect Rishabh Pant to continue to attack in the second session? He only knows one way, doesn't he?
He does, but I think from a team perspective, they'll need to knuckle down here, win the first half hour, try and get some sort of momentum with the partnership, and then, you know, put a bit of pressure back on. I think he only knows one way, but I still think he'll have to restart after lunch and make sure that he pays the Australian quicks the respect they deserve.
You spoke about Nathan Lyon's field that he's set to the left-hander. We know that Pant likes to go hard. Australia's right on top, and they had 4 men out to begin with. Is that the right tactical move from Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon?
Yeah, look, you can't question what Pat Cummins does because he gets the right results, and they're out there playing the game, so they see it as they see it out there, given the way the conditions are playing firsthand. So we can sit up here and speculate, and I agree with what Damian Fleming was saying. Last over before lunch, do you want to entice him and bring the fielders up and see if he wants to play a big shot for a 4 or 6 just before lunch in the hope that you might buy a wicket? So I agree with that, but then you can't really knock Pat Cummins either because he knows that if you bring the field up, it might just give an easy boundary to Rishabh Pant because he'll try and take it. But look, that's his decision to make, and so far he's been amazing.
He's starting with 2 seamers after lunch?
I think so. I think, you know, when the ball's only 25 overs old and they've been the most threatening, not saying Nathan Lyon hasn't bowled well, but I just think if you put your, I guess, thinking into how the Indian batsmen are, you go, what would they prefer to face? And you'd probably say at this point in time, they'd probably prefer to face Nathan Lyon, given that they're good players of spin. And the way the seamers are bowled, you'd say they probably wouldn't want to face any of those three guys.
Nathan McSweeney took the first catch of the summer at Gully. How's he feeling sitting down eating his lunch right now? Big relief, I'd imagine.
Oh, he'll be feeling $1 million because he's contributed in the test. He's got him, right from the word go. He's been sharp, took a good catch. And then just before lunch there, Gerard slashed one just past him. But, yeah, look, he'll be enjoying his time out there. And hopefully that settles his nerves before he goes out to bat.
Who's the player of the day contender thanks to Bingley, better living every day? Who have you liked so far?
Oh, Hazelwood for me. He worked young Patakal over relentlessly, got him, and then the big wicket of Coley. That's a massive wicket today. So to get him cheaply, I think he deserves the credit.
And the Bendix break big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. Who are you nominating for that?
Big moment's probably, getting Coley out because his record here in Australia is outstanding. And, regardless of recent form, you know that someone like him is going to be up for the fight. So that's a big wicket for Australia.
I know you're glass half full, Cato, but the dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows, lighten the load with Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Who are you having a dig at lunchtime?
Well, it's an easy target. It's a young kid. I don't like to pick on young kids generally.
Generally.
What I will say is that, young Jacewell comes to these shores. He's got a very, very good reputation. He will be a fine player. But you can't come to these shores and think you can drive Mitchell Starc on the up first morning of a test match and not really get into the ball. He was off the ball. Front foot didn't really get towards the line enough and threw his hands at it and the ball went in the air to gully. So he'll learn a valuable lesson from today.
You got to feel as well for Patakal, 23 deliveries, a duck, a long time at the crease. He'd be pretty flat given it's only his second test match and he's so highly regarded in short form cricket. But that was difficult for him out there today.
Oh, it was. He's a good young player. I know him firsthand from having worked with him in the IPL a few years ago at RCB. And good young kid. He made 60-odd on debut against England, played well, but I think that was in a completely different role too. I think he was down the order in that test. Whereas
he came in at 4 and he came in at 2 for 275.
Yeah, bit different today where you're batting 3 and you're in there early on against a quality attack. This is probably one of Australia's greatest ever attacks. You look at them statistically and they're all absolute guns. So, I think the big learning for him today will be that he needs to find a way to be able to rotate strike because you can't just keep absorbing ball after ball after ball against these guys. You've got to find a way, whether it's changing where you're batting in the crease or whether you move across the crease to nullify the line outside off stump so that you can maybe tuck the ball into the leg side. You can't just allow someone like Hazelwood to just keep dotting you up over after over because, as we saw today, you're going to end up perishing.
From the job site to your backyard, lighten your load. It was Sherlock. That's the dig, and I love it when you just have a little dig at a young player from the opposition, Cato. This lunch break quiz is back after the break. 1300 736 736. An exciting part of the summer, Simon. One caller goes head-to-head with a member of the SEN commentary team. Over 5 questions, the winner picks up a $50 Ponting Wines voucher. Get on the line now, 1300 736 736. I think Adam Collins is cooking up something to do with India v Australia, maybe in Perth. He's certainly an encyclopedia of cricket knowledge. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and Hejaz. Halal home loans and investments with Hejaz. Okay, so how do you feel the second session will play out then, given what we've seen over the first 2 hours of cricket?
Generally, with the sun being out now, you'd expect the wicket to probably, if it's lost a little bit of moisture and start to harden up a bit more, it might quicken up a little bit, which the batsman won't mind, particularly if it starts coming on the bat a little bit quicker. But I guess the biggest thing that we've seen in that first session was there was some sideways movement, and that's the tricky part, because if it does quicken up with a little bit of sideways movement, ball's still 25 over results, so it should still have a reasonable seam on it. So that's going to be the challenge, particularly in the first 30, 40 minutes. If they can get through that and get it to sort of 40-odd overs old, and then we'll see definitely Nathan Lyon in the attack, maybe Mitch Marsh to break it up. That's when maybe Rishabh Pant and Dhruv Jurel can try and push things along, and not that they need to, but just be able to put a little bit more pressure back on Australia.
Still the right call to bat first from an Indian perspective, do you think?
Yeah, I think they had to. I think the history of the ground suggests that you can dictate terms batting first, but it was a challenge for their inexperienced top order against that class attack.
Go and get some lunch downstairs, Simon. Current crowd is 26,758. That's a record for any day of Test cricket in WA. That's about 2,000 more than day one at the Wacker in 06-07. The quiz is next. 1300 736 736.
On SEN Test Cricket, India, they won the toss and batted. They're 4 for 51 at the first break of this series. A couple of wickets for Stark, a couple of wickets for Hazelwood. India in a world of pain. But before we are in the second part of lunch, for the first time this summer, let's go to the
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TNT at hostplus.com.au.
Lunchtime quiz. I love calling the cricket, but I love being a quiz master as well. Adam Collins with you. Up on the back bench here is Tom Morris. The idea here is that one caller faces off against one of our SEN cricket team for a $50 Ricky Ponting Wines voucher. Experience Ponting Wines with every Royal Caribbean cruise. And our caller is from where I was born, Sumit in North Dandenong. Hello to you.
G'day, Adam. How you doing?
I'm going exceedingly well. Wouldn't want to be anywhere but here. Great to have you with us. Now, the format is simple. I'm going to ask 5 questions, and with each question, you will buzz in. So your buzzer is simply your name. Give me a buzzer test, Sumit.
Sumit.
Yep, great. Love it. Tommy, buzzer test.
Tom.
Great. You're both up with what we're doing.
100% so far.
Okay, and it's simple. Whoever gets the most points wins. Fastest finger first, as they would have said on Sailor of the Century with Glen Ridge or something like that. And I do have a tiebreaker question, and there is a bonus point to be won as well. So
good luck. Here we go.
The topic today on the first day of the series is exactly that. The first day of Border Gavaskar Trophy series. It started in 1996, so we're not going all the way back to 1947 when India started playing Australia over here. From 96 onwards when it's been called the Border Gavaskar. And the first question is as follows. On day one of the Border Gavaskar in 2017, who was the player who had to retire to use the bathroom? In Pune. Gerard and I were there.
Is there a clue what country?
Australian.
Tom. Peter Handscomb.
Not Peter Handscomb. There we go. Thanks, Pato.
Am I out then?
I'm out. No, it's a free swing here for Sumit. Okay. Who was the Australian batter who had to retire to use the bathroom and just made it?
Langer?
Quite hear you there. No. Pato, maybe turn up Sumit at the other end if you can, please, mate.
That's a good start from us.
So, it was Matthew Renshaw.
It was.
And he came back and made 70. And Alan Border sledged him on the telly.
I remember that. I remember the sledge more than the incident.
Our commentary box, anyway, another time for that. The last time India were here in 2020, there was a day-night test at Adelaide to begin the series. Who was run out for 74? Which Indian batter was run out for 74 late in the day and went absolutely nuts at his partner? Sumit.
Kohli?
It was for Kohli. I think he's still yelling at Ajinkya Rahane on the way off the ground. Wasn't his fault, Kohli was saying. Anyway, these things happen sometimes. 1-0 Sumit. Third question. On the first day of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, that was in 1996, a test match at Delhi, which Western Australian spinner was handed his baggy green cap?
Tom. Robertson.
No.
Brad Hogg.
No.
Brad Hogg.
Oh, you might have given it away.
Oh, sorry.
Gavin Robertson's from New South Wales, first of all. You're going well. Sumit, who was the West Australian spinner?
Bradley Hogg.
Oh, Bradley Hogg it was.
I had it right.
George Bradley Hogg.
I was thinking of Bradley Hogg in my mind.
You're 2-0 up. I'm going to give you a bonus question here. Who was Brad Hogg's spin twin in that test match?
Colin Miller?
It wasn't Funky Miller. I couldn't quite hear you again there. Might have to get you turned up at my end so I can hear you a bit better. But nevertheless, no, it wasn't Funky Miller. It was Peter McIntyre.
Oh, was it?
Australia a legend from 94-95.
Right.
Got his second test match in 96 in India. Right, so it's 2-0 up, 2 questions to go. You can still level it up, and there is a bonus question, if needed, for the tiebreaker. In 2004, an Australian made a century on test debut at the mighty Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore on the first day of the series. Who was it, Tom?
Michael Clark.
Michael Clark, bang. He was about 90-odd not out overnight, wasn't he? So it's not quite true, but he did get 100.
Batted in a baggy green and danced down the wicket to Kumble all day. It was unbelievable.
Very good from you. Good
That's right in my sweet spot. Not 1996.
You're 2-1 down, one to play. Yeah. 2-1 down, 1 to play. Okay. Opening day of the series last year, 2023. Which Australian bowler picked up his maiden Test wicket just before the close at Nagpur?
Oh, Tom.
Oh, gosh. Mitch is pointing at Tom. Tom, you get a go at this.
Todd Murphy.
It was Hot Todd Murphy. Took 7 for.
He did.
And KL Rahul caught and bowled just before the close of play to get his tally going. Right, it's 2-all. It's a come from behind 2-all, which means we need to refer to our bonus question. This is rarefied air. It doesn't happen too often. Normally, Simon Katich has won 5-0 by now. Sumit, are you ready for this? Get ready with the fastest finger. Tie-break question. Opening day of the 2018-19 series at Adelaide Oval, who took a screamer in the gully to get rid of...
Am I meant to win or not? Usman Khawaja.
Tom has done you over. Didn't even get to finish the question.
I got progressively more competitive. I apologise.
Usman Khawaja. You know what? Here's the deal, Sumit. You're still going to get the wine voucher. It's not going to Tom. I'll give you the tip. The $50 Pontings wine voucher. Experience Ponting wines every Royal Caribbean cruise. Every single day of this series, we'll do a different kind of quiz. There'll always be something going. Sumit, please call again. Please do it again.
Sorry, Sumit.
Please pass on my love to North Dandenong and Lindale Secondary College and all the rest of it.
I will do that, buddy. Thank you.
It's been great to have you with us. Congratulations, Tom. We better go to a break. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and Hijaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Back after the break with the second session of the series here at Perth, India. Will be resuming at 4 for 51.
The second session.
The lunch break coming to its close here in Perth. And day one, session 2 is just about upon us. India 4 for 51 after Australia caused havoc with the ball. Top quality bowling from a revered attack. Stark, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10. Hazlewood, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10. Pat Cummins, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. And Nathan Lyon, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. And Chasewell, Court McSweeney bowled Stark for naught. It was 1 for 5. Patakal, Court Carey bowled Hazlewood for naught. It was 2 for 14. Kohli, Court Khawaja bowled Hazlewood for 5. It was 3 for 32. And Rahul, Court Carey bowled Stark for 26, 4 for 47. Now 4 for 51. Our weather is just gorgeous. The day has got better and better as we've gone along. Those clouds have completely disappeared. It's 23 degrees. This is the maximum temperature. And then it gets hot from here. Tomorrow, 29. Sunday, 33. 29, 31 by the end of the test match, should we require 5 days. The weather is for Beacon Trade. The tradie's key partner is lighting, fans and electrical. And the pitch, it's been bowler-friendly through the first 2 hours, but the bowling has been exceptional. For Mole Map, get a Mole Map. 1 check, 2 experts. Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Bharat.
Hello, Gerard.
So the question everybody's asking, Bharat, is was Rahul out?
I was just coming to that. You spoke about the temperature here. The temperature is rising back in India because the Indian sentiment is it wasn't out. But my question is, and I'm sure you guys have discussed this, and that is our debate going on there. Why didn't they go to hotspot and why didn't they use another angle?
So there's no hotspot for this series. The broadcaster hasn't paid for it, and because of the peculiarities with the way these things work, it's not a governing body jurisdiction where it clearly should be. But the process that we were given, so there's no question that Rahul hit his pad. So we had to see more on Snicko. If there were 2 spikes, he hit it. If there was 1 spike, he hit his pad. It felt like just an incomplete process to me. You only had to roll it 2 or 3 more frames on the audio to get to the answer. And because it had been given not out on the field, if there was only 1 spike, that's the pad. If there are 2 spikes, boom, boom, that was the pad. I just didn't quite understand how we didn't get to the correct answer.
And you saw Richard Kettleburgh's body language. Like, he obviously has the on-field umpire, he can't show anything, but it was a very unconvincing raise of the finger. And even the way he crossed his arms, because you're absolutely right. There was just 1 spike and there was a gap, and then obviously whatever you see on the spike once the ball goes past. But it was strange, and I thought they reached the decision a bit too quickly as well. They could have like I said earlier, maybe another angle would have given you a better view of what happened. It clearly the bat hit pad, and KL Rahul is not the sort to carry on. So you could see he was really disappointed, and even before it was given out, he walked back to his mark. It felt like he was having a chat with the Australian cricketers. He was convinced he was not out, but well, it's that kind of morning, that kind of start to the series for India.
Yeah, so I think visually there's every chance that he nicked it, but that's not the question when it's been given out on field. And so that the pictures don't marry up with the audio, so don't get lost in that. Don't get lost in the freeze frame, which has the spike and the ball past the bat. It's not, that part of it is not the representation. But because you could clearly see that he had hit his pad beyond the ball, is the second spike, the second shooter, would have given us the answer. 2 spikes, he's out, 1 spike, and that's the bat hitting the pad. It was very odd, and I just don't feel like we quite got to the complete process. And the absence of hotspot sort of takes us right back to the origin of the DRS system, where it's the host broadcaster and the local playing conditions, rather than enforced by the ICC and rolled out by the suitable authority, which in this case is Cricket Australia.
The only thing I can say is it's an Australia-India series, and you needed some controversy. Yes. There you have it. Play, gentlemen.
Mitch Marsh bowled during the lunch break to ready himself for this, so he's been brought into the attack from the Justin Langer stand end. He's playing as a proper all-rounder, as it was described. He's going to have to do some bowling in this series. Rishabh Pant is on strike. First ball after lunch, and Pant leaves a full delivery from Marsh.
It feels like 12 months ago. Mitch Marsh, I remember, bowled the first over after the lunch break back then as well. He's been bowling a lot. He's looked in the best rhythm I've seen him with the ball for a while. He bowled at the WACA, he bowled here in the nets for quite a while. 2 days out from this test. And yeah, a lot of disappointment already in India, Gerard. Lots of dread.
Yes. Marsh over the wicket. Pant turns from his pad. He didn't get it at all. It just falls away. You can correspond with us right throughout the summer. 0433 98 11 16 direct to the broadcast box from wherever you are around the world. And I'm sure there are plenty of Indian fans who have an axe to grind early.
And at a time when they're just coming off that Mumbai test, when a lot of Indian fans believe they were robbed of a test win, when Rishabh Pant was given out controversially by an Australian, Paul Rifle, overturned the decision just like what we saw today. They'll all add up.
Harshian bowls. Pant, short delivery, got it down in front of himself.
And also at a time when KL Rahul just seemed to be getting into his zone. He'd survived the torrid spell from all 3 fast bowlers. It looked like he was just breaking free. He'd hit a couple of boundaries of Pat Cummins, and then for it to happen at that point, I mean, all I can say is, thank God it wasn't Virat Kohli.
The magnitude of these things does grow by the personality at the centre of them. There's no hesitation at the top of his mark. Rishabh Pant, such a centrepiece of this Indian batting lineup. He plays away from the body, blunts the ball out near Gully. McSweeney quickly off the blocks, fields no run.
Every time I look at Rishabh Pant now, Gerard, I can't not recall that accident. And I went there to India to shoot some stuff for Channel 7, as you know, in early August, and I went to the accident site, and you can still see the burn marks of the car still on the street. I met the 2 boys who pulled him out of the car. It's a miraculous story. The fact that there are 2 young boys just going to work one morning at 5 a.m.
Back in the middle. He's facing Marsh and blocking him. Oh, he was thinking about the tip and run. It would have been madness. He goes back.
That's just Rishabh Pant. Whether it's on an e-scooter or in the middle, he's always in a hurry. And for those 2 boys to be from a village in the back of Beyond, for them to be the ones there when they see this BMW flying in their direction from the other side of the road, and they see the accident, they pull the guy out, and he's still conscious, and they say, "Who are you?" And he says Rishabh Pant, and they had no idea who he was because they know nothing about cricket.
Marsh to Pant defends the last ball. So Marsh opens with a maiden as well. It's 4 for 51. The scoreboard is for Holman. Holman plumbing for plumbers.
And the way they described it, they pulled him out. He's still conscious. They tried asking him if they could call someone. the last thing he said was, yeah, you can call my family, and then he kind of was in and out of consciousness. And that's when the car catches fire and they see the whole car burn down. So you think back to how miraculous that escape was, like I said earlier, because a few minutes later, he would have been in the car with no escape. So, and it's 5 in the morning. It just happened to be going to work. And the great part of the story is, and they also made sure that he went to the hospital. They still didn't know who he was. He kept saying Rishabh Pant cricketer. They were like, okay, fine. And they still had to go back to work, though. So I wonder what the discussions were like at their workplace once they went back to the sugar mill where they worked.
Pat Cummins from the members' ends. Jarrell's on 4 and he has the strike and he cuts through gully down to the boundary for 4. Got just enough of it to see it touch the rope. Gerard opens brightly after lunch. Our boundaries are for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Probably one of the most confident shots we've seen from an Indian batter today. And this is why he's been picked, Dhruv Jurel. Just look at the way he rode the bounce, got on top of it. He batted like someone who's spent a lot of time playing cricket in Australia. There's something about Dhruv Jurel, as Ravi Shastri described him to me. He doesn't leave the kitchen when it gets hot under the collar.
He's in a hot environment in Perth with the ball on top. Cummins to him and he leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, and just to finish on the Rishabh Pant story, so it was only a few days later when they were watching the news that they realized they had saved the life of a superstar cricketer. But Rishabh, to his credit, once he did regain consciousness and the surgery was done, he made sure to mention them. And when they met me, they came on these 2 tiny scooters, which Rishabh, not the e-scooters, but the ones that I talk about, when you find all around India, mini scooters. He bought one for each one of them, and they were so proud of it. And they told me, now we are cricket fans. We like Rishabh Pant.
Pat Cummins has been the most expensive of Australia's bowlers. He lets fly and Jarrell lets pass.
And even speaking to some of his friends, like the first responders, apparently when he woke up, he came back after the anesthesia wore out. And apparently he said, oh, take my pads off. I'm feeling very heavy because, he didn't realize, he was so dazed at that point. And the first thing he mentioned was the pads. And as the story goes, the doctor said, oh, it'll take maybe 2 years to come back. He said, you say 2 years? Subtract 6 months because it's me. And he did come back in 18 months.
Jarrell with a short leg in place. He drives, he puts this forward of point and he picks up more runs. Confident stuff against the Australian skipper as he over-pitches. They turn for 3. And it is deep square of the wicket. 3s have been the order of the day, largely. 4 for 58.
Very early signs, but it's very good the way his feet are moving, so confident. It's not easy to do that to Pat Cummins, is it? In these conditions, in Perth. Look good of the back foot, good of the front foot. And this is what I expect to see from Nathan McSweeney as well. They almost come across as similar characters. Soft-spoken, very gritty, temperament, sound.
Batted his way into things with 2 sound innings at the MCG in difficult conditions. Rishabh Pant has the strike, keeping Cummins at bay as he defends back down the pitch.
Which is why I found with Rishabh Pant rather ironic. Like I said in the morning show today, Gerard, when the other day I was walking down the streets in Perth, there he is buzzing on his e-scooter, almost ran into me intentionally. He was zooming on his e-scooter. I was like, hang on. I just spoke about the accident. I went to the accident site and lives life on his own terms, does Rishabh Pant. It's a lot like how he plays cricket.
It's been joyful to watch through his playing days, and it's splendid to have him back out there. He's just doing a bit of flexing at the moment. Got hit on the inside of the pad. So that'll leave a bruise on the inner leg. 3 slips of galley point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Australia have not had to change their field really throughout the formative stages of this test match. Cummins, last ball of the over, defended by Pant. 7 from it, 4 for 58. The Holman scoreboard, Holman Plumbing for Plumbers.
Still paying FPOS fees? Please switch to SmartPay zero cost FPOS today. Visit smartpay.com.au. T's and C's and minimum turnover apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. 4 for 58 India. Gerard 11. Part is 10. It's stung by the ball on the inside of the leg. Marsh begins his fresh over. Gerard runs him away near gully and point. So he played 3 test matches, Bharat, in the England series. There was a 90 in there, 39 not out, a 46, 15 as he started off. He wins his way through the A series, which has been productive for both nations.
Yeah, and he played all 3 tests as the keeper. And Rishabh Pant's absence, and after my namesake was dropped from the side, KS Bharat, who we saw last year in India.
Gerard's on 11. Marsh bowls to him. He's back and he cuts. Picked up by Lyon at points. And he bumped just ahead of him.
It was in the air. He spoke about how well he's been getting on top of the bounce and hitting it down.
And it's a no ball. So it would have been all for naught anyway. Richard Illingworth doing his job upstairs. Richard Kettleborough and Chris Gaffney are our on-field umpires in the first test. Marsh looks to land. He bowls. Gerard is leaving inside the off stump.
I was just going to say, Richard Illingworth, just stay off social media today, maybe for the next few days, unless India get into a good position at some point. That name will be discussed quite a bit. It's really blown up, that KL Rahul dismissal, every time I look at my phone. I think for me, the bigger concern was the Virat Kohli innings, Gerard. He just looks like a cat on a hot tin roof. He was so desperate, so anxious, it's so edgy, not very unlike him.
Marsh to Gerard, back foot defence, rolls it across the popping crease.
I've been saying it for a few days now. I just expected that outside edge to come early, and Australia grabbed it. That was so important. That was telling impact on how he goes for the rest of the series and what impact it has on India, especially with no Rohit Sharma here. Such a young and inexperienced batting lineup, which we're not used to seeing from India, or unless it's been enforced upon them. Even 4 years ago at the Gabba, they had a good batting lineup.
Marsh, high knee lift, hits the crease. Gerard runs the ball in front of McSweeney, who's got good hands in the gully. Picks it up, no run.
This is the test for the next generation. You said it earlier, it is a team in transition, isn't it? It's a team, you wonder, a lot of comparisons have been made to the 2011-12 India tour of Australia, where there's a lot of pressure or scrutiny on the likes of Tendulkar and Dravid and Lakshman. 2 of those didn't make it. They played their last test matches right here in Australia.
Real. Oh, edges, and he's caught a third slip. Marsh does the trick. Labuschagne takes the catch. Gerard removed soon after lunch for 11. And India slumped to 5 for 59.
Well, he looked good till he lasted through Gerard. But another Indian batter just poking at one outside the off stump. Good length from Mitchell Marsh. Slight movement away from the right-hander. Easily snaffled by Manas Labuschagne. So the story continues. The edges continue. And slip caught and keeps grabbing at everything. And we're down to Washington Sundar already.
That's good for the Australian cause, as with Cam Green, who's done the bulk of the all-round bowling in recent times, as Mitch Marsh has been told, as you're playing as a proper all-rounder now, you're going to have to send the overs down. And after lunch, he had the warm-up for about 15 minutes before the break, and he's been right on the money from the start, and he picks up a wicket.
Yeah, he did it, I think, last year as well. Took a wicket in Perth early on in his spell. This one, we'll see replays of it. It looked like Dhruv Jurel had to play at it. but just the right length, and just again the splice of the bat. We've seen so many subcontinent batters over the years come and fall that way, and it kind of tells you why you do need some experience in the side. There'll be one name that will be discussed a lot in the next few weeks, Gerard. You'll see him in person as well, Cheteshwar Pujara. He hasn't retired yet. He was expecting an SOS call, or he still is.
So Washington Sundar in the middle. 3 overs after the lunch break on day one. Australia have celebrated the wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Marsh picks up, bowls down the leg side. It hits the body, flies away to fine leg. Sundar's through for one quickly. Oh, that was a bit of an ugly throw with Labuschagne up over the stumps. It's a leg by. 5 for 60. It's this Indian batting lineup. A month ago, I thought they had just no holes. They were set and ready, and yet they come here. Rahul's 32, and he's a part-timer. We'll pick this up in a moment. It's 5 for 60 at the end of the over. Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for Plumbers.
G'day, cars broken down on Riverside Expressway inbound centre lane at Turbot Street exit in the city. That traffic's right back to Wollongabba. Delays outbound for the Western Freeway from Toowong down through Fig Tree Pocket, heavy on Moggle Road, outbound through Kenmore, and there's a breakdown Kingsford Smith Drive eastbound in the left lane at Sugar Mill Road, Pinkenbar. So if you need to get to Brisbane Airport, catch the train. Airtrain, half-price fares now available. Book at airtrain.com.au or touch your card at the station. Airtrain, whoop, whoop. That's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport, SENQ 693 AM.
Pat Cummins begins his over. He's in and challenging, defended by Washington Sundar back down the pitch. So the Indian batting line, KL Rahul's 32. He's never quite been the player that they hoped and has not had success in Australia, other than his second test when he made a century at the SCG. Jaiswal's 22, first go here. He's a tyro, but he's headstrong. We saw that. Padikkal is a fill-in at 3. Not part of the squad, but with the injuries that happened. Kohli's 36 and in long-term decline. Pant's their best bat at 27. Sundar turns the ball to leg and he'll get his first run out to mid-wickets. Jarrell's a newbie in his 4th test match as a 23-year-old. Washington Sundar is such a curiosity. He's playing his 7th test match. He's 25. We've got the Gabba as evidence for what he's done in Australia. Reddy's on test debut as a 21-year-old. And then you're into the bowlers where it's Rana, Bumrah and Siraj. That is a threadbare Indian batting lineup.
It's a gamble. It's a playing 11 that's been picked purely on hope and I guess some sort of matchups and whatever tactics that they've thought of in their head.
Pant has the strike. Cummins is around the wicket. Pant dances down the pitch, slices it off at top edge, down to 3rd for 4. Audacious in the extreme. He gets away with it for a Zito. Do it with a Zito power tools.
Well, welcome to the Rishabh Pant show. Now that 5 wickets have fallen, not that he generally waits for too long to chance his arm. That was a wild hoo-ha from Rishabh Pant. He got enough bat for it to fly over the slips, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is how he's going to play from this point on, Gerard. Such inexperience from this point on.
Just trying to change the momentum wickedly. Cummins to him in the follow-up. Pant defends. Eyes over the ball. And it has prompted to push head from mid-wicket out into the deep. So there'll be 2 in the deep on the leg side. Cummins just sending Travis down near the rope.
And the Washington Sundar selection, we discussed it this morning. It was more so in terms of Washington versus R. Ashwin. But how do you leave someone of Ravindra Jadeja's abilities, his performance in the last 2 or 3 years, where he's been such a vital batter outside the subcontinent?
What will Pant do? He just fends at a ball, runs it wide of McSweeney in the gully, races through for the first, has a look at the second. McSweeney quickly in and out and averts the second run. Good stuff. Slide, pick up, turn, fast release. 5 for 66.
They've not played a test match overseas without Jadeja unless he's been injured since, I would say, 2018. There was a time when Ashwin was ahead of him. And he overseas he almost plays as a batting all-rounder. So in a batting lineup with such less experience and batters under pressure, how can you leave him out? Well, it's a huge call from the selection committee, or which in India includes the coach and captain.
Short leg in. Sundar is on strike. Cummins bowls to him and blocks the last ball of the over. 5 for 66 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Bharat Sundaresan is in the experts chair for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. And Damian Fleming in. Hello to you, Flem.
G'day, everybody. Mitchell Marsh, good decision to bowl him. These are great conditions for him.
2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. Rishabh Pant has the strike. Marsh bowls to him. He's conservative in defence.
Just bowls a natural outswinger. He's pacey enough. His body's let him down a bit in a bowling capacity the last couple of years, but you know he's a serious bowler at this level when he's fit and firing.
It was a good one to get Gerard, wasn't it?
Yep.
Perfectly pitched. Bit of movement away.
He's always had a really good wrist release, Mitchell Marsh, and you know he's probably swung it as much as anyone.
5 for 66. Pants on 15. He rolls the ball to the leg, takes off with the single opened up at mid-wickets. Pat Cummins has put 2 in the deep on the leg side with Pant on strike. He's 16.
1 wicket for that 50th Test wicket too, Mitchell Marsh. Comfortably could save 50 more than his brother and dad combined. His father, Jeff, is one of the most uncoordinated bowlers I've ever seen that have played for their nation. Woeful.
Marsh is over the wickets. He bowls, and Sundar tucks him away to leg, no run.
You can see it in his follow-through as well, right, Flem? Like, he was restrictive the last couple of years, just the way he's going through. I saw that in practice as well the other day.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens throughout this summer. Like, there's a big gap between the first and the second. Then it's virtually 4 tests in 5 weeks. So, you know, we'll see rotations in the Australian fast bowling. But it's even, you know, the all-rounder types, how they can keep backing up, because, you know, already we've shown Mitchell Marsh what a handy backup bowler he is.
Sundar leaves outside the off-stump.
But there's a freshness about this Australian team. They've been saying it, and there hasn't been that many summers that they've been able to structure their lead into the Test match like they have here. A few of them have played the odd Sheffield Shield game, some white ball cricket against Pakistan. Only one change to the team, Nathan McSweeney. You know, and it's reflected with their efforts today, isn't it? And maybe started with McSweeney's catch.
Marsh is going to come around the wickets. He changes his angle to Sundar, who blocks him away out to point, no run.
And just speaking to the selectors before the squad was announced, or even a couple of months back, I did ask them whether the all-rounder, once Cam Green was ruled out, is it a necessity or is it a luxury? And they all said it's a luxury, because you look at Cam Green's workload. It's not that he's bowled lengthy spells. He's not rarely bowled 15, 16 overs. So they were confident with whatever they had with Mitch Marsh.
But it is handy in these conditions, isn't it? It's like a second spinner if it's turning at the SCG.
Last ball of the over. Sundar lets it go. That's angling in at the off-stump. Highly promising from Mitch Marsh. 5 for 67 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. India won the toss, selected to bat, and it has not gone their way. 5 for 67. Jaiswal 0, Patakal 0, Kohli 5, Rahul 26, Gerard 11. The man most recently out. Part is 16, Sundar is 1. Pat Cummins, who has been expensive by his standards, bowling his 10th over. He's around the wicket. Oh, that's a good bouncer. Zeroing in on Part, who got the small frame down underneath.
That was fast, wasn't it? Quick.
Field is set for it. Rishabh Pant, not a natural player of the hook shot. It's more someone who might try to ramp you or...
That's right. I think with that, the third man, I'd be going right on the fence. You know how he's like 5 or 10 metres in? It's like a position where Travis Head's been caught here at Optus Stadium.
Yeah, so Lyons down at third. Cummins is bowling to Part. He pitched up, he gets flicked around the corner, but not with any real conviction or timing. It just trickles away to backward square, a single taken as Head comes around. 5 for 68.
And Bharat, what's happened, with Washington? Sundar, he played in that last Test match win here in Australia, and then he come back against New Zealand. What sort of happened in between that?
They played him in the first 2 tests against England right after they went back home, back in 2021. He did okay. He almost got 100, I remember. And then he got injured, and then Akshar Patel happened.
Yeah.
And Akshar Patel just became that guy, at one point averaging 9 or 10 with the ball.
A lot of those spinners that have incredible records, don't they? But not over a sustained period.
Leg slip in place. Sundar drives gloriously through mid-on. Timed perfectly off the blade. It'll get metres short of the rope. As Hazlewood arrives to keep it in, they'll come back for 3. Scramble to get back at the non-strikers. Washington is 4. India 5 for 71.
That's a beautiful shot. I think some of the top order batsmen would want to have a look at that. You can't play that shot if you're falling across the crease, but that's just a beautiful check drive, very safe, under his eyes. We talk about the characteristics of the whacker that have come to Perth Stadium, and it's mainly around the pitches. The outfield's not the same, is it? That's 4 runs of the whacker.
Cummins to Part. Part inches short of gully. That reared up at him.
Back to Washington, Flem, the one thing he has done, though, he's played a lot more first-class cricket between that 2021 period and now. So you can see it, like he's just a more confident cricketer now. He's also 25 and also wearing his own kit. You remember last time at the Gabba, he had to borrow stuff from Ashwin. This year as barely a net bowler. He was just there to chuck balls at the Indian batters like Nathan Lyon.
He doesn't have a bat sponsor. He's playing with his clean skin blade. Cummins around the wicket, bowls. Part ducks the bouncer.
Huge statement from this coaching group, though, playing him ahead of Ashwin. He did outbowl Ashwin in the 2 test matches in Pune and Mumbai. To do it this early in the series, it's a...
Oh, I was racking my brain. When Sharma and Shubman Gould were out, there's about 4 or 5 different teams I sort of made up. And one of them I nearly settled on, Jadeja at 7 and Ashwin playing. Both of them playing together.
Last ball of Cummins over. He pitches up. Part defends to the offside. 4 from the over. 5 for 71 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Now's the time to get into your new Mazda with plate clearance bonuses across selected 2024 models. Visit your local Mazda dealer and drive away today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Head to IGA for half leg ham, bone in, just $8 a kilo. Yes, just $8 a kilo. And that's just for starters. Go to IGA.com.au for more great specials.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Adam Collins in with you. Got Bharat, Sundaresan and, of course, Damian Fleming with me. Our experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. 1 wicket since the resumption. Gerard caught in the cordon from the bowling of Mitch Marsh. Got a lot of important wickets since returning to the Test side 18 months ago. We'll continue from the Justin Langer stand end. All right.
Interesting field there for Washington Sundar. Marnus right in front of the square leg umpire.
On the approach, round the wicket. He pulls out at the last possible moment.
Very late.
Oof. One of those quirky ones where you often see the bowler let the ball go in a situation like that so not to hurt themselves.
I wonder what's come up there. I mean, very wide sight screen and no one's sitting in those seats. And he hasn't indicated...
Oh, it's the drop of the bat at the non-strikers.
Okay.
That's why Rishabh Pant is apologising. He's apologised to the entire Australian team.
That's fair enough.
Mitch Marsh tries again. The 4th over, wide of the off-stump, shouldering arms is Washington Sundar.
There are some in India, though, Flem, who think Washington can go up the order as well as his career progresses, like bat at 5 maybe, and be that useful off-spin option.
And also just that type of player. We've been talking about Pujara and to a certain degree Rahane. You know, this era of getting born into IPL cricket, and to, you know, it is good to have someone, you know, that can just grind out the runs, or you bat around them.
Master Sundar bowls here and he defends from the balls of his feet out towards cover point, no run. Not sure if you mentioned it, but he got a big 100 only a few weeks ago, Washington, 152.
Yeah, but you can get a niche for yourself and get games going. No, we need his stability in the middle order because we've got a lot of stroke players, bowls quality spin. You know, this could be his opportunity, and maybe they're looking to the future. I mean, how old is Washington?
25.
Yeah. I mean, Ashwin and Jadeja are, you know, getting those mid-30s. He's looked settled since he walked out there.
He's on 4. He's facing Marsh, bowls here. Again, leaves alone well wide of the off stump.
He'll try the big in-swinger here soon, Mitchell Marsh. He's going wide. Well, he's going to come over. I like this.
Keep building the...
Hard to get LBs from around the wicket, whereas now if it swings in... Oh, no ball, is it?
Yep.
Right, just coming around. No ball, and he's coming over the wicket. See if we can try the in-swinger. Gee, he's got his hand out for a long time.
Yeah, all the scorers are doing.
So Mitch Marsh didn't bowl in the Shield games. So again, their prep for Australia has worked well, hasn't each individual plan. And for Marsh, well, clearly they wanted him bowling here, and they've given him a chance to get ready. That they continue to tweak the field. Labuschagn's going to end up at leg slip.
And I think the umpire is going to get an arm strain. He still has his hand out.
Waiting for the signal from the score. This is very club cricket, isn't it? Scorers! Scorers! Acknowledge my signal. Well, at last that's happened. So leg slip. Round the corner from the cordon. Marsh over the wicket. Bowls here to Washington Sundar, who leaves alone on the basis of length. But yeah, Marsh, who bowled in one dayer in England. And due to how he only bowled 5 overs at Lords, and his body was so knackered after it, didn't play 2 days later. So, you know, it's been a process getting into this stage when he can be useful again, because since he's returned to the side, he's got important wickets. He picked up Barbara Azam here last year, and Shah Massoud, I think, in the second innings.
He bowls a quick outswinger.
Yeah.
You are in the game. Bowled a lot as a young fella, so he's got a bowling mentality.
Marsh pumping those legs to the crease. Defending into the gully is Sunda. Soft hands, bat and pad squeezing together out towards McSweeney. No run.
He's not a spare bowler where he's a bit licorice all sorts. You know, he might change it up a little bit. No, it's a good line and length. It's pacey. It swings.
Looks like another front foot no ball, just judging by, yep, it is. Seeing
that can be the lack of match practice. Yep. Unless they're calling him at training.
Bit of a rhythm thing. We were watching Marnus bowl at training the other day, Flem, who we probably will see bowl at some point today or in this match. Here's Marsh. Up again, bowls here. Sunda edges and he's caught behind. Played back to a ball that he should have been leaving alone. Is it going to be a no ball? That's the only question. Marsh looks back at the umpire. I think he's a little bit concerned here. It looks like umpire Gaffney has given Marsh the nod that we're just waiting on confirmation. No, he is going to be leaving the field and there'll be no review. Of course, it was a thick edge, which will get Marsh in the book for a second time in the spell after lunch. Could have left it on length, chose to play, hit high on the blade at 6 for 73. Sunda's gone for 4.
Brilliant bowling from Mitchell Marsh because changed the angle. So Sunda was leaving balls outside off stump from around the wicket. So Mitchell Marsh comes over the wicket. So he's played at a ball that he probably would have left from around the wicket there. So that's brilliant bowling from Mitchell Marsh. The threat of the in-swinger coming in, but it was the one that just went on with the seam into Snick Street. So back to the dressing rooms for Sunda. And how good's this from your part-timer? 2 cheap wickets, looking brilliant.
Got some good oil from Tom Morris on Cummins versus Punt.
No, on Mitch Marsh.
Mitch Marsh.
It's the first time in 5 years he's taken more than 1 wicket in an innings. The last time was in the Ashes when he took 5 and then 2.
Well, what a day that was at the Oval.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
There is some other news as well.
That ball around the corner, wasn't it? So, yes, we'll come back to you in the next over when Cummins is bowling. Cheers, Tommy.
Not sure what Sunda could have done with it. You're right, Flem. It was a change of angles.
Yep.
Suddenly just got sucked into leaving his bat out there. Another wicket falls, another edge. Before the series, Adam, a good summer for the slip quarter to stat pad a little, really add to their numbers.
Yep, Carey's third catch today. 1 for McSweeney, 1 for Khawaja, 1 for Labuschagne, the other men in the cordon. And now India a chance of being rolled very cheaply, which has been not entirely unusual. When they went to South Africa around this time last year, they were bundled out a couple of times at Centurion. So Marsh here bowling to Nishish Kumar on debut. Facing up here and driving. Marsh collecting in his follow through, but full face of the blade. Nitish Kumar Reddy, I should say, for his complete name. And so it's it's a forceful defensive prod, if nothing else.
He's confident. It's really come from nowhere. Not many expected him to be anywhere close to the Test side. He had a great IPL. Yes, had a couple of decent performances in the Ranji Trophy. Was his state's leading wicket taker last summer.
Watching back Marsh there, it was a great response to getting the wicket, pumping the legs and arms up and down. Love to see it. Marsh, popular man, bowling well, delivers here, ready, punches out towards line at point and collects it with his right hand and denies a run. End of an eventful over. A couple of no balls and the wicket of Washington Sundar. India are reeling. They're 6 for 73, and that's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your 4-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your 4-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian 4-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Marsh is running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, that's steady, hot and strong. 2 wickets after lunch. Flem jumps down on the front bench with me.
Yeah, definitely running hot. His celebrations, he kept running, didn't he? So he's keeping his fitness up. But, yeah, I just love that bowling around the wicket. He was bowling pretty well, but getting left. No, I'll change the angle up. Leads to the dismissal.
Captain Cummins away from us. Members end, bowls here. Punt beaten, edging. Question being asked of Kettlebrook. Cummins likes it, the umpire doesn't.
Aussies were confident.
A few times today they've asked the question at this member's end. They've used reviews. Will they do so here? Cummins will. The captain's prerogative. We're upstairs in a moment for IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13IMAR today.
Here and
Director, we have a player review for a catch behind.
No noise.
Original on-field decision is not out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
Richard Illingworth, former England international, long-time umpire, experienced upstairs.
No, this is...
So watching it here front on before the technology kicks in. Flem, your thoughts?
No.
Okay, just rock that back, please.
He's missed it, do you reckon?
Feels like he's
missed
missed
hit his elbow or something.
So watching it on the close-up we're about to get here.
See if the scene
Ball through nice and slowly.
If it's hit the edge,
okay,
it's
can't really tell
kissed
from
the
that.
back edge kind of thing, the back
please.
Angle of the, or possibly the thigh pad, but we're going to be unsighted until Snicko kicks in, and yeah, the spike is from somewhere
Just rock
else.
it back, please.
It's not from the blade, so they'll.
Okay, it looks like it's just grazed his elbow.
Elbow right near the back.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go back to Richard on field to stay with his original decision of not out.
So third umpire decision, yeah, nah. 0% alcohol, 100% beer, yeah, nah. In that case, it was nah. On field and upstairs. 6:73 remains the score.
Good delivery. Doesn't get you a wicket, though.
Tommy Morris.
Pat Cummins has never dismissed Richard Pant in Test cricket. Before this Test match, no wicket for 90 from 141 balls. Got something else for you after this one, Colo.
After 2021, wasn't it? So punt facing Cummins, big match up here, turns around the corner, gets off strike. Moves to 18, 6 for 74. Tom again.
This story from Brent Costello in Tasmania, SEN's very own Brent Costello. Cricket Tasmania has received an apology after a Cricket Australia support staffer did burnout on an e-bike during post-game celebrations in the team dressing room in Hobart on Monday. The carpet was destroyed, with the cost of repairs passed on to the person responsible. Now, a statement from Cricket Australia. We are aware of some damage that was caused to the carpet in the Australian dressing room at Bellerive Oval after the T20 on Monday, and we apologise to Cricket Tas. The cost of the repairs will be passed on to the person who caused the damage, and they will be reminded of their responsibility to take care of the facilities they are privileged to use. Well done from Brent Costello down in Tassie.
Yeah. Good yarn. So he'll get a fine. Maybe he should get the Order of Australia for that as well.
No comment.
Cummins in here to the man on debut, Reddy, who keeps it down and gets it to Travis Head, just behind square at short leg, no run. So Reddy, who built his reputation on quick runs in the IPL, which really impressed Travis Head, who he's next to there, and Cummins, who is bowling to him, prompted Cummins to call him something extravagant like a genius or a gem or some such, and that's good for business when Pat Cummins says nice things about you.
It doesn't hurt, does it? And that's what's changed too, isn't it, with the dynamics, that a lot of these young Indian batsmen are exposed to high-level cricket through the IPL. So
Reddy facing Cummins, and he's in behind it in defence. That looked good.
Years ago, a younger player facing a Pat Cummins like, or a Glenn McGrath, you can see how you can be easily intimidated. But if you've faced him in the nets in the IPL or during the game, I think it takes away a little bit of that aura of the opposition teams.
In the Australia A games that India A played, he got Norton 17 at Mackay, 16 and 38 at Melbourne. He was out to Bo Webster on 3 or 4 occasions.
Yeah, going well, Bo, isn't he?
Smoky for Sri Lanka, surely.
Going really well.
Where he slips to the gully. Cummins bowls. Reddy leaves on length. It bounces over the top of the off stump. Not far away, though. Cummins in that trench that he builds on the 4th stump line. You think that with Webster being able to bowl seam up and off spin, Funky Miller-esque, and making runs, so many of them last year for Tassie, that could be a shout for Sri Lanka.
Yeah. I think so. You know, a Matt Short type too. But I think you'll need some Shield cricket. You know, do they get that before Sri Lanka?
Well, that was the plan.
They don't, because it's BBL, isn't it?
Well, that was the plan for Maxi.
Yep.
Who was going to play a Shield game. Every chance he would have played PM's 11 as well, and now he's done his hammy.
Hamstring didn't look great.
Here's Cummins, bowls here, short, swaying away is ready. Hits the gloves hard, completes the over, 6 for 74 after 33. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for Plumbers. Rishabh's 18, Reddy's yet to score.
Afternoon, there's a multi-vehicle crash now on the M1 northbound right lanes before Logan River Bridge in Beenleigh. That traffic's back to Yatla, running heavy on Beaudesert Road, southbound through Rockley, Algester and Callumvale to Parkinson. And the traffic lights are on Flash Bowen Bridge Road at Butterfield Street and Campbell Street in Hurston. Need muscle support? Meet your magnesium match with Swiss's range, now half price at Woolworths. Shop Swiss tablets, powders and gummies. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. That's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport, SENQ, 6:93 a.m.
Is for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. There's been one wicket in each half an hour of play so far, so it's been spread out. They haven't gone bang bang necessarily, but India haven't had a partnership reach 20 as yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's been sustained areas into that avenue of apprehension. It's no batsman's looked confident.
Marsh to Rishabh over the wicket, dances and slaps him over mid-off, over long off. Got plenty of that, goes for 4, lands just in front of the rope. That's a signature Rishabh punt shot, certainly when the wickets are falling. 6 for 78, he's up to 22.
Yeah, as I just said that, Rishabh Pant confidently advances down the pitch to Mitchell Marsh. He's nowhere near the pitch of the ball at all, and he has hit that in the screws.
You've got to love him.
What a great shot.
Just the way he plays the game.
Cheeky, energetic. He's a spectacular player.
Marsh again, how does he respond to that? Bowls here, Rishabh plays with soft hands, just behind point, there's no single.
And just, that unfortunate car accident just adds to it, doesn't it? To think that he's actually playing cricket, recovering from that, let alone at international level.
He came back and made 100 right away at Chennai against Bangladesh. Nearly won that game against New Zealand a couple of weeks ago at
world cricket needs him.
Yeah.
He's there's not many around like him. And he's got a big role to play here. Can he get a 60 or 70? Can he bat well with the tail?
Marsh in, punt, driving through the offside along the ground this time, out through extra cover for 2, maybe 3. The wide expanses here, they'll think about it. Punt wants a bit of indecision, work to do for Reddy. He gets home. Had the throw been perfect, it might have been interesting, but it was in on the bounce.
I like that for Rishabh Pant. Any indecision, can lead to those run-outs, but it's saying to his partner, I'm going to run hard. I want to push every run, because it's been slow, hasn't it? It's certainly not the whack. I reckon it's already cost, 8 to 10 runs.
What do you make of the surface in the middle, what we've seen? So a couple of messages asking for your opinion.
Good.
Yep. Enough pace in it, bit of bounce.
You can definitely play your shots. But it's hard when a line's so tight and there's a little bit of movement.
Marsh to Reddy over the wicket. Leg stump line gets a single down to fine leg beneath us, where Josh Hazlewood does the fielding. 6 for 82. Do you think this is where drop-in technology has actually improved in the last few years? It used to be a thing about, drop-in. It'll be flat as a pancake, but now you can get pitches like this that do a bit.
Well, what about the Adelaide Oval? Damian Hoff, what he's done there. Brilliant. We haven't had a belter there. We've had exciting test matches. They took their time at the MCG, but we'd have to say the last 3 or 4 have been, fantastic. It's just having that confidence to leave so much grass on, isn't it?
And it's happened in one generation.
We did it with a pink ball, but be able to do it for red ball.
It looks like it's happened quite quickly, in a good way, that is, as Marsh arrives and bowls again to Rishabh, who plays late and dabs into the gully where McSweeney fields no run. That summer of 17-18, where England were here, and it was a tough watch, a lot of it. It was very, very flat, very, very slow, and partially that drop-in technology was pointed to. But you're right, since then, well, probably since 1920 or thereabouts, Melbourne's been fun.
Yep.
Adelaide now, pink ball, they trust leaving more grass on it. The move over here from the whackers.
They're going less at Adelaide and still getting results. I think here's been fantastic. Besides that, maybe that West Indian one was a bit bland.
To finish, and Rishabh wants one into the onside, but calls it off because Labuschane's herring in after it, and we know what he can do with the direct hit on his radar. 6 for 82 at the end of the over. 4 runs, make that 8 runs coming from it. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for Plumbers, with Rishabh 25 and Reddy on 1.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Bowler for Australia, it's the man who bowled so well before lunch. Mitchell Starc, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10, gets his first crack of the middle session. Damian Fleming with me, our experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. So much made of how the Australian quicks got ready for the series. It was so carefully done. Like, well, you'll play one game here, you'll have a week off there, a one day here, a one day off. But they've got it pretty good so far, haven't they?
They have. They're talking about how they're fresh. And they're so experienced that, you know, they're not going to need the bowling pre-series that a younger fast bowler would.
Starc in here delivers. First ball that he faces, bowls to Reddy, sorry, is defended into the onside line.
So they're getting the workloads right. They know their actions very well. They all know their pre-ball routines, what they want to do, each delivery. And there's even things that have changed, like, you know, encouraging, if you haven't been playing for a while, play golf. You know, because you walk. Nothing mimics fielding for 90 overs in the field. You don't get that at training. But golf is probably the sport that's close enough to walking that sort of volume.
They need absolutely no encouragement to get out on the course, these players.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah.
Starkey and Bolster already over the wicket, shoulders, arms wide of the off stump. I mean, yeah, Cummins didn't even play a multi-day game before this after 3 months off. He's like, no, I'm okay. A couple of white ball games and that'll be enough to ready myself. Stark played 1 red ball game at the MCG, took a 6 for, he was done.
Said he bowled
Hazelwood 1 red ball game, couple of none-fers. He's like, no, that's okay. I don't need to bowl again. Mitch Marsh didn't bowl all in the Shield. So it's a different vibe to what it might have been 10 or 12 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, Simon Katich and I were just talking earlier, you know, like if he didn't play for 2 weeks, you'd be starting to think, oh, you know, am I getting out of form here, or what's it going to be like? Because you were just trained that way.
Stark away from us at the members' end. Delivers here to Reddy on leg stump, and he finds something of a gap at mid-wicket, wide enough that Mitch Marsh at mid-on ambles after it, and they get a single, 6 for 83.
But we know that the big problem will be potentially after the Ashes next year is what we do with our bowling makeup, because our next quick in line Scott Boland. Next after that is probably Michael Neser. You know, so they're all mid-30s. So it'll be how you know, I think Cummins will play longer than the rest of them. He's a couple of years younger. But who's the next in after that? Nathan Lyon is 37, I think. Todd Murphy looks a good, you know, there's some spinners out there, but to replace 1,200 test wickets is going to be tough. There's going to be a decrease in our wins and performance.
There have been a golden generation. These quick start bowls here. Puts him on the pad. Crowd's appealing. Bowler isn't going down the leg side for the full length. But you're right.
And years ago, Colo, just to finish that, you know, if it's a dead rubber in one day series or test series, if someone's on tour, they play. Or we'll find out about them. But the Test Championship, every test means so much now. You can't afford to lose ones at home. So even in Sri Lanka, maybe Maxwell. If you're thinking for the future, Maxi's not playing. You might go with a younger all-rounder type to go, well, we need to see what they're like. But you have to win every test match.
Down the leg side.
Which I do like. It does put context in every series and test match, doesn't it?
It's been outstanding. I mean, Australia need to win 5 of 7 this season to guarantee it. Look, they could get through with 4 or 3, but 5 out of 7 locks it away. And you're right, it does, with 5 teams in contention, India, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, who are playing fewer matches, but that's kind of helpful because you only got to win.
Yeah.
In New Zealand's case, if they beat England 3-0, they're just about in the final. And South Africa have got 2 against Pakistan and 2 more in Sri Lanka, I think it is. So, yeah, there's a lot riding on that. We might come back to that next over. And Starc finishes this one here, and Punt drives out towards mid-off. So 6 for 83, 1 run from the over. Punt's 25. Nitish Kumar Reddy is on 2. And that's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Head to IGA for half leg ham, bone in, just $8 a kilo. Yes, just $8 a kilo. And that's just for starters. Go to IGA.com.au for more great specials.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Big roar around Perth Stadium. Nathan Lyon back in the attack. Done for 4 before lunch with a couple of overs. He'll get another crack from the Justin Langer end. So, yeah, 5 teams in contention for the World Test Championship. And yet there is no such thing as a dead rubber. So, yeah, that next generation that you refer to, they take Jackson Bird. He's now taken, I think he's got the 4th most Shield wickets ever, averaging 18. In any other era, he would have played a load of Test cricket, but the big 3 in front of him. Nisa is the other obvious one. Boland, who's 4th in the queue. Lyons first ball with a spell to Reddy, defending into the onside. He falls over in his follow-through. But you're right, it's not like there's even Joel Parrish takes his Shield wickets at 20 over here in WA. The next group probably won't be there because of the age profile.
No, we know Jai Richardson can get wickets. Yep. He might have got 5 in his last Test match, but his body has let him down a bit.
Lyons got a slip and a short leg in close. Bowls to Reddy over the wicket, uses his feet, catches the call, goes straight with panache. Down the ground for 4. Wow. There's a long on back, and he comes down and whips it down the ground. That's a shot right from the top draw. Let's see it again. Wow, he manages to flick it over mid-off.
He's deliberately hit that inside out because long on is there, mid-off up. I thought he flicked it, a little bit with his wrist. No, he hit it inside out.
Line bowls, Reddy goes back and knocks it on the head. Travis Head said to us before play today that he's a freak, this guy. He goes, Reddy's a freak.
Wow.
So he goes, there's another one of these Indian players, you just cannot believe what they can do. And that's a good little bit of evidence there that he's managed to... I was looking at mid-wicket.
There was no backlift in that shot.
And straight over mid-off's head, rather. Line again to Reddy, and Reddy's forward, defending, smothering the spin to backward point.
Made up his mind that it might be easier scoring off the spinner than the quicks.
Just on that World Test Championship point, India losing 3-0 to New Zealand has thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. They had 1 foot in the final. But now they've got a lot of work to do here in Australia. Dancing again, inside out, through cover for more. Wow. A couple of very impressive shots from the young man on debut. Again, getting it exactly where he wanted, getting to the pitch of the ball, taking on a bloke with 530 Test wickets. Have that, 6 for 91.
Just beautiful use of the feet, and we can certainly hit inside out. That's another one, this time over cover, and it's just a little flick at the end. And if he's only hitting through the offside because long on's out there, wow, that's genius batting.
Shot through the biz covers. Back to that, not a bad one. Line bowls to finish, and Reddy plays into the onside. Biz cover, switch and save on your business insurance in minutes into the over. 6 for 91, an interesting one. Reddy's 10, Rishabh's 25, and that's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
There's a breakdown on the Gateway southbound before Old Cleveland Road at Belmont. That's got traffic back to the Port of Brisbane motorway at Muraree. A medical incident on the Gateway northbound centre lane after Nudgee Road, Nudgee. Traffic back to Southern Crossway. And a van's broken down on Sandgate Road inbound in the left lane at Junction Road in Clayfield. Royal Caribbean's unmissable Black Friday deals are here. Brisbane, get up to 60% off your second guest plus kids sale from $29 per day. Hurry, sail in soon. Conditions apply. And that's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport, SENQ, 6:93 a.m.
On the pay.com.au screen, I've got a text coming up here. Corey Roccaccioli. Now, there's a player who's...
like him.
He's looking...
Like him.
He's looking real good.
Yeah, but you need options, Todd Murphy, Roccaccioli. Who else is there getting wickets at the moment? Swepson always up in Queensland. Kuhneman's gone down to Tasmania.
Stark bowls to Hunt. Inside edge onto the pad playing from the crease. They want a left-arm spinner for Sri Lanka. They've said that publicly. So Ashton Agar got injured at the wrong time after wickets a couple of weeks ago.
The other thing is too, I know Matty Kuhneman, if he's bowling down at Bellerive Oval, he could average 50 a wicket down there, and I'd back him to get wickets in the subcontinent. It is a left-arm orthodox who gets it through the crease a little bit with control, gets wickets in India and Sri Lanka.
Especially at Gaul, where Prabhav Jayasuriya, he's taking about 5 an inning, on average down there. It's ridiculous. Stark bowls here, short to punt, and sways out the way through to Carey.
But the appeal has always been about Ashton Agar as his batting as well. But he's another one. He just doesn't seem to get a long-term run with either form or injury. No, so I think spin's pretty good, but we did see in the Ashes when Nathan Lyon got injured, Murphy had a good Indian series, just to see how much we missed Nathan Lyon. We would have won that series outright if Lyon hadn't got injured.
Well, had they trusted Murphy properly, I mean, we were there at that Leeds Test match. Stark bowls here, punt drives towards mid-on. There was a sort of a reluctance to use Murphy when the game was there to be won.
Well, he needed to bowl early to Stokes, who gets out to Nathan Lyon early on. You know, he just puts his bat out there in front of his pad.
Yeah.
That was the time to bowl in, not when he was set just before lunch.
And one more name that's popped up on the screen here. How could we forget Fergus O'Neill, the Victorian?
Yeah, I think he's averaging 19 or 20 with the ball, and one of those ones, you know, a bit like Adam Dale or Chad Sayers or Philander from South Africa. That's who he reminds me of. Not quick enough, but if you get wickets...
Stark bowls to Punt, who plays out toward cover, gets himself a single. There's a gap there. He's 26, 6 for 92 the score.
And Fergus O'Neill bats well. He's a competitor. If his pace isn't extreme, he is working on it. I know that. You could just imagine in England, New Zealand, South Africa, you know, those type of pitches. Even Sri Lanka with the new ball, it swings a lot, but it is very humid and hard to control. If he keeps putting up those numbers, Colo, well, you've got to be thought about.
You can get a reputation for not bowling quick enough and it can work against you, but as you say, Philander's a great modern example. Stark bowls here, ready, short ball, gets through to Carey. There is a noise. Stark asks the question, not overly convincing from anyone, really. Umpire Kettlebrook says no.
That sounded straight off his bat.
I mean, it's an interesting one because Stark was up and the cordon weren't, and now they're keen.
Like off the middle of his bat, I'm saying.
Was it off the face?
Yeah.
Was that the noise? Cummins is happy to wave it away and not review. He did think about it.
I hope this is not a howler.
I mean, they weren't convinced, but...
And I could be wrong, but...
Ooh, glove?
Gee,
Snicko.
It has to be glove.
What else could it be?
Nothing.
Yeah, that would have been overturned, I reckon.
I was thinking straight off the middle of his bat, but it is off his glove.
Yeah. Crowd seeing it now on the screen, a few oohs and ahs. That might, at least for the session, be a crucial moment for New Farm, Australia through and through. Stark again, similar line, different length, a bit further forward, and that means that he can turn it into the onside for one. Reddy's 11, end of the over, he keeps the strike, 6 for 93. I suspect that'll be Drinks, just waiting for the cart to come out onto the ground. It will be Drinks for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and in that passage of play, India lost 2 wickets. They started at 4 for 51. They've added 42 runs, but the problem is Gerard was caught at third slip by Labuschagne from the bowling of Marsh for 11, and then Washington Sundar caught behind also from the hometown boy Mitchell Marsh for 4. They were 6 for 73, and this pair have put on 20. Rishabh's got 26. Nitish Kumar Reddy has got 11. So we'll go off to the drinks break, and that's all on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers, our drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
India 6 for 93. 2 wickets have fallen since lunch. And just the suspicion that had Australia used the DRS, maybe Reddy would have been gone as well off the glove. Potentially a crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through. Ravi, Shastri, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard. And I think from here, India should be looking to try and string a partnership. Look to try and see how they can reach 175 from here at least. If this partnership carries on, obviously they look for more, but I think the approach of Rishabh Pant in this 1 hour before tea will be good to see.
It'll be a sprightly partnership, whatever they do, because Reddy's got a bit about him as well.
Absolutely, especially against spin. Their target would be Nathan Lyon. The idea would be not allow him to settle, because runs are hard to come by at the other end. Try and get as much as you can off him.
So we're getting our replays on the ball down the leg side from Stark. The swivel of Reddy, whether it brushed the glove or the body past the glove, we'll never really know. whether it would have been enough to be overturned from the television umpire Richard Illingworth, who's already had a moment in today's play, much debated. Lyon after the drinks break. Reddy has the strike and he's forward and defending. What did you think of the Rahul dismissal?
I thought unlucky. I thought there was not enough evidence there for it to be overruled. And he would be gutted. All the hard work. And he was sent packing.
They're back on the straight hits. Reddy is leaning forward, conservatively defending.
Guys.
So mid-off, 2/3 of the way back, long on the rope. There's a deep square. And then in the infield, a mid-wicket, a short leg, a backward square, a slip, a backward point and a cover. Reddy reverse sweeps for 4. Fast hands, quickly into position and sent Lyon on his way. A well-struck boundary for Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. He's 15.
I like the body language. I like the way he's come out, backing himself. Like we mentioned, he's going to look to target Nathan Lyon. It's an in-out field, but that won't bother him. He uses his feet well. He's got the sweep, the reverse sweep. Good to see.
That's his 4th over, none for 16. Reddy stands upright, covers his stumps, defends.
7-8-9.
6 for 97. Lyon, such a weapon at this ground through the years. He's over the wicket, bowling, and Reddy back, covers up, blunts it away, mid-wicket. Cummins comes around the field. Beautiful sunshine with a breeze across the ground. The crowd is at 28,664 at last count, so it feels like we will get to the 30,000 that was anticipated today. Reddy from the crease, 1 step forward to blunt any spin. 4 from the over, 6 for 97 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
At Bunnings Trade, load up on top brand power tools like the new DeWalt FlexVolt 4-piece combo kit with hammer drill, impact driver, impact wrench, angle grinder and more, valued at over $2,200 for just $1,199. Bunnings Trade, helping business is our trade.
Need a great apprentice? Trusted by over 250,000 Australian businesses, MEGT makes apprenticeships easy. So to build a winning team and grow your business, sign up with MEGT. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. Mitch Starc, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13. He's in operation from the members' end with 2 slips and a gully. They've got the fly slip for the wrap. If Punt is tempted to do so. Starc over the wicket, pitches up and defended by Punt. So just give us a feel for the batting overall, Ravi, and what you've seen from India.
You got to give it to the Australian bowlers to start off. I thought they gave nothing away in the first 90 minutes. There was hardly anything loose. That allowed the pressure to build. They probed away at the right areas. I think in between that, you'd say some of the shot selection too wasn't the greatest. Jaiswal, first tour of Australia, they learned from that experience. I think overall Australia made the most of those conditions before lunch.
Punt's on 26. Starc bowls to him. Runs the ball to point. No run.
As India, if they really look back and say, yes, we batted first. We knew the conditions won't be that easy initially. The idea would have been to be 2 down or 3 down at lunch. And if they were 2 down or 3 down at lunch, now seeing the conditions with the sun out, with the pitch easing out, the ball a little older, the Kookaburra, once it gets 30, 35 overs old, that's the time you can start getting the runs. You can start taking toll of bowlers tiring. So they'll be looking back at all these things.
2 in the deep on the leg sides. Starc bowls, Punt ducks the bouncer.
I thought even Mitch Marsh when he came back after lunch. So the very important spell there. 5 overs for just 10 runs. So he gave nothing away. We know he has the knack of breaking partnerships, picking up important wickets. So I thought Australia, when you look at their pace attack, I think they've done a very good job. Cummins, I thought, was unlucky. Not often you'll see Paddy bowling that many overs without a wicket.
2 each for the other quicks. Hunt faces up. He swings across the line, hits it high in the air. Cummins trying to get there, watches it come over his shoulder. Oh, he dives and doesn't quite take the catch. It was as difficult as could be. Swirling up in the sky. Cummins was never quite there and had to lunge at the last.
Oh, that would have been an absolutely brilliant catch. High up in the air, he had to run at least 10 yards backwards, keep his eye on the ball. The ball was always leaving him.
Big dive, it hit the middle of the hands, just couldn't quite clutch it on the way through. It's an agonising look on the pay.com.au replay screen. So Part survives, he got a single. He's 27, 6 for 98. Reddy faces up to start, nibbles it away to point. Lionfield's no run.
Well, you'll see him taking more and more chances now as this innings progresses. We talked about 175, 200. And that's how Pant will be thinking. And he'll be thinking, if India have to reach there, I'll have to do the bulk of the scoring, which means I'll have to take those calculated risks, come what may. Yes, I might need my share of luck like he's had there, but that's not going to stop him. He's going to take his chances.
Makes him a thrilling cricketer to watch. Bit hard in mouth as well. Reddy, last ball of the over, sways out of the way of the short ball. 6 for 98 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Jimmy Pearson here from the Brisbane Heat. Smash summer dinner out of the park with a KFC family feast. 10 pieces of original recipe chicken, 2 large chips, a large coleslaw, a large potato and gravy, and a 1.25 litre drink. Order online or via the KFC app. Dine in or visit a KFC drive-thru.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical, and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
Richard Pant has become the leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. He's 27. Rahul made 26. Reddy's in the middle on 15, and Nathan Lyon is in operation from the Langer in 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Pat Cummins comes over, and there are adjustments being made to the field. There'll be a long on and a long off. And then deep backward square is going to move around to a more deep mid-wicket position. And there's a deep cover point with Pant on strike. Lyon bowls to him, dances down the pitch, clubs him down the line. It bounces twice before it reaches long off. He'll take a single, an extravagant single as Nathan McSweeney got around in the deep.
Yes, making his intentions clear. Pant, you always have your heart in your mouth, especially in that dressing room. That's his style of playing. He's a free-spirited young man.
Line over the wickets. Bowls to Reddy, reverse sweeping, got it away again. Very fine, past the slip, not quite to the boundary. Stark slides in and cuts off a couple. 2 for Reddy, he's 17.
His intentions is very clear here. Don't allow Nathan Lyon to settle as the 100 comes up. So cheer from the crowd. It's a record crowd in Perth here for day 1 of a test match.
6 for 101. This is the 40th over of the innings. Reddy is defending a well-pitched delivery. What have you seen in Reddy as he's come through the ranks, Ravi?
I've not seen much of him, just a little bit, Gerald, in the IPL. He's got all the shots. He's a shot maker. But what I'm liking here is how organized he is. And even the way he's played the short ball, whether he's ducked, swayed out of the way, dropped his wrists. He's looked good.
Reddy from the crease blunts the spin to the leg side.
Hi, guys. Come, boys.
Just debut at the start of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Big crowd in Perth to see it. Right-hander faces up to Lyon. Reddy covers his stumps, defends quicker delivery.
Come, boys. Come, guys.
Would you have expected him to be making his test debut?
Yes, with Perth being the venue for the first test, I thought India going in with 2 spinners would have been a luxury.
Last ball of Lyon's over. Ready, reverse sweeps again. The other side of Stark at backward square for more. It's terrific counter-attack. Ready is 21. The boundary comes for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. Into the over, 64105.
There's a breakdown on the Gateway southbound before Old Cleveland Road at Belmont. That's got traffic back to the Port of Brisbane motorway at Muraree. A medical incident on the Gateway northbound centre lane after Nudgee Road Nudgee. Traffic back to Southern Crossway. And a van's broken down on Sandgate Road inbound in the left lane at Junction Road in Clayfield. Royal Caribbean's unmissable Black Friday deals are here. Brisbane, get up to 60% off your second guest plus kids sale from $29 per day. Hurry, sail in soon. Conditions apply. And that's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport, SENQ, 6:93 a.m.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 64105. Part is 28. Reddy is 21, and Josh Hazlewood coming back into the attack for the first time since lunch. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10. That reverse sweep. Reddy's playing it well.
Yeah, and playing it well. Control. He knows exactly where Stark was at backward point. Played either side of him. Very controlled.
Hazlewood begins the fresh spell. He's over the wicket. Part plays away from the body, drops across the popping crease. Hazlewood was in the way, but Reddy was herring through. Just took the diversion across the pitch and picked up the single.
This is a nice little partnership developing here. I like the confidence that Pant is showing in Reddy as well, and he's responding. I think this is an important period of play. Conditions are good for batting. It's the last real recognised pair, you would say, at the crease. So important for India to cash in, try and get as many in this partnership as possible.
3 slips and a gully. Just the one in the deep. Reddy gets his first look at Hazlewood. Playing a ball out to gully on the bump. Lands just in front of McSweeney, who is diving forward. You referenced the one spinner. What about Washington Sundar ahead of the 2 iconic spinners in this setup?
Just thinking to myself, 900 wickets between them. It must have been a case where, yes, he bowled very well against New Zealand. And I've always believed experience is important in conditions like this. It would have been the batting that would have tipped the scales in his favour.
Hazlewood bowls forward and defending is Reddy after points.
So I thought if there was only one spinner to play, I would have given time. I know being part of the team would have been Jadeja, the first option. But then there's not much to choose there, and I think they would have seen the number of left-handers Australia had in their lineup, and the blokes who've given them problems in the past, especially here. Travis Head, Usman Khaja has got a lot of runs. So they've been tempted to play the offie, but then again ahead of Ashwin.
Hazlewood bowls, Reddy forward defence. He'll tip and run as he plays it out to cover for a cheeky single.
This is good. Strike rotating. Good understanding. Yeah, it would have been a tough choice.
They left in a difficult position with the batting, with Shubman Gill injuring the thumb, and Rowett's not here yet. So this is not the lineup that they would have had in mind a month ago.
Yep. Hopefully, come the next Test match, Rowett would be back in, Gill would be back in, and it looks like a more solid batting lineup.
Trying to get to a competitive total. Pulls. Pat goes into the deep, dragged it to ground with 2 set on the leg side. Head comes up from the rope to do the fielding. 1 taken. 30 from 63, Pat. Stayed out of most of the short balls, but played that very well.
He's been at the crease long enough now.
So 2 in the deep for the right-hander on the leg side as well. Hazlewood in bowls, Reddy. That's a pass up over the stumps. 3 singles from the over. 6 for 108 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Barton's, family owned for over 75 years, with 7 big brands on 2 mega sites at Wynnum and Capalaba. Hyundai, Mitsubishi, Subaru, Nissan, LDV, GWM Haval, and Cherry. Thinking of selling? Barton's will pay cash for your car, exceeding your expectations. Go to bartons.net.au.
We are uninterrupted for the remainder of the session. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The push against Nathan Lyon has had him taken out of the attack. So that flurry from these two batters has served its purpose. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23 as Nathan Lyon takes his turn to go and stand in the field, and Pat Cummins is going to pick it up from the Langer end. So that's a small battle one, Ravi Shastri.
Yes, and they knew they targeted the right man. They got 23 off him very quickly.
Rishabh Pant's had a big hand in this. He's on 30. Cummins is around the wicket to him, and he's beaten on the outside edge. He wasn't set in his defence. A lovely way to start the spell. Simon Katich is in to join Ravi for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Ravi, and all our listeners. Yeah, it's a clever plan of attack from India. I think it's something that they have to do throughout the series to have success against this Australian team, is attack Nathan Lyon, try and get more overs into the quicks, but also limit the damage against someone like Mitch Marsh. Good spell today, he got a couple of wickets, and that's allowed the Australian quicks a little bit more of a breather.
Pant faces up in behind. A little pitch delivery from Cummins.
Just feel there could be some short stuff here in this over. He's got a fly slip in place. So the line of attack would be around middle leg. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a fine leg on the boundary. Might just see the odd one dug in short here. An effort ball from Cummins.
Ed Hazlewood and Labuschagne are the fielders near the rope. Khawaja and Smith in the corner. Cummins around the wicket, bowls, and Pant's forward defending.
Just saying off air, Gerard, that it's been noticeable in this little period here. Obviously, batting's just looks slightly easier. And you look at the ball, 41 overs old, and this is the period where India have missed Pujara in that first session. We saw Rahul try and do that same role, and I thought he played really well. Got out just before lunch, but you know, if you have that Pujara, the rock at number 3, winning you the first 30 overs, this session becomes a lot better for batting.
Cummins to Pant, conservative in defence.
Yeah, you say 3 down at lunch or 3 down at this time today. It's ideal for batting, especially the last 40 overs. Fast bowlers tiring. Nathan Lyon made to bowl extra. And that would have been India's recipe once they won the toss, decided to bat first.
And it means that you can get to a 280, 300, which is a pretty good score here, and gives you a chance to then attack with the ball. They've got their work cut out at 6 for 108, but these two have looked really good so far.
Cummins trying to dislodge Pant. He bounces in. Pant quickly down underneath. Carey takes it as it flies through.
Ravi, were you surprised Jadeja was left out, given how well he played here last time?
He would have been my first choice, being the most... We needed experience here as well. I was just telling Gerard, might have been something they saw in the nets where this guy was batting really well, Washington Sundar. Yes, we saw the way he bowled against New Zealand. He bowled really well, the ball coming out nicely. But big call. Go ahead of Jadeja and Ashwin.
Cummins to Pant. Oh, he got down on one knee, flicked it up magnificently, down to fine leg for 6.
Describe that, Gerard.
He's lying on the pitch by the time he's hoiked it up over his shoulder.
Oh, this is as cheeky a shot you'll ever get.
I love him. Rishabh Pant is 36, end of the over, 6 for 114.
Oh, shot of the morning, shot of the day, shot of this test match already.
That is remarkable. Scrambles inside the line, gets down low, picks it up to help it on its way, and tumbles to the ground. Perfect somersault, up on his haunches to watch it fly the boundary.
Oh, wow. That's why the crowds love him. around the globe. He's got that X factor. He's got that free spirit, which allows him to play in that fashion. He makes his own rules and abides by it.
That's the sort of shot you see in April or May in India in the IPL when he's got his Delhi Capitals shirt on, isn't it, Ravi?
Yep.
It's a phenomenal shot. Although we saw David Warner play one exactly like that last year, I think, here against Pakistan, against Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Doing it with ease with Dynabreeze, industrial strength, heavy duty fans. Hazelwood begins to fresh over. Reddy is in behind, steady. It's just, Ravi, when he was in your dressing room with Rishabh, when did you give him his head? Was he just an impulsive player? Would you rein him in at times or let him be the free spirit that he is?
No, let him be the free spirit. I remember he got out in Sydney for 97 or something of that sort, and that's the 5th or 6th time. He got out in the 90s looking to slog the off spinner, whether it was Lyon, somebody else, and then caught it backward point or deep cover or deep point.
Hazelwood to Reddy, defends from the off stump.
And he was got out for 97. He was sitting with his pads on in the Sydney dressing room, and half an hour had gone by, and Pujara had taken 6 boundaries of the second new ball, which was just taken. And I went to the loo around the corner, and I came back. I saw him sitting. I walked up and said, Puji's getting all your runs. What's happened? He had his head in his hands. I said, you're boring me now. You're getting out in the same fashion. Show me something different. So he said, like what? Show me the reverse sweep now. Do something different and try and get out.
Hazelwood to Reddy, stays out of a ball that he was drawn to play at.
And he kept quiet. And with 40 or 50 needed at the Kaaba, he started getting out the reverse sweep. And I said, no, man, this is not the time. This is not the time. And, you had your heart in your mouth. But he didn't care less. The reverse sweeps came out. And then he reverse swept Jimmy Anderson in one of the games, in a test match, I think, in Ahmedabad. And he went for 6, and he looked towards the dressing room and said, you play your way, don't worry.
What a joyful cricketer he is. Hazelwood trying to put the clamps back on. He bowls full. Reddy drives for 4. Perfectly struck off drive. Got the length that he wanted.
I don't want to put the mockers on him, but how good is he looking here? Just the way he's played the short ball, the way he's defended, his awareness to take the quick single, rotate the strike. He's looked the part.
Well, Ravi, I saw him earlier in the year in the IPL, and it was his first crack at it, wasn't it?
Yep.
And he played beautifully for the Sunrisers. Pat Cummins' team, where he captained. I haven't seen him in red ball. This is the first time, but he's looked right at home here this afternoon.
Classic off drive. Hazelwood bounces him in the follow-up. Skips down underneath it.
And even in the press conference, Pat gave him a big rap. I thought he had the talent. Someone making his debut.
Well, I know we spoke to Travis Head this morning, another teammate of his there, and he gave him a big rap. Yeah. He thought he was a serious talent. Ravi, you had a lot of success here as Indian coach. What was the key from your perspective with your messaging to this group to enable you to have success here?
No, I think it was a case of just believing in yourself, trying to work a way how you can get that 275, 300 on the board, and then being aggressive and looking to attack Australia. You said Pujara was the man who did a great job.
Last ball of the over. Reddy sees it. He drives. Picked up by Hazelwood in the follow-through. 4 from the over, Ravi. Thank you. 6 for 118 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman Plumbing for plumbers. We're going to bring Adam Collins in here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Partnership that's now worth 45, the biggest of the innings comfortably. 6 for 118. And Rishabh Pant really bringing this innings to life for India. He's up to 36. Has to be one of the most popular cricketers in the world. So pleased to see him back. Nitish Kumar ready. Perfect company so far. A couple of lavish boundaries, looking to attack, looking to put some pressure back on the Australian attack. So it's Cummins trying to break it up. Bowling to punt here. He's got a third man. Defending into the onside, no run. So the third man there, Cat, is surely a catching position, not a run preservation one. Marnus Labuschagne could easily be in the thick of things for any number of reasons at third man. Where are we? Cat losing Cat as well? No, he's jumping in the front. That's okay. Take a moment here. It's a reset. 47 overs remaining in the day, so we're not quite yet at halfway on that front. I don't think we'll get the overs in. Kawaja and Smith, the slips. But Sweeney in the gully and Labuschagne at deep third man, or a catching fly slip, so to speak. Here's Cummins to Richard, who deflects into the offside. No run, comes forward and pushes to accentuate that point, because we know that now he's done it once, the diving ramp, full somersault, that there's every possibility he'll do it again.
Well, the only thing now is Pat Cummins has decided to come over the wicket.
Yep.
So the change in angle, Pat Cummins probably feels it'll be harder for him to play that shot now from over the wicket. Whereas when he was around, he was able to get outside the line of off stump and use that angle to ramp it down over fine leg.
Cummins wicketless in his 13th over. Up to the crease and bowls here and steering. Past McSweeney. Waits it well enough that there might be a second to Labuschagne, but always reluctant to take him on, because if he picks it up cleanly, he's a dead-eye dick. 6 for 119, which moves Rishabh up to 37.
It's a smart move, that, not taking Labuschagne on, even though there was a misfield. It's just too short a throw, and he attacked that beautifully, Labuschagne. He's always got plenty of energy in the field, trying to create that half chance. And he's a hitter too. We've seen him over so many years. Wherever he's in the field, he hits the stumps with regularity.
It was 4 in a year, wasn't there? One, it was 22 or 23, where it was 22 where Labuschagne couldn't miss. Halfway through the over, gets a chance at ready. 4 in the cordon, bowls here, defends to mid-on, no single. I like the look of Reddy.
Yeah, he can play. Yeah. I mean, I'd only seen him in white ball cricket earlier in the year, and he was impressive. Played with Pat Cummins, Sunrisers Hyderabad. He batted the top order, and he made a real impact for their team.
Had a great start to his T20 career as well. Made 74 from 34 balls in his second game for India, in the shortest form a couple of months ago. No real first-class form to speak of. And how he was picked for this test, it was more on gut. Worked so far. Facing Cummins, ready, short ball, awkwardly plays with one hand, but gets it around the corner for a single. It's 27, 6 for 120. Made his name as a 16-year-old when he made a quadruple 100. Made 441 in the VJ Merchant Trophy. Then he made a triple in the same season. So he went from nowhere to, hang on a minute, there might be something going on here, very, very quickly as a schoolboy. Of course, the IPL was where he came into his own this year under the captaincy of Cummins.
Travis Head spoke highly of him this morning as well.
What did he say? He's a freak. Straight to the point there from Travis Ever. Last ball here. Cummins bowls to punt. Gets the periscope up, then pulls out at the last bit. It's so high that umpire Gaffney spreads the wings and signals a wide. 6 for 121. So
good call. Chris Gaffney. It's just too high.
We don't see enough of this, I reckon, Cat, where short balls are pinged for wides. That was way above his head.
Practically had his bat up vertically as high as it could go from his head, and it was above that.
Little fella still couldn't reach it. Cummins to finish. Bowls to punt. Punt fuller, hit on the pad. Bit of interest from Carey, but not from Cummins. End of the over, 3 runs coming from it. 6 for 121, punts 37. Ready is 27. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Falcon Tyres. Simon Katich with us for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Australia have taken a couple of wickets this session. They've celebrated those for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. There's Gerard and Sundar in quick succession for 11 and 4, both the Mitchell Marsh. Just rotate through the seamers, and interesting that Cummins, when we interviewed him yesterday, he's like, yeah, we will use Labuschagne. It isn't sort of a a novelty item that he's running in bowling these bounces, because the bouncer attritional war is becoming an increasingly big part of modern Test cricket.
Yeah, and the other thing is Labuschagne spent a fair bit of time, as you know, this year for Glamorgan. He did a fair bit of bowling for them.
He loves it. Hazelwood, new over, bolster, ready to right-hander. Steers into the backward point region, collected by Sweeney, no run.
And it was a mixture of medium pace and leg spin, depending on conditions.
And offies.
And offies as well.
Just wants to always be an option, I think. The first time we saw him bowl medium pace cap was when we were in Karachi, wasn't it? When out of nowhere, Cummins threw the ball and got a wicket.
That was flat.
Yeah, well, that was in the innings when they were bowling it out.
Royal Pindi was flatter.
I've got a real soft spot for Karachi, not so much for Pindi. They were a long 5 days. Hazelwood away from us, up to ready again. Bowls here, it's Fuller and defended. Hazelwood super consistent today, 11th over, 2 for 17.
And I was just going to say, the only thing that surprised me today has been the fact that Hazelwood didn't start after lunch, because he was the pick of the bowlers in that first session, 2 for 10 off 8 overs. But they obviously wanted to get Mitch Marsh into the series, get some overs under his belt. Did the job, great spell, 2 wickets, job done. So you can't fault the thought process there, but in terms of who's been the pick, Hazelwood, for me, has been the standout today.
Picking up from where he left off at Christchurch, where he was outstanding. Bowling here to ready, leaving alone outside the off stump. So 35 at 15 across that season, including the 2 New Zealand Test matches, where he was statistically Australia's best bowler throughout the summer.
Well, what about his numbers in 2024? 29 wickets, average of 13.68.
Which would be better still after today, right?
Yeah. So
Hazelwood has been, he's done enough to overtake Pat Cummins in the ICC rankings, which takes some doing, given Cummins has been sort of 1, 2 or 3 for about 5 years now. 2 back for the short ball as and when. Halfway through the over, Hazelwood bowls now. There it is, and Reddy has a little fend in it. Is there a noise? Again, Carey's kind of interested, but Hazelwood asks the question and bails out. Good bit of bowling, came back towards him.
Yeah, that definitely looked like it jagged back off the surface. He did well in the end to evade. Yeah, that's just kept coming back at him. The only problem there for Reddy was that he rode it with his gloves, and that's where you almost got to try and drop your gloves so it doesn't meet the height of the ball and glove it through the keeper. But he's in the mood at the moment where he wants to feel bat on ball.
So on the basis of that, he's bringing up the deep square leg about 15 yards inside the rope. Hazelwood 3 slips the gully. Bowls again to Reddy. Goes short enough, but it's down the leg side. Got Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
A lot has been made of the way that the selectors have prepared this bowling attack to play this Test match. Josh Hazelwood has come in with almost no form, and he's hardly played for several months. And even when he has played, he's been unsuccessful. He's been wicketless in 5 last professional games. And when he did take a wicket, it was 1 for 40 against England in a one-dayer. And even in a first-class game, he went wicketless. But it doesn't matter because he's been training and he's fit and he's mentally fresh.
All building up towards today's spot on, Tommy. Hazelwood here, closer to the stumps, beats the edge, had to play down that line. Ready, and it gets into the gloves of Carey. Another good maiden there from Hazelwood, 6 for 121. Punt's 37. Ready is 27, which we can see on our replay screen, the pay.com.au replay screen. Our coverage for Royal Caribbean, come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services with Adam Collins and Simon Katich. Plenty of Indian fans in today. They were trying to get 30,000 in here today, Kat, which would have been, I think that we might have already hit the marker as the highest attendance for a Test match day in Perth. Of course, that's skewed by the fact that the WACA didn't hold any more than 22,000. But still, after the criticism last couple of years, good turnout today.
Yeah, and it needed to be, because I think this is a fantastic venue. We know the pitch has been outstanding here. Matt Page originally developed it across the road from the WACA at Gloucester Park with the same clay that they use at the WACA, and we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years that this pitch here has got that hardness to it. It cracks up in the right heat, and I think it's been a great Test wicket here. We've seen good pace and bounce here today, bit of seam movement. So it needed to have that, I think, the final piece of the jigsaw, which is the crowd to support.
One of the things I love about Test cricket in Australia is we do press conferences in the build-up with the curator. Isaac McDonald spoke to us twice, giving us progress updates on the pitch. That doesn't happen anywhere in the world apart from Australia, I should tell you. But I've got Flem with us as well. Hello, Flem. But he was keen to tell us how hard it was going to be, despite the fact that they lost a day to rain with the prep. I mean, if that's your characteristic, hard and fast, you're doing something right.
Yeah, we love it. And talked about it all day. We love playing at the Wacker. Great to commentate at as well, and it was so unique. But to see the way this has behaved in the last 4 years, we've certainly got the same characteristics.
Cummins to Richard over the wicket, new over, leaves alone in the channel outside the off stump.
And, you also admire curating as well, to be able to balance that, get the same clay in there. But it's a bit like swing bowling. There's controllable factors and uncontrollable factors. And in an ideal world, he didn't want rain 2 days out. But you've got to deal with it and still do the best you can. So, curating's, it's a tough job. And so many things you can't control. But so far, it's been a fantastic day one pitch.
Cummins to the crease again to punt, who leaves alone in identical fashion. It's that word, too, that we used, curator, as the job descriptor in Australia. Like it's sort of artistic pursuit. It's groundsman everywhere else. Yeah. But we have respect for the person.
They're an artist.
I reckon it is.
Yeah.
What you're describing there are controllables.
Yeah, but it is. But, when I hear 2 days out, my worry, day one's going to be a bit too slow. But it hasn't. I wouldn't say it's as fast as it's going to get quicker. But I certainly feel like batsmen with half volleys, or not, there's been a lot of cut shots, you can certainly play your shots and trust the pace of this pitch.
Two back on the offside, deep backward point, the third man. Cummins over the wicket to punt, who leaves alone again. So he's trying to tempt him on the fourth and fifth stump line here, Fleming.
And you see a lot more bat pads on slow seaming pitches, whereas we haven't seen that as much today. So, no, I think it's been fantastic. And what happened, they just lost a lot of wickets early. I think KL Rahul, if he got to lunch, then you're potentially looking at a 250 total, which, the par suggests that, that's still below par, but you're a chance to get nicks on a wicket that's fast and bouncy.
Sharp facing Cummins. Again, it's fourth, fifth stump line. Cummins not giving an inch to pant here. He's not going to surrender, so he stumps. He's going to keep it out there and wait. Leaves alone.
Yeah, it highlights how important winning the first 30 to 40 overs with the bat is in these conditions in Australia. You get different phases of the game here where we saw this morning it was hard work, but you've just got to try and ride it out and only be 2-3 down at lunch, and then that gives you a chance in the middle session, if you get one good partnership straight after lunch, to then build on that and get towards that 280-300 score, which is actually a good score out here.
Cummins in, bowls here, edging, taking a second slip. Cummins gets punt. At just the moment, there was a little bit of pressure building the other way for the first time on day one. It's always Captain Cummins. Safely into the hands of Stephen Smith, takes it with his fingers pointing to the sky in conventional fashion. 7 for 121, third wicket of the session, Damian Fleming.
Yeah, he's kicking himself as he goes off, Rishabh Pant, but that plan didn't actually take that long to come off. It was just a couple of wider balls outside off stump. Rishabh Pant loves to get bat on ball, wants to score quickly, and that wasn't a great shot against a ball outside off stump, angling across you, and he was trying to nick it through mid-wicket onto the leg side. So that's a bonus dismissal, that one, Kato. They didn't have to work too hard on that one.
Yeah, no, spot on. I think he's fought the line of the ball there, trying to whip it leg side, and it's hard to do against Pat Cummins, particularly if he gets the ball to angle across, which he was from around over the wicket. So he'll be disappointed, Rishabh Pant, and Australia in a very dominant position now.
And on the replay, it's actually wider than I first thought. I thought it was like a fourth or fifth stump line, but it was wider than that. Yeah, that's a tough shot.
It's not a good
play.
Yeah, it's not going to look pretty when they're in the dressing room, that when they watch it back on the pay.com.au replay screen. Tom Morris, you foretold that for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
It's the 12th time that Rishabh Pant and Pat Cummins have come up against each other in an innings, and it's the first time that Cummins has dismissed Pant in Test cricket. It was an anomaly, wasn't it, given how successful Cummins has been against so many batters across the globe, but he's got him for the first time.
That discipline of willing to hang it out there, Cat, and doing the thing that Cummins does so well, and not allowing a batter to play on their terms.
Well, he's been down today, Pat Cummins. It's been a rare off day for him. Normally, in these sorts of conditions, he's lethal, but he's got a chance now to clean the tail.
Indeed he does. In here, first ball deflected out through the offside. Nicely played there by Rana. The other man on debut. They'll get a couple. It's flicked back in the last. Marnus Labuschagne out there, busy boy. 7 for 124 at the end of the over. Rana off the mark. First ball in his Test career gets 3. Ready down the other end on 27. Cummins successful in the over. It's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Falcon tyres.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
So Richard Pant has been our leading run scorer today, making 37 for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. The player of the day so far has been Josh Hazlewood for Bingley, better living every day. 2 for 17 from 11, and a chance now to really get into the lower order. New man Rana on strike straight away. 3 slips of gully, a short leg. The men are back in. Hazlewood to him, bowls here, deflects out towards gully, no run.
He's averaging 43 in first-class cricket, and the strike rate's 84. He's hit 25 sixes in 14 innings. So I don't think this is his go, just a bit of blocking.
No, and maybe this pace and bounce might not be his go either, because I'm just watching his back foot here, and it's...
What are you suggesting, Simon?
Well, it just looks like he wants to stay leg side of it at the moment.
What Trevor said might get trodden on.
I'm not saying that.
You did say that. You suggested that.
I'm saying that he's probably going to nick off.
He's coming in off the back of it.
I think he likes to get on the front foot.
So Harshit Rana facing here. Hazlewood to him. Short ball does take it on. Thanks to the gloves to Carey, but doesn't hit a glove on the way through. He made very recently an unbeaten 122 from 86 balls in the Julep Trophy. And that's a step up from the Ranji Trophy. It's where they concentrate the teams into India A, B, C and D. So
once again, no Colo. I feel there might have been a few drives straight down the ground.
His chance to be part of the Indian Test squad when they played New Zealand recently. Didn't get a game. Of course, he's primarily there to bowl, but he's got some first-class form behind him. Facing up here, Hazlewood through the cordon that goes for 4. Haven't been many boundaries today. Flashed at it, but kept it down and found a gap. Precious run, 7 for 128. Rana races to 7.
Provide the full face to the ball on that occasion.
Yeah.
Just though, what about the getting off the mark too, though, in your first test?
First ball.
I was talking to, did something with Mark Waugh at lunch, and funny enough, we got off the mark in Test cricket against the same bowler, Phil de Freitas. Yeah. You wouldn't know where your second or third runs come, but you know that first one, don't you?
Yep. Does that suggest you didn't get a run at all in Pakistan in '94?
Wasn't required.
Wasn't required.
Pitches are pretty flat.
Hazlewood here, bowling to Rana on 7. Again into the cordon. Oh, what a catch! On the deflection. Ends up with Labuschagne. It's the assist from McSweeney. You don't see that very often. Rana's gone for 7. Hazlewood's got a 3rd. It's the delayed reaction. It's the presence of mind of Labuschagne to stay in the game. 8 for 128. Boy, they've caught well today, Simon Katich.
They certainly have. That was an absolute beauty. Great teamwork. McSweeney came quick to him, and it just popped up for Labuschagne, who ended up taking it just behind himself. And the reflexes on show there were brilliant. Oh, particularly from Labuschagne.
Oh, that's even better on the second viewing. So McSweeney with the left hand just kept it above ground height, but Labuschagne did not take his eyes off the ball. A little bit better than Tavares Miller all those years ago. 8 for 128. This could end in a hurry.
Oh, that was brilliant, Marnus. I was watching Josh Hazlewood, and he had the disappointment that had gone down. And it wasn't until I saw him, he obviously saw that Marnus took it, that I looked towards the slip area. But, yeah, that back foot just going towards square leg. It's going to be hard to hit the ball in front of square on the offside. So in the second innings, unless he rectifies that, I'm predicting a catch in the slips again in the second innings.
Huge response from the Australians. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy pale ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And that's been a feature of the Australian reactions through the day. Just reinforces just how much this series means to that group of senior players, Kat.
Yeah, it does. And you've got a chance to set the tone first day of the series. And they've certainly done that here. It's been in their favour right from the word go. Early wickets. The globes up top for the young left-handers. And now, this is the big challenge because India have a long tail.
Yes.
And Australia, that's where they could get an advantage in the series, cleaning them up quickly.
Bumrah's at 11. He's batting at 10. Hazlewood 2 in here. First ball, the captain defends into the offside. No run. He's an 11 batting 10 with the most runs ever in an over, which is a total anomaly when he hit Broad for 35. We'll put that to one side. He's got a job to do here. And every time we see the replay on the pay.com.au replay screen here at the ground, the crowd are oohing and ahhing at what McSweeney and Labuschagne were able to do in tandem there. That's stunning stuff. Make sure you watch it back where you can. It'll be worth it. Of course, it's Labuschagne who does that.
That was brilliant from Marnus.
And again, Hazlewood delivers and defending on the front foot. Confident there from Bumrah. Ends the over. Hazlewood's got 3 for 21 from 12. It's 8 for 128 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Falkland tyres. All of our numbers for Junheinrich, German engineered forklifts and racking systems. And our coverage for Henley Holmes' big sale must end soon. We've got 5 and a bit minutes until tea, but if they're 9 down, there'll be that extension of the session. Tommy Morris is with us. He's got the numbers.
Bizarre when you think of Jasprit Bumrah's career and how successful he's been. That's the first delivery he's ever faced from Josh Hazlewood in his Test career.
All right. I suppose that might go to the fact that Bumrah was missing through 2021 over here.
Poor Josh is not bowling to the tail.
Josh not bowling to the tail.
There you go.
Or he hasn't played as much in India.
A lot of scenarios thrown around by the SEN cricket team.
Thanks, Tom. Here's Cummins. Can he get another one? Oh, moving out the way and swinging. Now, that's a sign. Reddy doesn't take the single on offer after dancing one way then the other in the crease. We know he's a resourceful T20 operator. He practices the shot that goes back over the bowler's head, a bit of shadow batting after the ball goes away. So strap in here, guys. So he leapt across the stumps like Steve Smith does, and then he went the other way and gave him all 3 stumps to look at. Fun.
Cleared that front leg. He was trying to mow that over mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Just came off the ball a little bit.
I suspect if he plays 5 Test matches, Nitish Kumar Reddy is going to be very, very popular in Australia by the end of the series. Has a crack. It's he who Cummins is bowling to. Field spreads. They're not taking the singles out towards deep square leg, therefore it'll be a dot instead of a 1. They're trying to protect Bumrah. The performative boos go around Perth Stadium.
There's only, 3 or 4 minutes to the tea break?
Yeah. So the penultimate over here. What do you reckon, Nathan Lyon might get a look in before tea? Above the eye line, that kind of thing, Flem?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
You might have to wrench the ball out of Josh Hazlewood's hands, though.
Hazlewood has been at his best today.
Slips in, field spread elsewhere. Down to mid-on, no singles. So a deepish mid-on, a deepish mid-off. Neither of them are on the rope. Indeed, none of the 6 are, with the exception of fine leg and third man. Deep backward point and deep square, the other 2. So 6 out in the umbrella. 2 slips and a gully in the cordon. Reddy, who got off the mark earlier with a couple of lavish boundaries. Can he get going again here against Cummins? We saw how good he was in the IPL earlier in the year, firsthand. Cummins bowls and Reddy gets tightened up, jumps across the stumps, the ball rears up towards his hip, keeps it down. This time takes the single with a couple of balls left in the over for Bumrah to deal with. 8 for 129. What do you do to Bumrah here if you Cummins, Flem?
I'd be still just backing my best ball. Just good length, just outside of stump. hits the seam and goes either way, you're in the game. Bumrah got really forward in those first 2 balls, but you've got to back your best ball, haven't you?
Try and feed short leg here.
No room.
Leg gully's coming in as well, I reckon. So there's that option.
He's
Nathan
probably
Lyon.
given it away what his line's going to be.
Yeah. Legs, short leg slip, and then 4 conventional slips and a gully. They're all in now. Cummins just pulls line a snifter tighter at leg slip as well. Fast bowler to fast bowler, captain to captain. Delivers here to Bumrah, and Bumrah defends from the off-stump line, takes one, plays it well. Jeez, not sure whether that was the plan, him taking one, when you think about what they're trying to achieve here. But anyway, 8 for 130, Bumrah off the mark.
Reddy wasn't ready. He didn't live up to his name.
He was startled. It was like he was running in quicksand because he was like, oh, my God, I've got to run it.
Might be one of those where Bumrah was keener to get off the mark than anything else.
True. Bag him.
Didn't want to tell the captain no.
He was fun yesterday at the presser, Bumrah. Just really happy to be here. Really happy to be captain. Not much more to it than that. Embracing the pressure. Savouring the chance to wear the armband and all of that. Second time he's done it.
Good strength to have to your captaincy is your own bowling. And they're both guns.
So last ball here to Reddy. Bowls here. Oh, he goes up towards third man. Will it get to Labuschagne? It'll go over his head.
Shot.
He's gone back with the one hand like a goalkeeper.
Shot.
He has taken it, hasn't he? Couldn't quite see it through the window here, but it's an amazing catch. It's gone for 6. The modern game, 101 right there. 6 runs added to the tally. 34 for Reddy. Just clears third man who was there to catch. 8 for 136. Watching it back off the face of the bat in the uppercut fashion, Cat. There you go. And Labuschagne gave himself a chance for the diving catch, and he has dragged it in, hasn't he?
No, it went over his head.
Went over his head, sorry. I thought he might have got it at the last, but still, there we go.
Great example for young players watching, though, the way he positioned himself on the boundary line to try and reel that in. He gave himself every chance to be able to try and get it or even flick it back. And it's amazing how often they practice that.
It's interesting, too, he goes with his right hand. You know, feeling, get more leverage and be able to tap it back. Well, that over didn't really work out, did he? He blocked it, didn't take the single. Takes a single, gets called down for a single, and then hits a 6 last ball.
So, yeah, new over. Hazelwood gets a go at Bumrah. First ball on the front foot, gets a single. That's good batting from the Indian captain. Seeing a gap at cover, leaning on it. Gets to 2, gives a strike back to Reddy, and we know how he's going to play from this point forward, batting with the tail, 8 for 137.
That might be the last full delivery Bumrah gets for a while. I know there's tea, but after tea.
5 balls left in the session. A wicket here would extend it, of course. Hazelwood 3 for 22, so a chance for another 5. Got one of those at Christchurch in his most recent performance, albeit back in March. Field going to spread predictably, so deep square leg. Mid-on most of the way back, fine leg, third man, deep backward point, and a deepish mid-off. In his Hazelwood to Reddy. Inside part of the bat, out to deep square. They do take the single, so they've abandoned ship on the milk to strike game. That much is clear. 8 for 138.
Maybe Bumrah feels confident against Hazelwood. He's happy to get down there. At some point, you've got to face up. So.
Yeah. I just thought they might be just trying to get to tee.
Sort of marginal gains, get the Australian bowlers to bowl in one more session kind of thing. It's a long series.
Surely he's getting a shorter delivery now. I think they're trying to get that bounce off a good length like he did to Coley.
Hazelwood from our members' end. Delivers to Bumrah on 2 across his stumps. Takes on the short ball over the cordon. 4 runs to come. 1 bounce over the rope, or has it gone all the way? We'll wait. Yep.
What?
It's cleared the rope. So 2 sixes in the last 4 balls. This game's speeding up in all sorts of ways. 8 for 144. Entertaining cricket. Maybe the back of the bat over first slip.
I don't think they're batting out till tee. He knew that was going to be short, and instead of ducking, he goes, I'm going to take it on.
Well, that's the beauty of the extra pace and bounce. You get rewarded if you get a top edge, it flies.
We go again. Hazelwood bowls here, back of a length. Defends into the offside. They all count. Feels a lot different if they get sort of 160, 170 cat compared to where they might have been. Where at one point in the session they were 6 for 73 and looking at maybe an all-out 110 or something like that.
It really helps. They still feel like they're behind this test, but if these two can put on 20 or 30 and then the last two, particularly if Reddy stays out there for a couple of partnerships, if you get up to 170, 180, it's semi-respectable.
2 left in the over. Bumrah's on 80, faces Hazelwood, goes Fuller. Is it okay when coming forward in defence, Flem? As he does here.
Yeah.
Hazelwood wants
so they're
changes.
talking about the short ball now with the field, whether it's the reverse Malachi and bowls another length delivery. But, yeah, I agree. You know, another 30, 40 runs, then it gives the Australians like an ugly batting period. And when you're a fast bowler, knowing that I've probably only got one spell in me, particularly if your number one quick's Bumrah, you know, India should just try. Can we win the last session? Let's win the last session, and we are in this test match.
Last ball of the session. Labuschagne drops down to deep third man. Bowling here is Hazelwood to Bumrah, and he's caught behind. It will not be the end of the session. It's 9 down. They'll take the extra time. Bumrah. It was the reverse Malachi. You called it, Flem.
Yeah.
They sent down deep third on the expectation that the short ball would be coming. Got forward but found the edge. He's caught behind for 8, 9 for 144 at the end of the over. Hazelwood gets himself a 4th, which will mean we will see Mohammad Siraj, and we'll change commentary here as well. So we'll take a brief break. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Falcon tyres. India 9 down.
Josh Hazelwood now 4 for 29, and T is not going to go ahead because there's only 1 wicket to fall now for India. And really was the reverse Malachi there, set up for a short ball. Jasprit Bumrah weight backwards, and it was happy days for Big Josh. He was the Fonz. He voted just outside off stump, got the outside edge. Well deserved for him. And now we were talking about the Indians. Can they build another 30, 40 runs to get their score into the 170s, 180s? That's going to be tough with this last wicket. Reddy's the man that can get them there. And Gerard, been an eventful day. If they can build a bit of a partnership, it could lead to an ugly session for the Australians. But if they're knocked over very quickly, the Aussies will be very happy with their efforts in the field.
Yeah, so Siraj, the new man in, he's at the non-strikers end. So Reddy's on 35. You'd imagine he'd just teared up this over. Australia have pushed the long on, the deep square, deep points. Third man, mid-off is hedging halfway back, and mid-wicket's just been told to retreat half a dozen steps as well. There's a fine leg down below us. Pat Cummins looking to finish things off. Reddy's in his sights. He backs away. He runs the ball out through cover. There's 1 and 2. He's placed that well. Stark had a lot of ground to make. Reddy picks up 2 and moves to 37. That's 9 for 146.
So it's been an intriguing last half an hour as well, with the Aussies using Hazelwood and Cummins. Reddy and Richard Part's partnership looked like a different pitch. Not only did they scored quickly, but it's been the grind and the pressure from both ends that's proved too much for the Indian batsmen today.
So Ravi was mentioning 175, as Reddy will have to have some happy hitting to get there. He's on the move, he swings, he skies the ball. Khawaja shields the eyes from the sun and drops the catch. He never quite looked that sure, Khawaja. He stared up, he looked straight into the Perth sun. He covered his eyes. By the time he readied himself, the ball was falling, and he spilt it on the square.
I wasn't backing him.
No,
I didn't
never liked him in flight.
No, it was like old Uzi. No, didn't like it at all. Reddy started to walk off, but Usman, who so often does wear shades, and he's not, and he'll rue that now. I think his first thing is he'd be saying, don't look at the sun, and I reckon he has.
Cummins has to try again. Reddy swings, bang, all the way across the turf, scoots through mid-off, goes to the boundary for 4.
character-building stuff for the captain, Pat Cummins. You could have closed this innings. You could have got your second wicket, and you've been plundered straight down the ground with what I've got to say was just an excellent attacking shot again from Reddy. Couldn't have been more impressive on debut, and the potential to counter-attack here, it could happen.
Brings the 150 up for India. Cummins bowls, Reddy, hoiks it up. Khawaja going back. Can he make amends? He can. It only cost 4. Khawaja takes the catch. Reddy goes for 41. Cummins mops up with his second. India bowled out for 150.
So that's a good catch. Usman showed a lot of agility. It did help that it was lower and he was running away from looking into the sun. So good composure to not drop 2 in 3 deliveries. Reddy in the end looked like he was trying to hit a 6 every ball. And that's too hard a task against a bowler of Pat Cummins' skill. He picks up 2 wickets, Captain Pat. He was quite expensive for Pat Cummins, but overall, when you lose the toss and the opposition decides to bat, if you bowl out the opposition for 150, you'd be well and truly happy with your efforts.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. Let me give you the call of the card. India won the toss and elected to bat. Jaiswal caught McSweeney, bowled Stark for naught. It was 1 for 5. Patakal caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for naught. He faced 23 deliveries. It was 2 for 14. Kohli caught Khawaja, bowled Hazelwood for 5, 3 for 32. We can join Mitch Marsh here with Adam Gilchrist.
You've got 2 wickets, well bowled.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Guess it's always nice to chip in. I said to Paddy after a 5-over spell, I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, that's right. It's been a big week for you. You're a father for the first time. Congrats on the arrival of Olive. And for you and Greta, how's it all going?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy week. I better not say too much. The boys have been getting stuck in a minute that I'm the first bloke to ever have a kid. So, but it's been an incredible week. Yeah, she's a little beauty and couldn't be prouder.
No doubt about that. What about the situation here? You had them maybe 7 or 8 down under 100. You couldn't quite get that killer blow, but you'd be happy with that result now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the start of the day, it certainly would have taken 150. There was plenty in it with the new ball. As we saw, I thought the boys just bowled really well. Rishabh's always a danger man. He's always hard work to get out, just the way he plays. But yeah, Paddy got him, and yeah, nice to get batting.
Yeah, indeed. And tell us a little bit how you saw Marnus's catch. That's going to be viewed all around the world. He's always an entertaining cricketer. He continues to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a beautiful view. I was at second gully. And Buddha had awesome effort to get there, and then Marn just took the hand out, and yeah, it stuck. So yeah, very good catch.
All right, mate. We'll let you get in the sheds and wish Nathan McSweeney all the best on debut.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, Gil.
Mitch Marsh there on Fox Cricket. This is the change of innings for Trojan. Tools built tough, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Rahul caught Carey, bowled Stark for 26, 4 for 47. It was 4 for 51 at lunch. Jarrell caught Labuschagne, bowled Marsh for 11, 5 for 59. Sundar caught Carey, bowled Marsh for 4, 6 for 73. Rishabh Pant caught Smith, bowled Cummins for 37, 7 for 121. Rana caught Labuschagne, bowled Hazelwood for 7, 8 for 128. The parried catch from McSweeney to Labuschagne. Bumrah caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 8, 9 for 144. Reddy caught Khawaja, bowled Cummins for 41. All out 150. Siraj not out 0. The bowling, Mitch Stark 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. Josh Hazelwood 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 29. Pat Cummins 15.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 67. Nathan Lyon 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. And Mitch Marsh 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. Tom Morris will take you through the tea break shortly. Nathan McSweeney will be opening the batting for Australia in about 15 minutes' time. Tyre Power scoreboard, save on Vulcan tyres.
Overwhelming from India, exceptional from Australia. This is the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Damian Fleming. Did we learn much in the first 2 sessions of play today about either team?
Well, I think we did. I think the Australians were not unhappy to be bowling first by the way that Stark and Hazelwood started with that new ball. And India, yeah, they batted. We were uncertain about their lineup coming in even this morning. I feel like their batters might have been uncertain whether they were playing coming into this morning. So shots that they didn't need to play against a hostile Australian bowling lineup. I still would have thought when you win the toss and decide to bat, at least 250 would have been, and probably even that's a bit below par for India. However, if I was Gordon Gambier and Jasper Bumrah, the leadership, I'd be saying, let's win this session. Win this session, come tomorrow morning with still hope to win this test match.
And what did you make of the pitch? And do you think the Indians actually have a chance to get something out of it in this final session of day one?
Yeah, this has been as good a day one pitch as we've seen here at Perth Stadium, 5 years on. I think every skill had a chance to perform. I was worried when they said that there was rain and covers on for the whole day, 2 days. It might have been slower and slower seam, but the ball come through. It certainly moved probably off the seam more than in the air. So no complaints about the pitch. And we saw when Pant and Reddy were playing their shots. It was fine, wasn't it?
So who's your player of the day, contender, thanks to Bingley, better living every day?
Contender at the moment is the Big Hoff. It was the Hazelwood hallway of hesitation throughout those 13 overs, 4 for 29. Could have got more. Stark got the early wickets, but equally Hazel was building pressure at the other end. He's built himself up for a massive summer, the Big Hoff.
Yeah, it's clear freshness trumps form at the moment, and you can't argue with the way he bowled or his Australian teammates. What's been the Bendix big breaks, big moment? Bendix, the best known breaks. What moment do you think exemplifies the first 49.4 overs of the test match?
Yeah, I'm a bit torn here. You can go a few ways. You know what I might just say first up is Nathan McSweeney taking the first catch. You're in the gully, you're nervous. He drops that first one, Tom. Then he's got to go out later. His first potential impact in the Australian team is a drop catch. But no, it was a succinct, well-caught, clean catch. Helped take half a catch later on. I was almost going to give it to Marnus for the tap.
Have you seen that before?
I don't think I've seen one that low get dropped and the other slip diving low behind him. So Marnus, you're unlucky, but I'm going to give it to the debutant, and hopefully we're going to see him bat the whole session here, Tom.
Hopefully more to come. Keep cool this summer with a Ream Solar branded cool cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. This has been the Tea Break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We'll be back after this with the final session of play here on day one at the Optus Stadium.
Cummins to Part. Oh, he got down on one knee, flicked it up magnificently down to fine leg for 6.
Describe that, Gerard.
He's lying on the pitch by the time he's hoiked it up over his shoulder.
Oh, this is as cheeky a shot you'll ever get.
I love him. Rishabh Pant is 36, end of the over, 6 for 114.
Oh, shot of the morning, shot of the day, shot of this test match already.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover.
India all out for 115. Nathan McSweeney's test career is about to begin on SEN Test Cricket. Peter Lalor is in to share it. Hello to you, Pete.
Hello, Gerard. Have you just given a $100 Liquorland voucher to an under-10 player?
To his dad.
Oh, his dad.
Part of the story, but not all of it. Beautiful sunny conditions here in Perth. It's still 23 degrees for Beacon Trade, a tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. The pitch has had plenty in it for the bowlers. For Mole Map, get a Mole Map. One check, 2 experts, but it doesn't explain India's 150. The only way to make amends is for Jasprit Bumrah to wreak some havoc in the next 2.5 hours. Usman Khawaja is going to see the first ball. He sent his new partner a text message last night, said, I've got it, I'll bat one. You can have a look at things from the non-striker's end, and that looking is upon us. 3 slips and a gully in place. Bumrah is prowling away at the top of his mark to try and bowl India back into this test, Pete.
Well, I think we came here this morning really hoping to see McSweeney bat, and we're a little bit disappointed when the coin bounced the other way, but it's a perfect result for him in some ways. I mean, you like to feel your feet on the grass, I reckon, and get into the game. And boy, oh boy, did he get into the game. Yeah. 2 very, well, one good catch and one very, very good catch. He's already earned his paycheck for this match.
Jasprit Bumrah. Can India find a way back? Usman Khawaja has the strike. Bumrah bowls to him. Onto the pads. Khawaja takes him away for a run immediately to backward square. And one on the board for Australia.
So he spared the young batsman for a single delivery. Bumped into Team McSween outside on the way into the ground this morning.
How many?
Gerard? I think there was about a dozen of them. There was a sister and friends. They all had the Team McSweeny T-shirts on. They're all very excited, as we all are. It is such a wonderful thing to see a batter or a bowler make their debut in Test cricket, and in a big series like this. Stand by, Australia.
The first ball was a no ball for what that's worth as well. So Usman sort of only in theory saved McSweeney, who will still, in a peculiar way, see the first ball.
The first legitimate
it's
ball.
It's none for two. So McSweeney does his stretches, and Australia is about to get its first glimpse of its new opener. Captain of South Australia, the 25-year-old, sees Jasprit Bumrah for the first time. McSweeney struck on the pad as he looked to leave. It's ballooning up over the stumps. A stifled shout from the corner.
Got them a little bit excited behind the wicket to see him shoulder arms at that one, which was pretty straight. Boy, he's faced a few tests in his very brief, well, it's not that brief a career, but nothing like this. I think the last bloke you ever want to face when you make your debut is Jasprit Bumrah.
McSweeney's got the high back lifts, upright in his stance. Bumrah bowls to him and he leaves outside the off-stump, ball shaping away. There's no arguing with his form this season. If the mission was to find the most informed batter outside to be at the top of the order, he won it convincingly.
Yeah,
a century at Shield level, a century in the one-dayers, batting his team, Australia A, to victory.
And a first century completed behind the smoke screen of Sam Constas's doubles, 2 centuries in that first game.
Bumrah bowls. McSweeney can't get bat on ball as he plays and misses outside the off stump.
A lot of carry there for Jasprit Bumrah. That would have saved McSweeney if he got an edge on that.
Ooh, it was close. Gasps looking to the pay.com.au replay screen. Crowd that's been dialed in all day, and from an Australian perspective, is shaped as the main act. There's 3 slips ready themselves. Bumrah stutters in and he bowls. McSweeney leaves tight to the off stump.
The Australians have talked about playing 5-day Test match cricket and bringing back the leave. Everything old is new again, Kevin.
I found that so interesting that the religion of Australian cricket was to move the game forward, and they tried to move the game forward even when circumstances were absolutely stacked against them. Then it moved to be adaptable, play what's in front of you. Bumrah bowls and McSweeney flicks it down the leg side for 4. His first runs in Test cricket. The finest of glances. It'll just slow the heart rate a little.
That's feel very good. As good as those catches that went into his palm. He'd probably prefer a 4 pushed in front of the wicket, but nonetheless the opportunity was there and he took it.
He did. Made good contact, kept it away from the keeper at the boundary for a Zito. Do it with a Zito power tools. Bumrah back in and at him. McSweeney leaves. First over navigated 6 on the board. Nathan McSweeney's got 4 of those. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. So, and then Bazball comes in and Australia decides to play anti-Bazball when it comes up against us, and the nations almost trade characteristics. We sort of fumble along a little while, the sweeping addiction in India, and now for a home summer they've declared we're going to plant, we're going to occupy, we're going to wear bowlers down.
And look, it's a sensible tactic in Australia. In a 5-test series, Gerard, 5 tests to make those bowlers, front up again and again and again. Make their feet blister, make their calves ache, make them start to think about that, I can't have another ice bath. Somebody else is going to have to take over from me. There is no rush. I was actually at the game where McSweeney scored a century, having a chat to George Bailey about, what we're looking for in the Australian team. And he did pull me up and said, remember, the game goes for 5 days. And Pat Cummins is very much of that mind too, at least as far as the batsmen are concerned.
Mohammad Siraj from the Langer stand end. He's in and bowls. Khawaja plays the ball to cover. They go for the sharp single, decisively taken by a new opening pair. So the interesting part of it is the chemistry of the batting lineup. So when Australia went slow at the end of last summer, the middle order got frenzied. So Head would arrive and they were 3 for not enough. And he was a bit mad. And then Marsh was in super aggressive mode. And so they hadn't worked out the balance. It was like the top order went, oh, it's all right, we'll occupy. And the middle order's going, we're not ticking the scoreboard along. So you've got to be all in it together if you're going to do it. McSweeney edges through gully. He'll pick up a run and a second as they'll double up. It was all the way across the ground.
Yeah, ran it down nicely there. He's in control of that half edge. Yes, but I mean, I think it's playing to your strengths, and that Mitch Marsh who comes out and hits the 6 in the early deliveries is a Mitch Marsh who's been told by his captain, you play to your strengths. I mean, and the last thing you want on God's earth is Travis Head coming out and trying to block. I mean, I'm not even sure that Travis Head actually has a defensive shot. Have you seen one, Joe?
There's a difference between aggressive and frenzied. He plays the ball to gully on the ball.
Got to play to your strengths, and I think it sets the game up nicely, doesn't it, to have a few at the top of the order who blunt the bowling, who soften the ball, who set it up for those bludgers who come in and just bang it all over the place, and make hay while the sun shines. Steve Smith learned very quickly that it's not so easy up the top, is it? It's a bit easier when the bowlers are a bit tired and the ball's a bit flat.
He's gone back to the security blanket at 4. Siraj bowls. McSweeney leaves up over the stumps. It was Khawaja who he said it as bluntly as any. I don't know whether the myth came from that you have to be aggressive at the top. I can tell you exactly where it came from. It came from your predecessors. Is that was the Australian way? Move the game forward. And it was the Darren Lehman era as coach. We stopped for no one, and they propelled the game forward. Maybe they had the batters to do it, but they learnt some pretty nasty lessons in circumstances that didn't suit them when they were just too aggressive. Siraj bowls. McSweeney edges through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. Again, he gets it to dip straight off the edge, though. Soft hands into the turf. Second boundary for Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools.
Not really in control of that shot though, like he was the one that he ran a few down through the gully a few balls earlier. That's squared him up a bit, but it's fallen well short of the slips. Indian bowlers aren't getting the carry that the Australian bowlers got earlier in the day just yet. So there's been a change of atmosphere in this ground, Gerard. There's a bit of tension. Everyone's on the edge of their seat watching the young batter, aren't they?
Last ball, Siraj sends it down. McSweeney tried to lead, got wrapped on the pads. They're up and asking. Siraj was more enthusiastic than the rest of his teammates. Left on length by McSweeney and barely a conversation. So an LBW shout. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. It's none for 13.
Afternoon at Breakdown, Pacific Motorway heading inbound. Now on the left shoulder before the Mains Road on-ramp in McGregor has traffic back to Kessels Road. Multi-vehicle accident on the M1 southbound before the Logan River Bridge at Logan Home. Traffic's back to Beenleigh, Redland Bay Road. And a breakdown to watch for Logan Motorway on-ramp westbound from Mount Lindsay Highway. Snore no more, but CPAP Direct. Save up to 50% off right now during the Black Friday sale. Hurry in soon, in-store or at cpap.com.au. That's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport, SENQ, 6:93 a.m.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. None for 13. McSweeney is 10. Khawaja is 2. Jasprit Bumrah is bowling from the members' ends. India all out for 150. 3 slips in place. Khawaja faces up to Bumrah. Yes. He turns him to leg. He's just about to run a ball. Usman Khawaja down to fine leg. He's 3 from 3. Now, Pete, we were just doing some numbers around Bumrah, who I think is the central figure in the series. Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Tom, what's Bumrah's record against Australia's top order?
It's almost non-existent, Gerard. He's never dismissed Marnus Labuschagne. He's never dismissed Mitch Marsh. He's only got Steve Smith once, 1 for 52 from 114 balls. He's got Hebb twice, and he's never got Khawaja. So it's largely unknown.
Bumrah over the wicket bowls. McSweeney leaves.
And he's been economical against all of these batters, but he doesn't have the wood on any of them, including Steve Smith. So what we're about to see is largely Jasprit Bumrah versus the Australian top order for the first time.
So 7 tests for 32 wickets at 21.25 in Australia. So all of his test matches against Australia have been on these shores. A 6 for 33 in Melbourne in 2018. And in this corresponding test match that year, he took 2 and 3. But not against this established top order. McSweeney faces up, wrapped on the pad. Bumrah wants it. No. Oh, they'll close and have a chat about this one. Rana in particular was racing in from mid-on. Yes, they're going to head upstairs to find out. The DRS for IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13IMAR today. There are a lot of voices in that, Coley and
Director. We have a player review for LBW, given not out on field. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
McSweeney's first test innings hangs in the balance. Pitched coming in, knee roll,
with a clay
is it
gap
in line
between bat and ball?
with the off stump?
We can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Going to make any
pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting.
Out. Bumrah gets McSweeney early.
Reverse his original decision to outline speed.
The new Australian opener is dismissed for 10. It happens in the 3rd over. 1 for 14.
Well, Khawaja has shown a lot of maturity and experience by spending most of his time up the other end, dropping a single and just leaving it to the kid to do the work. Sweeney looked a little confused about whether to play or leave at times there, and he's got undone by a very good bowler in Jasprit Bumrah, who now has another Australian top order wicket.
Got the wood on 1.
Yes.
Tom. Yeah, 0% alcohol, 100% beer, right on the knee roll. And his only hope was that he might have got the call on the off stump umpire's call, but it not to be. Jasprit Bumrah's having a word to umpires Kilburn and Gaffney in the aftermath of it. That's very regulation LBW. And wonder why it wasn't given out at first instance.
I love the way he plays the game, Jasprit Bumrah. Plays it with a smile on his face. He's got a heart full of joy on the cricket field, hasn't he? And off it as well. He's certainly an antidote to the demeanour of their coach. And in complete contrast to a few Indian captains we've seen in these parts over the years. Virat Kohli's sort of mellowed with age, but he doesn't have the captaincy anymore, does he?
McSweeney, LBW Bumrah for 10 from 13 balls, 1 for 14. He's never really settled. There was a lot of edginess around his play. He was trying to leave where he could. Bumrah's brought him undone pretty quickly. Marnus Labuschagne. His test career has levelled out. The summer of Marnus, which delighted all of us, and the numbers have been in progressive decline since. Long-term out of form by his standards. Bumrah bowls to Labuschagne, who defends A well-pitched delivery.
Would it be fair to say, Gerard, that McSweeney aside, that Marnus Labuschagne enters this series with the question mark closest to his name of everybody in the lineup?
I think so.
He's just shaded Steve Smith in that category?
Yeah, because I think there's no question around Smith's place in the team. His is more a question of legacy and what will there be at the back end, as Marnus is in his prime and he occupies the prime number 3 position. And he's got to deliver runs against that. Goals. Labuschagne edges the second slip and he's out for a duck. Or is he? No, that hasn't carried by the looks of it. Bumrah was all the way down to Kohli when Kohli tells him, nah, it's just landed in front of me. Oh, Bumrah is pumped up.
That question mark just looked like it was going to be
outside edge regulation. Kohli got it and then spilt it. He was in and out. And immediately his hands up. No. It's a bad drop now, isn't it?
Wasn't a difficult opportunity, was it?
Had it.
Straight into the hands.
Somehow it fell out. Labuschagne tries to nick off again. Searing past the outside edge. Bumrah a successful over and he's threatening. 1 for 14 at the end of a Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
This final session on day 1 for Liquorlands. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Siraj from the far end. He's in and bowls. Khawaja leaves a wide delivery. Pete.
Oh, Marnus Labuschagne has a reputation of being the luckiest batsman in the Australian side, and that was a healthy dose of luck. And it's been a rotten day for Virat Kohli, frankly. But I've just seen something extraordinary happen out there, Gerard. Did you notice that? He's out-smithed Stephen Smith. He's faced 3 deliveries and he's changed his gloves. 3 deliveries.
Change your gloves, change your luck.
I think it has to be superstition.
Siraj over the wicket, bowls. Khawaja leaves. It's a terrible drop by Kohli. It's the sort of drop catch that adds to the narrative of the ageing player, whose eye is just not what it used to be.
And Kohli, I was fascinated by Kohli's setup in this game. He looked like a man pushing himself into a headwind. He set up well outside the crease. He set up further across off stump to counter that 6th and 7th line. As I've written tomorrow, old batsmen are a little bit like old houses. You fix one thing and you create another problem, you know.
Just leaving Siraj on a wide line.
There's one adjustment forces another or creates another error or another weakness. It's going to be hard to watch Virat Kohli if it's going to proceed like this, and hopefully he's just going to get his worst day of cricket out the way. But when they go into your hands like that and fall out, I mean, that's abject.
It would have been a second ball duck for Marnus. Khawaja's on 3. He doesn't have to play. So he's just not close enough to the off stump to draw any interest.
Edging forward then in the crease. Osman. Seeing replay after replay after replay. Don't look up at the screen, Virat.
Had Rahul by his side, who watched it into Kohli's hands, saw it for long enough and rushed off to celebrate. And he looked back over his shoulder and what happened? It got out. Khawaja plays this one. It's past the outside edge. And the bowling is excellent.
Well, boy, there's a bit of life in this wicket, isn't there? I think the curator was a bit stressed by the amount of moisture that was in it. He got tripped up by that rain 3 days ago. Cloud cover in the lead up. You need a lot of sun on these wickets. You need to bake them and get the moisture out. Seeing varying reports about it. It's not unplayable. It's a good test wicket. You'd expect these sides to do better on it.
Farah's last ball of the over, he beats Khawaja on the outside edge twice in a row. 1 for 14, the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. India bowled out for 150. Australia 1 for 14. McSweeney's stay was brief. He made 10. Marnus Labuschagne could very well have been watching on already. Bumrah in from the top of his mark at the members' end. Head tilted left. Let's fly. Labuschagne leaves the ball that's shaped away from him.
And scrambling to his left. Of course, we're talking a lot about the batting, but the bowling's been absolutely excellent. Just what this sort of pitch and these conditions need. The Australians were outstanding. The 3 seam bowlers. And then Pat Cummins, he's just blessed, isn't he? He gives the ball to Mitch Marsh. I reckon the first 7 or 8 balls Mitch Marsh bowled were pies. Next thing you know, he's got a couple of wickets. Paddy Cummins, he's too good, that boy.
Labuschagne, nervy times. Bumrah bowls to him. He's squared up. He edges. It's not taken at third slip. I don't think it carried to Rahul.
I don't think that carried. Some very nervous batters out there. That ball is doing a hell of a lot. If David Warner was out there, he'd pin the ears back and whack one to the boundary. And going back to your discussion about the way the Australians approached cricket, and the tenor was set by David Warner, who was up there for a decade and knew, and was a particularly aggressive batter. You don't come across a lot of players with that skill set who can do it for that long.
Bumrah to Labuschagne leaves.
I remember speaking to the former CEO of the WACA about this, Christina Matthews, and she said, you watch, when they look for a replacement for Warner, everyone will want another Warner and expect that person to be the next Warner. You don't. That's not how life works. When you change a CEO or you change an opening batter, you might go looking for someone who fits the jacket. It rarely turns out like that.
And history says you rarely land it the first time around. It usually takes 2 or 3 goes to find your long-termer. Labuschagne, all wrapped on the pad. Bumrah demanding, pleading, knocked back again. Not this time. Their first use of the DRS was successful. Not this time.
He pushed a long way back in his crease there, didn't he? To give himself a better look at the ball, but going down leg side. Wise not to refer that. And good umpiring too, having had one decision overturned. Kept the finger down. Didn't panic.
Wide. Pay.com.au replay screen. So what are we? 7 balls in. Marnus looks nowhere.
Yeah. Bumrah's bowling excellent.
He is.
Low 140s.
Captain delivers. Labuschagne leaves. It's very tight to the off stump.
That bounce is there now, perhaps, after the roll has been on the grass. Just watching a replay of that. Yeah. High and wide, as you said, Gerard. Wise head. This is excellent bowling. This is a battle to survive out there at the moment for Marnus Labuschagne. A solid Shield innings at the start of the summer. Right in the 1 day too.
The line of his blade is really interesting. Labuschagne beaten, flying through to Parts. Corden wanted it. Bumrah knew that it didn't touch the edge. Oh, that is a searing maiden. from Jasper at Bumrah. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Australia 1 for 14.
Today's still around 10 minutes and delays as you head outbound on the Western Freeway. Mount Cootha down through Fig Tree Pocket, running slow on Centenary Highway down into Springfield Lakes, and still slow from Sumner up towards the Jindalee Bridge. Mount Lindsay Highway is a slow run southbound from Middle Road to Green Road, Boronia Heights. Anchored down with an 8-night South Pacific Carnival cruise from $999 per person at Flight Centre and receive $400 on board credit. Book now at Flight Centre. That's the latest traffic on Brisbane's home of sport, SENQ 693 AM.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. Khawaja 3, Labuschagne 0. Australia 1 for 14 right throughout the summer. SEN Sync and SEN Stadium, just as was the case throughout the footy season. If you're coming to the cricket, download the SEN app. Bring your earbuds. No delay in stadium. The big advance in technology. Siraj bowls outside the off stump to Khawaja. Shoulders, arms, and if you're at home you can sync the call up to the pitches as well.
He's faced 10 deliveries now, Khawaja. He's never going to chase anything out that wide.
What do you think about Labuschagne's trajectory and his security at the moment coming into this summer?
I don't think he's guaranteed 5 tests if he goes badly, if that's what you're asking.
Siraj over the wicket, bowls. Khawaja tucks him to leg, no run.
I'm watching Kohli out there. He's agitated. Oh, he's always agitated, isn't he? But he's twice as agitated as he usually is. I'm trying to get rid of that. Isn't it a strange kind of round neck pullover that the Indians have? What is that? It's like a wind cheater. Is that what we used to wear in the 1970s?
That's it.
You weren't around then.
Khawaja pulls perfectly, pops it up over the deep and runs to the boundary for 4. Khawaja's first flourish. He's to 7. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools.
It's one of the reasons Marnus Labuschagne liked the move from New South Wales to Queensland. A pull shot is one of his great strengths. He plays it very well. Siraj has just made the mistake of dropping back a bit of a length there, behind the length. Didn't quite have the pace.
Hasn't quite got it right enough, Siraj. When he has, he's had Khawaja playing and missing. Too wide and too short around it, though, and too wide there as Khawaja is uninterested.
Siraj only a very wide line there, and I don't think it's consciously. I don't think it's deliberate. He's sort of flapping his arms about a bit as if he can't quite find his line, and I think he's probably going to come around the wicket. All bowlers today have had a little bit of problem with the claggy surface. You see them sort of cleaning their shoes like we would clean a horse's hoof. It's a beautiful surface that my mate Brendan Large, the CEO of the grass over here, has prepared, because he didn't have Coldplay playing on it a few days before like we did last year.
Siraj around the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left well enough alone.
I recall arriving here last summer, Gerard, and there was glitter everywhere in the grass. They were out vacuuming the glass, trying to get rid of Coldplay's glitter. Did you drop in and see them when they visited Melbourne?
Yes, yeah, we went Derby night.
Take the kids?
Yeah, we took the 2 older girls, yep. They play a hell of a stadium show. It's hard to play a stadium, and they do it as well as anyone I've ever seen.
They played the Enmore Theatre on their first tour. I had tickets. My wife didn't want to go.
Siraj to Khawaja, who drives him away wide of mid-off. Didn't get all of it, enough to get 1. And he will have the strike for Bumrah's fresh over. 1 for 18 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? Check out Hunter's Wireless Valve Link System, available at Nutrien Water. These products are cost effective by being easy to install, no digging, boring or ploughing. And the Wireless Valve Link allows you to add valves over 650 metres line of sight, including across footpaths or driveways, without installing new valve wiring, allowing for seamless expansion of your system and isolating valves in the event of storms or surge events. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au/WVL.
Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Australia 1 for 19. Khawaja 8. Labuschagne is yet to score. Sweeney is the man dismissed for 10. Jasprit Bumrah. And Marnus will be glad to be at the other end for the time being. As the wave works its way around Optus Stadium. There's been near on 30,000 in on an action-packed day. The good oil is with Tom Morris. Tom?
Talking down Jasprit Bumrah in a way, weren't we, a little bit earlier, given that he hasn't dismissed Usman Khawaja in Test cricket, hasn't dismissed Marnus Labuschagne in Test cricket.
You were talking him down. We were talking him up.
Well, hold the phone.
Bumrah around the wicket, bowls, Khawaja spars, plays and misses.
So I was talking him down because he hasn't dismissed either of those two players, and he doesn't have a great record against Australia's current batting lineup. But of the lowest Test bowling averages in history, qualification 150 Test wickets, he's third. So Sid Barnes is first. Alan Davidson, the great Australian, is second. Bumrah is third. He's got a Test bowling average of 20. And the only two other Indians that come even close to him with 23 are Ravi, Ashwin and Jadeja, and neither are playing.
They didn't bring them.
Well, I don't know, they're in the country.
They left them at the hotel. But that was a surprising decision.
Khawaja hunched down low. Bumrah bowls to him. Khawaja turns him to leg, but straight to the field. The good oil is for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded virgin olive oil.
Well, I say it was a surprising decision, having looked at the way this wicket's playing, but maybe the good money is with the seamers on this wicket, isn't it? No?
On day one, yes.
Nathan Lyon, of course, is the highest wicket taker at this venue.
Yeah, yep. I suspect spin's got a role to play once we get to the hot days in particular.
It's not going to break up this wicket.
No. It's fully dried. Bumrah bowls, Khawaja compacting his defence. So Khawaja's record against India, he got that summer of 2018 when Warner and Smith were out of the team, it all fell to him and he got punished hard for it. So he played those 4 Test matches, 198 runs at 28 and a bit. Batted at 3, ended up opening in Sydney. It needed to be him, and he wasn't able to deliver against that, and he was dispensed with for a period of time, fought his way back, and the renaissance at the top of the order. The rest of his Test matches have been in India against them. He's made hundreds and a couple of 50s, or made 100 and a couple of 50s. Faces up to Bumrah, he edges and he's out. Khawaja, regulation edge to second slip. Kohli hangs on this time, and Bumrah is wreaking some early havoc. Removes Khawaja for the first time in Test cricket and plummets Australia to 2 for 19.
Outstanding bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. Australians came to this game knowing that he's one of the best in the world. He's got 2 for 7 here, and he's threatening to run amok. 19 deliveries for Usman Khawaja, 8 runs, a single boundary. It's looking like a reasonable score at this point in the game, Gerard.
He's just about pitched every ball, Bumrah. Well, Siraj has been a bit loose at the other end. Bumrah has challenged and challenged and challenged. He's removed the 2 openers, and he should have Labuschagne already as well. And Steve Smith is on his way to the middle.
All very well to talk about batting time, but when you've got Jasprit Bumrah in his prime, in conditions like this, maybe the other way's the better way. Rishabh Pant style. Swing from the trees, the rafters. It's almost a commando role in that sort of reverse sweep thing that he played. How would you describe it?
I had him with the somersault, but the commando role is much better. Should have been here earlier on. Lend a helping hand. Celebrating the wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. The hint of this series is that both batting lineups were highly vulnerable and there was high-quality bowling, and that on the first day is what we're seeing. In the wrong circumstances, it threatened to be dominated by the ball, and the high quality of what Bumrah is producing for us now. Seems like a fellow that the captaincy sits well with. And now he's got Steve Smith in his sights. Bumrah on approach, bowls. Smith wrapped on the pad, stone dead. Out LBW first ball. Smith couldn't get down to it. Bumrah's done him cold. Business has picked up late in the day in Perth. Smith knows his fate. Bumrah's got 3. Australia in disarray.
Golden duck for Stephen Smith. He set himself back in the crease there, couldn't get his bat down in time on the ball, and he is gone for all money. Shook his head. He knew there was no point in wasting a review on that one. Hitting middle, I'd suggest. Halfway up. Boy, oh boy, Australia 3 for 19 in the 7th over.
This is already one of the great spells by a touring bowler in the past 20 years.
And he's done it. Right time of the day, just when his team needed him, the bowling captain's come through.
Oh, he's done him 2/3 of the way up middle stump. It's so out that you should nearly forfeit your next time at bat. My goodness, he beat him all ends up for pace, for line. The angle is just brilliant.
I remember seeing Smith walk on one of those. And I think it was at Lord's, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In the Ashes. And it is one of those LBWs you walk on. And Steve Smith's not a guy who gives up easily.
3.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 7, Tom Morris.
196 test innings, Steve Smith. In his first 192, he made no golden ducks. In his last 4, he's had 2 golden ducks.
He and Coley are walking a similar line.
In comparison, Gerard.
This is the inevitable decay that the years bring. And there are just gasps as everybody watches that on the big screen. The pay.com.au replay screen. Smith has very rarely been done like that in his test career.
Yep. That's as bad a look as... In fact, it's a worse look than what happened in Coley early in the day. So now...
Travis Head can make a first ball duck, you know. Jasprit Bumrah is on a hat-trick. And he's got Head in his sights. Bumrah bowls full into the pads, inside edge, saves Head, thwarts the hat-trick. Australia is 3 for 19 and under siege from Jasprit Bumrah. The Glencore scoreboard advancing to Everyday Live. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Height for Hire are proud Queenslanders, safely taking you to new heights on the construction site with access and scissor lift hire equipment. They've got over 50 years combined experience and an ever-expanding fleet. So visit heightforhire.com.au.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket, built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Yeah, Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Some passage of play. This has been 3 for 19. Bumrah in the previous over on a hat-trick. And boy, they were up for the hat-trick ball as well. Saved by an inside edge, and Bumrah called the whole thing off in terms of the appeal. Wow, a lot of cricket to be played as well, Pete.
Can you apply a tourniquet to this wound, Adam Collins?
Needs to be cauterised. The Australian batting group, they didn't post big numbers last year. It was more a function of the bowlers being so effective as Harshit Rana gets his first opportunity in Test cricket with the ball.
I think that's a vote of no confidence in Siraj. Hasn't bowled well in the 3 overs that he's been given.
First of all, Test cricket bowls here, and it's above the stumps of Labuschagne, who's yet to get off the mark from 10 balls and leaves alone. This game is twisting fast, and Bumrah, what an extraordinary bowler, Damian Fleming, up to 45 wickets. It must be about 14 this year. His numbers are incredible.
He's just one of the greats, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's going to get 10 for 15. He's going to get all 10. But just his skill development, isn't it? Like he swings the ball, seems both ways, and then he can get great bounce up and length, and he bowls well to equally right or left-handed batsmen. There is no weakness.
Harshit Rana up to the crease, bowls to Labuschagne and pulls his hands beneath it. ball that's short of a length. And I guess some bowlers have the ability to bowl spells that are just devastating. We saw at Rajkot earlier this year, or Vizag, sorry, my apologies, earlier this year, Bumrah do that to England. It was a match that was in the balance, and 6 wickets later, that Yorker to Ollie Pope, which was the ball of the year, and that test match was over in one spell. Bumrah can do that.
And they've just got that charisma, you know, Dennis Seeley and Shane Warne, Pat Cummins. You know, you can see, I want to get the best player out in the opposition. And Bumrah as captain, geez, he's loving the responsibility.
Shit's up here, bowling to Labuschagne, using his bat. Might have used his box, actually. We're behind Labuschagne, but judging by the way that he slumped over briefly, it wasn't played with any real purpose. 3 for 19.
Does he beat them in the air or off the pitch, Damian? I think I know the answer to that.
I think it's both, but I think it starts before that is just the uniqueness of the action. They're not picking up cues. They don't pick up cues. They don't know. They can't pick up the line or length. And then they've got to deal with movement.
Like a character in Doctor Who when he's running in. He looks like a Dalek with that sort of extended arm, doesn't he? Destroy.
Stuttery run up.
Shit up, bowling from the Langer end. Labuschagne, one hand off the bat, plays it into the onside, no run. That previous ball, by the way, if you're wondering what the oohs and ahs through the effects mic were, it did hit Labuschagne in the box. So it's been a lively start from the young man who made his debut in the IPL before he did in first-class cricket. So a grounding in the 20-over stuff, but bowled so well for Calcutta. He was the bowler of the tournament for them in that championship-winning season in 2024 and bolted himself into the Indian teams.
And just with Bumrah, though, you know, he doesn't do what everyone else says. You know, you need to get momentum out of your run-up, and Bumrah's just stuttering to get to the crease.
Bowls again here. Harshit hits Labuschagne on the thigh. He was shouldering arms that jagged back off the seam. A lively start from the man on debut. And they're right up to, you can see Virat Kohli within about 4 or 5 metres, clapping his hands in the direction of Labuschagne. He might have missed out himself with the bat earlier today, but he's making his presence felt, Kohli.
Well, we talk about, you know, the Indian batsmen might struggle with the extra pace and bounce, but equally, if the Indian bowlers don't get carried away with bowling too short, they're going to enjoy bowling on this pitch because there is good pace and bounce. There's movement off the seam.
That really hit him in the box as well, Fleming.
Might have, yeah.
It's right on the top of the thigh. Harshit Rana bowls again and beats Labuschagne with a gem. That's gone the other way. He's moving it both ways. What a way to start your Test career.
Good stare too.
Beautiful stuff. A maiden from Rana. We're going to see plenty of him through the series. 3 for 18. Head and Labuschagne yet to score after the break. More of Jasprit Bumrah.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles Black Friday event is on now. This is the biggest National Tiles online and in-store event of the year. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or spend $1,000 will only charge you $750. This National Tiles Black Friday event is absolutely massive. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now. But you'll have to be quick.
Final session for Liquorland. Cheers, choose to drink wise with Liquorland. Here is Bumrah, round the wickets ahead, leg stump line, gets off the mark with a clip that we've seen so often from the South Australian. 3 for 20. That extra yard you speak of and the jittery approach, I mean, he almost literally gets an extra yard with where he lets the ball go as well, which is so disconcerting.
Yeah, we did something on Channel 7 a couple of years ago, 32 centimetres. In front of the crease he releases. Pat Cummins is about 20. The average is around 6 or 7. So the pitch is shorter when Bumrah releases the ball.
Message in on the text line from Tom, which I think sums it up quite well. Don't remember a bowler this unplayable live since staying at the Wacker. That must have been back in 2012. It's a great call. He's bowling gas is where the message ends. Sure is. And now we get to go at Labuschagne. 15 balls yet to get off the mark, and many of them have had him under pressure. The Queenslander, modest returns last season. 3 slips in a gully, waiting behind him. Bumrah away from us to the crease here. Bowls and Labuschagne ducks a short ball, but again, not convincingly. He was on the move when he was ducking, Flem.
Yeah, and just with these bowlers who release so far past the crease, you know, I often wonders with Pat Cummins, his pace is generally just under 140 these days, but the batsman always looks like it's a shock when they hit their bat. Well, it's even more pronounced with Bumrah. Yeah, Marnus has picked that up late, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. And he's all over the shop out there, isn't he? He's agitated, he's moving about. He hasn't taken his medication.
The short sleeve jumper. He's waiting for Bumrah. Bowls here, leaves alone over the top of the leg stump. Heaps of pace, heaps of movement. A real handful in his 5th over. Just got to get through the spell of Bumrah here. And he's done this to Australia before, but the MCG in 2018 on a docile pitch. 9 for the match.
Well, he's
6 in the first innings.
Not far off that Sean Marsh delivery.
Yeah.
He's pushed him back. And on that occasion, Sean Marsh, just before lunch, just that beautiful looping slow ball. It's not far off that, I reckon, that change of pace.
Those wickets where you can bowl a good length too and still challenge the batsman.
Every ball an event when Bumrah is at the crease. Delivers here to Labuschagne. He's hit on the body and it nearly deflects onto the off stump. Holy dooly. This is some spell. This is some spell. Bumrah doing everything right, all but getting himself a 4th here. Where has it hit him? On the jumper, on the sponsor's logo, and nearly back onto the stumps as he was reaching for his midriff.
He's so rattled, he's forgotten he's got a bat in his hand. What's he been hit 3 or 4 times now? Wearing it on the body. He's playing on the length, isn't he? Yeah. Leaving on length.
He's been hit on the box twice, on the tummy. He's in a world of pain. He's yet to get off the mark. He's been there for nearly 20 balls. Bumrah. 2 left in the over. Labuschagne leaves again. Lots of moving parts when he does so. Wow. Bumrah, who was player of the tournament at the T20 World Cup, having been away from the game with that back injury and dominating England, as I mentioned before. How we missed him at the Border Gavaskar last year. Reinforcing why he's been the #1 bowler in the world in all 3 formats of the game over the last couple of years when he's been fit.
He's got me intrigued with his run-up. He only actually finds rhythm in about 4 steps, doesn't he?
Last ball of his 5th over. Bumrah to Labuschagne, bat on ball. And you can hear the response from the Perth crowd. End of the 9th over, a maiden from Bumrah. Can he keep going? It's 3 for 20 Australia, heads on 1. Labuschagne yet to score from 20 balls. That's on the Glen Court scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Every Christmas, you want to nail the perfect gift. But with Chemist Warehouse fragrances at these prices, why stop at 1? Get Marc Jacobs Perfect EDP 100ml $129.99. Parker Urbana Olympia EDP 80ml $109.99. Hugo Boss Bottled EDT 100ml $69.99. And Tommy Hilfiger Tommy EDT 100ml $49.99. For big brand fragrances at the lowest prices this Christmas, it's got to be Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
India are running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong, picking up McSweeney for 10, Khawaja for 8, Smith for 0, all via the arm of Jasprit Bumrah. Rana's turn again, towards us, towards head, bowls here, head, cuts behind point for 4. Loves playing that shot when it's close to the body. Not many can execute it the way he can at the middle. Moves him to 3 for 24.
Yeah, it used to be a way that he was dismissed too, didn't he? When he used to open up the face, he was caught a couple of times here against India at Perth Stadium, down at a fly slip or a 3rd man position. But now he gets on top a little bit more. But this is thrilling as well. Head and Marsh only know one way.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be 0 off 17. They're going to try and score.
You see, in contrast, the 2 batters, and in fact, between he and all the batters have gone before him, he's looking to score. They're looking to survive. Marnus Labuschagne's out there looking to survive. He's trying to hide his bat from the ball.
Well, he's waiting for the bad ball, and that's not going to come from Jasprit Bumrah.
So Rana into head, round the wicket, angled, chops down hard in that similar fashion. Didn't quite get up that time, but it ends up with Gully on the bounce. Got there in time. Trusts his hands, the South Australian.
He's got to follow through like a net bowler runner. He finishes with his eyes facing down. You worry about bowlers like that on the strike. If the ball's hit back hard at them, I often fret for those net bowlers. You see a lot of net bowlers do that. Got to get your eyes up quick.
How is your net bowling going?
You know how old I am, Damian?
35.
Play forever. Hacks Gordon. Rana bowls. Head uppercut. Plenty of space. Does it go all the way?
Just caught the boundary rope.
Caught the rope on the way through. You can see the fourth umpire signalling it's 4, not 6. They'll check it upstairs. They always do. Either way, it is a boundary to Travis Head, second in the over. Whether it's 4 or 6, time will tell. There for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools.
He's not the first bowler to get rattled bowling to Travis Head, and Rana's on debut. I'm not sure about around the wicket. I reckon come over and get a bit more traditional with your field, because with this field, 7-2, he can't afford to even bowl on the stumps. Travis Head's going to whip him through the leg side. So this is a tough field for him to bowl to.
Seeing the replay here and confirmation in a moment, I'd imagine that it bounced before the sponge on the half volley, I reckon.
Just bounced a centimetre in front of the Toblerone and then flicked up off it like a skateboard rider.
And we know that Head loves a counter-attacking 100 as well. No, those 200s in the Ashes of 21-22. No ball signalled as well, plus the 4.
100 in the World Test Championship against India either.
Absolutely. Facing up here, defending out to cover. That's the last time that Head played against India in a Test match. Was the World Test Championship final, the One Day World Cup final last year as well. Walking in with Australia under some pressure. Smith out early to Bumrah that day too. He'll trust himself. 50th Test match for Head this week.
Still in bat pad. I noticed at the moment McSweeney got picked. He got a message from Travis Head. You can have my bat pad position, which is the traditional move. But there ain't no way the Australians are letting Travis Head anywhere in that field if they can help it, because
Rana bowls to Head again, leg stump. Tucks it just behind the square leg umpire, waits it well enough that they consider 2, but Head sends Labuschagne back.
With all due respect to the guy who took one of the great catches in the World Cup, he's not a real good fielder, is he?
Yeah, normally the least experienced batter, the closer is you field to the batter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yourself. So, and he also McSweeney pushed Mitchell Marsh out of gully. So they rate him there. Marnus 0 up to 20 balls. Marnus had to bowl to Head, the left-hander. Now back to the right-hander. Can he get his line wrong and give a bit of width for Marnus to hit through the leg side?
Racing up here, Rana leaves alone on length. It's difficult to reconcile how Marnus has been going of late with the fact that he had that extraordinary purple patch where he went to #1 in the world. Still averages 62 at home. He averages over 100 at this ground, but it's just been an acute problem.
When he walked out, it's still 49.73 or something.
Yeah.
Like his average is still at that mark.
Yeah, I think it was 65 or thereabouts after his twin hundreds here a couple of summers ago. But it just feels like since something happened at the start of last summer where things have changed. I'm sure he's the one trying to put his finger on it more than anybody else. The way that he used to bat with ease, he led the run scorers in this series last time India visited. He's facing Rana here. No run, pushing into the onside. Will complete the over. He's still on 0 from 22 balls. Heads on 10, 3 for 30 after 10. I expect it'll be Bumrah again after the break, and that's on the Glencore scoreboard at Bart Singh Everyday Life.
Trust is crucial for any tradie. Trusting your tools to nail the job. Trusting your team to deliver top-notch work.
Hey, mate!
And of course, trusting your best mate to lend a paw. For insurance, IMAR has been trusted by tradies for over 35 years. We work hard finding you the right cover, chasing your claims and getting you back on the job fast. For tradies insurance you can trust, give IMAR a whistle on 13IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Morris with us for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Marnus Labuschagne's decline. He averaged 64 in 2019 when he came to the Test team. Looked immediately at home. The next year, 67, 65 in 2021, 56 in 2022. And then 2023, as he said, something happened. He averaged 34 with 1 Test ton. And this year, from 6 matches, just 30.
Head facing Bumrah for the first time down the leg side. I say the first time he faced a hat-trick ball off him when he walked out there. Doesn't catch up with it. Into the gloves of Richard Punt.
Is there a thing with batters and like Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith that if you have so many moving parts, there's so much more opportunity for things to go wrong, for the machine to fail? If you've got the simple setup, if you're a David Warner or that style of batter, there's a lot less to go wrong.
6th over of the spell from Bumrah. 3 slips the gully. He's got 3 wickets. Bowls here, head again, leg stump lining. Just tucks it into the onside. There won't be a single.
Yeah, certainly. You want less variables. Also think we went through a period where pitches were pretty flat.
We did, yeah.
So, you know, if we could work out the average of back then compared to now, like Stephen Smith's averaged, 45 since he's come back. I mean, if we recalibrate, I'd take that this day and age in Australian conditions. Top order batsmen's at average 45, whereas it used to be 60, 65.
Bumrah up to head, bowls here. He flashes at one, plays and misses. That's the one that angled in and shaped away the tempter. Nearly caught the edge and Head was giving it everything.
With anybody else, you'd call it a loose shot. But with Travis Head, you just accept it, don't you?
Yeah.
And, hey, what else are you going to do? Especially when Bumrah throws one wide that sits up there like that for you.
Yeah, Marnus and Smithy made themselves run scoring machines. You know, Travis Head isn't a run scoring machine, but what he is a match winner. You know, he's got a high percentage of man of match awards, and you take that. Good teams have a player like that.
10 from 10 Head. Bumrah up to him here and bowls, and Head plays with softer hands into the gully. There won't be one there. So that might be the case. They've got 2 balls left till Bumrah's spell's complete. Possibly. He might have a 7th, but 6 tends to be roughly the cap for quicks these days. So there's a game within a game here.
Yeah. Bumrah said before that yesterday, he said, well, one advantage of being a bowling captain is I know how I'm feeling.
Yes.
If I'm ready to go again, or, you know, if I'm up for another spell, or if I'm too tired. A captain can't tell that. You know, a batting captain who's sitting up there on his haunches.
Let's hope we don't see him having an argument with himself. Monty Python style.
Bumrah stutters in, gets to the crease, bowls to Head, who defends. Quick single to cover. Gets off straight. That's what he was trying to do. Siraj does the fielding. Head 11, 3 for 31, remembering that they bowled out India for 150 on the stroke of tea.
Getting back to the difficulty of batting, we did hear Usman Khawaja say earlier in this summer that in first-class cricket in Australia, 40 is the new 50. It's become considerably more difficult to bat in Australia. The seam's a little prouder on these batches of Kookaburras in the last few years.
And the extra lacquer, we were talking about that earlier too, and it was really to counteract the flat pitches.
That's right.
Bumrah resumes his battle with Labuschagne, doesn't hit the glove on the way through. Labuschagne was kind of bending in that direction, the kind of shot that can get you in trouble. A little bit off balance again. It remains no string of dots. 23 dots to start. It completes the over. 11 gone, 3 for 31. Travis Head down the other end on 11 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Quarter time, half time, or approaching full time. Wherever you are in life, Host Plus can give you a retirement goal assist. That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider the Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
This is the Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. So 1 over to drinks. Again, another little mini hurdle to clear for Australia. Marginal gains at this stage. Maybe they've seen off Bumrah as well. Time will tell.
Still coming around, but he's got 2 out on the leg side now for the short ball.
Thursday was a beauty, Harshit Rana, but that was at Labuschagne. Now he's bowling at Head, round the wicket. Delivers here and knocks him over! Through the gate, Harshit Rana, his first wicket in Test cricket, is a prized one. Head has been such a nemesis to India over the last couple of years, and they've seen the back of him for 11. Castled by Rana, 4 for 31. Australia in a world of pain. Damian Fleming.
Well bowled runner. He'll remember this first test wicket forever, and it's a cracker too. Travis Head angling in, hitting the seam and hitting the top of off. That led to the doorway to departure for Travis Head, and that is a cracker and a beautiful celebration. India on top. Bumrah bowling unbelievably at one end, but now Rana's joined the pack, and we're just starting to get into that middle order. Tail end batsman to come too after that for Australia.
Mitchell Marsh making his way down the steps far too early in just the 12th over as Travis Head departs Perth Stadium, and this game is turning on a dime in the space of 12 overs, 11.1 overs to be precise. India have dragged themselves back initially through the captain Bumrah, now Harshit Rana, and the crowd welcome Mitchell Marsh, who made 90 and an unbeaten 50 here last year. What Australia would give for a half century or more here in a game that feels like it'll be a low scoring one.
You reckon? 14 wickets already.
Unless something changes, of course, which at this stage here, 50-odd could feel like 100.
It certainly could, and
I think it's time for the Indian captain to have that conversation with himself.
Well, I did notice...
Stay on.
Stay on.
Stay on, yeah. I did notice that Bharat went up and had a chat to Harshit Rana before that delivery, and as he ran back into it, because all the other fielders were in position, as he ran back to slip, he gave Travis Head a little pat on the back as he went through. I don't know what that was all about, but...
Rightio.
Gee, he enjoyed that wicket too.
So the field for Marsh, 3 slips, a gully, a leg slip as well.
And it's not
Harshit Rana's been picked for this team ahead of Krishna, because they like the way he moves the ball and evidence of it there.
Yeah, I mean, Head's that angled in, but it straightened.
And for a beautiful replay, pay.com.au replay screen. Harshit Rana into Marsh, his first ball, bowls here, leg stump, round the corner, 1. That's exactly where Marsh wants to be right now, down the non-striker's end, 4 for 32. Pete.
Are you allowed to say things like this? I think I'd rather...
Have we got, is it 3 seconds?
The dump button?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go blue.
Get ready. Yep. No, we're okay. Go for it.
I withdraw. I was just going to say, I really wanted Head to stay out there a little bit longer, and if we're going to lose a wicket, might have been the guy at the other end who's really struggling to get bat on ball. At least Head was getting bat on ball, at least up to that point.
Well, it's that man back on strike here, Marnus Labuschagne.
We're not dumping that, are we? No.
Every ball an ordeal for him so far. Facing Rana, goes short, gets off the mark to long leg on the hook. Lands about 15 metres.
Oh, listen to that.
And the crowd go up with him. The crowd understand where Labuschagne is at. 1 from 24.
Oh, he's raised the bat, he did. Good on you, Marnus.
Wasn't a very convincing hook shot, really, was it? He didn't get a lot of it.
No.
But if he got any more, it would have been down the field.
A little acknowledgement from to the Perth faithful. 48 minutes. Finally got off the mark. He's been batting.
It's another look at Mitch Marsh, the new man. Harshit Rana doing a fine job so far. Delivers to Marsh, squares him up ever so slightly, and it's played out to the offside safely along the ground. Where might this game be at the close of play? Still got a long way to go to
How many overs have we got left, Colin?
It'll be less about overs. It's
what's the
28 in theory, but they might get half of those in based on over rates. Maybe a bit more, maybe 18 to go from here. I would guess.
What time do we have to finish up here?
10-2, I believe. It's
10-6, is it?
The extra half an hour takes us to 10-6.
We'll go to then, yeah.
So it's 4:32 local time.
You would have woken up at about 4 a.m. like me, wouldn't you, Adam? Long days over here in Perth.
Tiny bit more sleep last night. Jet lagged from England still. Here's Harshit over the wicket, bowls here to Marsh, who leaves alone on length. Well played by him. Knows how to play on these Perth tracks. Loves it short. His numbers against short bowling are as good as anyone in the world, Mitch Marsh, since his recall to the Test side at Leeds last year. Won the Allen Border medal for a very consistent summer. Was the only Australian player to average in the 40s last season.
It was good to see him with the ball in his hand early in that first innings.
Oh, well, I mean, 2 cheap wickets. Very, very handy.
a long time ago now. Just need to fight their way through this. Last ball of the successful over into Marsh again, and Marsh gets well behind it in defence. Well played by him to start. 12 overs gone. Getting rid of Travis Head in that over. Rana's first wicket in Test cricket. 4 for 33 the score. Labuschagne and Marsh a run apiece. That's all on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life. Gerard in for me.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? Now something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Oh, won't be long this time.
Yeah, can I get mid-string?
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people.
Oh, no, what happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia 4 for 33 after India was bowled out for 150. Both captains at the toss were choosing to bat. It's a bowler's day. Mohammad Siraj takes things up. He's bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves the first delivery from the members' end. Damian Fleming is in place for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat Sundaresan comes back to join us. Hello, Bharat.
Hello, Gerard. Flem. Will the team make 300 in this series? I just can't see it happening, to be honest. Just two batting lineups, so low on confidence. Australia obviously are playing their first test in around 9 months. But we've seen this movie before. 4 for nothing and Mitch Marsh walks out.
Siraj bounds in, he bowls. Labuschagne leaves up over the stump. So last summer, 4 for 16, 5 for 54, 4 for 89, 4 for 81, 4 for 107, 5 for 80. Today, 4 for 31.
So is this pretty good compared to last year?
It's just that there's no industrial-sized runs in the top order anymore.
Big spell for Siraj. He needs to keep the standards up. Started okay, just a fraction short.
He bowls and Labuschagne wrapped on the pad. It falls on the popping crease. He was headed off, and then he knocks the ball away from Siraj, who was coming into field.
He's appealing.
Yeah, Kohli's just told Siraj just to keep the pace here, because if Siraj follows through with that, we've got ourselves an international incident.
Interesting. It's uncalled for from Marnus.
But Marnus got no right to knock that ball away on the popping crease. That's going nowhere near the stumps.
He's apologising now, and KL Rahul has come down and is having a word with him.
Siraj quickly turned to the square leg umpire, and Kohli quickly called him off.
They'll be using this energy, Siraj, to get the ball fuller. Short of a length, you get some play and misses, but they're not getting the edges.
3 slips in place and the gully. Labuschagne bedevilled by all of this. It squirts past the bottom of the bat, down past the stumps. And the torture goes on as he looks at the cue end.
But you see, that's a full ball, and something almost happened. So that's the length he's got to bowl. That could have... Oh, Marnus, sorry, I just looked at his footwork too. Like, he's just squaring up. Losing stability on the back foot, so he's just falling down the crease.
That's there to drive.
Keep side on, yeah.
Labuschagne leaves.
I was just telling you off air, Gerard, I overheard a conversation between Marnus and Mike Hussey in the nets the other day. It was about a similar delivery that he just faced. And Hussey just walked up to Marnus and said, look, when you're at your peak, those kind of deliveries, you're just pushing, you're always looking for runs. It almost feels like he's stopped thinking about scoring runs. He's so deep in thought with his technique and where the hand's coming from, the bat's coming from.
Last ball of Siraj is over. Labuschagne leaves, and it's a maiden from Siraj, his second of the innings. 4 for 33 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Quarter time, half time, or approaching full time. Wherever you are in life, Host Plus can give you a retirement goal assist. That's a plus.
Issued Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider the Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. 4 for 33. Marsh and Labuschagne have 1 each to their names.
Rishabh Pant just threw the bails down at the end of that over, Gerard. It was a fake appeal.
Rana from the far end. He's in and bowls to Marsh, who's leaving.
A lot of laughter between the Indian players at the end of that over. Wasn't really trying an Alex Carey on Johnny Bairstow, but Rishabh Pant up to his tricks. But yeah, just back on Manas, it just feels like I spent so much time watching him practice, and yeah, he is a stickler for technique and everything else, but when I see him bat these days in Test cricket, it almost feels like an extension of his net session, but not in a good way.
Rana's bowling over the wicket with Marsh in his sights. Marsh drives for 4. Stylishly played from under the eye line. Through mid-off, stroked away. Something with conviction from an Australian blade. 4 for 37. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools.
Well, that was there to hit, and it sounds pretty simple, and Mitchell Marsh just leaned into the ball with a vertical bat. There's plenty of gaps. If you don't hit it to the fielder, it's going to fly for 4 when you've got the power of Mitchell Marsh.
And it sounds as simple, but that's what Manas is not doing.
Marsh on the follow-up. Oh, ball goes past the outside edge. It rose sharply. What do you mean, Bharat, where he's netting in the middle, Manas?
Where he seems to be thinking so much. You can see him right now at the non-striker's end. He's so worried about where his back foot is going, where his hands are coming from, which makes sense, which is what made him successful when everything was working out for him. But back then he was also looking to score runs.
Rana's making a good fist of his Test debut. Balls to Mitch Marsh, who's struck. He was trying to leave. The ball jags back into the body and he wears one.
Yeah, I've just gone on to Crick Info to check up some stats. I'm just looking at Marnus's wagon wheel. There's not a lot to talk about. The most productive shot is the pull shot for 1 run of 30 balls.
Yep. Stands for Jung Heinrich. German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. He needs to rack him up, Marnus. He looks like a man who's forgotten how to bat. Marsh has the strike. He's back and he's sparring at a ball that rises, goes through untouched to Pant.
It is saying that he's in, you know, the control of shots, 67%, Marnus. I would have thought that was looking after him a bit.
I think so.
So does that include all of his leaves?
Well, it does. You're in control of that, but I still, even with that, I can't see him being in control of 67% of his shots.
These are tense times at the end of day 1.
Well, a couple of player misses here from Mitchell Marsh.
Last ball of the over with drinks pending. Marsh gets his way there safely as he leans forward in defence and blunts the ball to cover point. 4 for 37. Marsh is 5. Labuschagne is 1. The litany of woe for Australia. McSweeney 10. Khawaja 8. Smith 0. Head 11. In reply to India's 150, Australia is 4 for 37 as we reach the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. A crowd of 30,745 here in Perth have seen an action-packed day. India all out 150, Australia 4 for 37. Jasprit Bumrah 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9. Enters player of the day calculations for Bingley. Better living every day. How great a spell, Bharat Sundaresan.
Oh, we're so used to seeing Jasprit Bumrah pull off incredible spells, Gerard, but I think this was one of the best Australia has ever seen. Because it looked like every ball could get him a wicket. And honestly, I felt if that Manas Labuschagne catch was taken by Virat Kohli, I mean, ifs and buts, of course, but he could well have run through that Australian batting line. That's how well he was bowling. And the control, the pace, the fact that through the space of 6 deliveries, he can get a batter out in 4 different ways. It just makes him a miracle bowler, really. He's definitely one of the best India have ever produced.
Mohammad Siraj bells to Manas Labuschagne. Labuschagne leaves the ball up over the stumps.
And 2024 has been an interesting year for him, Gerard. It suddenly feels like, I mean, most of India has always looked at him as, like I said, a generational talent. But this particular year feels like some of the senior-most Indian cricketers have acknowledged him as being this rare commodity that Indian cricket needs to protect. R. Ashwin called him the Kohinoor diamond of Indian cricket that we need to hang on to and let the Brits take it away this time. That's not going to happen.
Siraj goes to Labuschagne, defends from the stumps.
And when they had the big ceremony, the celebration at the Wankhede Stadium after India won the T20 World Cup, packed crowd, millions outside, and Virat Kohli took the mic and once again pointed at Jasprit Bumrah and said he is the most special cricketer we have right now, this generation. And then even the IPL retentions, when they happened, you could see
Siraj over the wickets. Labuschagne again leaving.
Both Rohit Sharma and Hardik Pandya volunteering pay cuts so that Mumbai Indians can hang on to Jasprit Bumrah and giving him the top billing when it comes to the retention, 18 crore. Not a small figure, but kind of tells you the pedestal that they put Jasprit Bumrah on, and justifiably so. He is that special.
He bowls like this during the series. He might be the permanent captain by the end of all of it.
But that's going to happen, Gerard. Yeah, I don't know how long Rohit Sharma has left. He has to be the long-term captain for India.
Labuschagne, it's a long occupation, and he's happy to leave the ball devilishly close to the stumps, which has Virat Kohli most animated in the cordon.
Well, that wasn't that close to off stump. Virat Kohli just wants him out. Just wants to. I saw him during the drinks break walk with Jasprit Bumrah, still explaining how he dropped the catch and what happened. But it's just on Bumrah, and it's not that he needs conditions. It's not that, oh, he's got a pitch where with a little bit on it, so that's why he's producing spells like these. On dead pitches in India, but it's designed for spin bowlers. He comes back with the old ball, with the new ball, turns games around.
Siraj, Labuschagne was on the move. He left when he got there. This is a very odd innings. Again, the ball tossed by Pant at the stumps.
And Siraj threatening to chuck it back at Manas. Not very chuffed with Manas. At the moment, in fact, if you go back 4 years, there wasn't a lot of animosity between the players. Tim Payne behind the stumps, but Siraj and Manas didn't get along. I think Siraj was getting really irritated by Manas. That seems to have continued 4 years on.
Kicks away at the popping crease, marks his guard, settles himself in. Siraj hand up at the top of his mark. He just wants fine leg a little finer. Siraj ready to go now. Onto the runway he comes. Delivers, and Labuschagne tucks the ball to the leg. Won't find a run. And maiden over again. Labuschagne is 1 from 35 balls. Australia 4 for 37 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Australia's batting partner, IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? because IG gives you more. Marsh 5, Labuschagne 1. 4 for 37, the locals. Marsh has the strike. Plays straight in defence to mid-on. Sees off the first ball of Rana's 5th over.
Rana's been impressive. He wasn't part of that India A squad. Instead, part of the test squad in India in that series against New Zealand. There was some talk that he might debut in that Mumbai test. They held him back for this. I saw he bowled multiple spells in the match simulation at the Wacker from my vantage point at the parking lot. That was day 2. And he looked impressive. They used him as the enforcer. He bowled some spells, which was just short pitch stuff. You might see that later if needed.
Up to Marsh, who plays straight mid-off on the job, no run.
He'll be in the face of the Australian batters. Delhi boy, but he's got that Haryanvi blood in him. It's like Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev was a milder man, for sure, but Harshit Rana has got that fire about him. See him celebrating some of his wickets, some of senior Indian batters' wickets during the IPL. Got into a bit of trouble for that as well. It's the bat hard, always runs in.
3 slips in place as the crescent of the shadow makes its way toward the pitch. And Marsh squared up as he was looking to tuck to leg. It slews away to cover, no run.
You can see that in his follow through. Look how far up he comes, Gerard, close to the batter. I think this is the big difference, though, for this generation of Indian cricket as compared to, say, 2011-12, which we talk about a lot. There was a collapse. They didn't have the kind of pace attack to bring them back into the contest. Bumrah alone is capable of doing that, but they have these guys coming through the ranks, improving very rapidly, like Harshit Rana, Mohammad Siraj we saw 4 years ago.
Let's fly. Marsh forward defence. That ball, he didn't know where it was as it squirted out past the stumps to the leg side. And a single taken. It'll be a run for Marsh, who moves to 6, 4 for 38.
Just comparing these guys to that 2011-12 series, I remember Umesh Yadav made his debut and impressed everyone, but he would have spells when he was impressive, or he looked good. He would spray the ball around as well. Then you had the likes of Zahir Khan and Ishant Sharma, who'd been to Australia before. Just seemed to be that one level short of repeatedly challenging the Australian batters. At the same time, also, we're talking about an Australian batting lineup, which Ravi Shastri described in his column as being the most uncertain he's seen in the last 10 years.
Labuschagne is the picture of that. He swishes the ball down the leg side. Park doesn't glove it. That got away from Rana.
Another very odd shot from Manas. No conviction. Again, they just look at him here. He defended the last ball and shouted no run. That seems to be the theme of his batting these days. Is something missing. Every time I see him in the net, I get convinced, oh, this is it. This is the summer of Manas. So, yeah. He did make the 90 in Christchurch, but
this has been a long-term problem in his test game. Labuschagne. Rana bowls to him. Full face of the batting defence. Rana shies at Labuschagne. It hits him, bounces away. Now Rana's talking to the umpire, but Labuschagne did nothing wrong on that occasion. He was propped in his defence. And the bowler a bit impetuous. End of the over. 4 for 38 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
Golf fans, need help teeing up your drinks this summer? Whether you're hosting or celebrating, Liquorland has you covered. Shop in store or online and get drinks delivered fast. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Been watching the pay.com.au replay screen of the ball that squeezed up between bat and pad for Mitch Marsh in that over and resulted in a run. It hit the pad first. The projection shows it was umpire's call on the bail, so it was very close to LBW. Siraj bowls, Marsh is forward defending to mid-on. Mitch Marsh is the focus of much attention at the moment, Tom Morris.
Mitch Marsh has an improving test record, doesn't he? Averages 30 now, 3 test match hundreds, 9 test match 50s, not one against India. So he only averages 18 against the Indians. His highest score is 41. He'd dearly love to add to that record today and tomorrow.
Australia needs him. 6 from 15 balls. Just to combat some quality fast bowling, and there'll be another Bumrah spell before our night is done. Marsh drives lustily into the turf, away to cover. It's fielded. No run.
Just on Australia's batting, Gerard, if we just rewind one summer ago, there were ominous signs, weren't there? 2 very inexperienced bowling attacks. Pakistan without their big names, Mir Hamza and Amir Jamal and those guys, and then obviously Shamar Joseph and the young West Indian pace attack. Kind of exposed some weaknesses in this Australian batting lineup.
Siraj bowls, Marsh covers up, the ball falls in front of him, picks it up, tosses it back.
Obviously they lost in Brisbane. He took a Travis Head 100 in Adelaide to get them out of trouble. They could easily have lost in Melbourne, and they were 4 for 16. Sydney, there were moments for Pakistan. And we were there in New Zealand in Christchurch where 5 for 80, it looked like they were in big trouble. It took Alex Carey to play his best test innings to get them home. So there have been ominous signs. It's not suddenly sprung up on us.
It's been the fault line in the Australian team. And India have opened it again. Marsh is leaving a ball that died. Siraj through the play acting as to how close that was to the off stump.
It's classic Mohammad Siraj. He's prone for overexcitement, but yeah, when those guys were doing that to this Australian batting lineup, we did discuss what is it going to be like when you have Bumrah at the other end. And it's not just Bumrah alone, as we've seen.
Shami a lot falls to Siraj. Ball's edge, caught low down at third slip. Rahul's picked it up off the turf. Marsh is reluctant to go, and the umpires are going to be called in. India are certain they've got Marsh. Bumrah stands with arms out. He says, calm down, calm down. Umpires Kettleborough and Gaffney are going to come together.
There's still some chatter out there. Manas is getting involved as well. Mitch Marsh didn't look very unconvinced that it was taken.
See the umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a fair catch. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. You can have a look at your best angle for the catch as it's clearly come off the bat.
This plays out for Aymar. Call 1-3 Aymar. Best angle and best interpretation of it. Edge flies. Rahul comes across. Got his hands wrapped around it. First blush, that's out.
That looks very out to me. If you're watching this on TV, it might look like the ball is exposed, but it's not. His fingers are under it. India are celebrating.
Yeah, and if you've got any other angles there.
It's going to have to be a side-on angle of the split fingers and whether the bottom of the ball is into the turf or not. This is where it gets really hard
which can confirm
to be given out. He definitely gets his fingers wrapped around it, but is the bottom of the bulge touching the top of the grass?
Yeah, that doesn't give me anything. We can go back to that first angle.
Just because his fingers were pointing upwards, Gerard, using the old golf ball swing analogy, he should be fine, I think, KL Rahul.
Yeah, I've got fingers under the ball. Go through. Yeah. Okay. I'm ready to go to the big screen with my decision.
It's going to be out.
Mitch Marsh about to learn his fate. Out. The locals don't like it. The Indians are jubilant. We have ourselves another flashpoint on day one. But the sum total of it is Australia is 5 for 38. As Marsh departs for 6 and Siraj gets in on the act.
And there's something happening out there in the middle, Gerard, between Manas and KL Rahul, and Jasprit Bumrah is having a chat with the umpires. Well, often talk about things not going out of hand on the field. I don't think it has yet, but there's a lot of conversation. It looked pretty clear to me.
Yeah, this could easily revolve around the fact that the towel came out the back of Siraj's pants, and if the batter is distracted by that, then the umpire can call a dead ball. Clearly Marsh wasn't, but Labuschagne picked it up at the non-strikers end, which might be the genesis for that conversation.
So I think it helps that there's no longer a soft call in these matters, and I think cricket got itself into just an awful scenario around split fingers, and if you wrap your fingers around a ball and keep it off the turf, that should be the threshold. It is correctly applied there. In the past, I think we've second-guessed our way out of existence. That's out. And if you use that as the threshold, everything above that is out and everything below that is not. A crucial moment is achieved. That's for New Farm Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill weeds. Alex Carey comes to the middle, 5 for 38. Siraj to him. Carey defends on the line of the stumps. Another successful over, a wicket maiden for Siraj. 5 for 38, the Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
So you've started building a new house?
Yep.
But weren't you waiting till interest rates came down?
Nah, got on the front foot with Plantation Homes. They've got a fund to pay up to $2,000 a month off your home loan for 12 months, all backed by a $7 billion parent.
That's up to $24,000 off your home loan.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, where are you going? You're next to bat.
Got to see Plantation Homes.
Just call them on 1-800-OI-OI-OI.
What's that?
1-800-646464.
Queensland Proprietary Limited, QBCC 73955.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Holmes big sale must end soon. Boy, this day must end soon. 15 wickets on day one of the series. Bit going on and still plenty of time. 48 minutes before the close of play. Ashit Rana picked up head, gets another look at Labuschagne. He's 1 from 38. Delivers here wide of the crease. Labuschagne turns into the onside no run. Hasn't scored for half an hour after it took him the better part of 40 minutes to get off the mark.
And that was such a golden opportunity for him to just score. You can see him shadow practicing that shot again. When Manas is batting well, that goes past square leg, not straight to the fielder. It was just a full delivery on his pads. Easy pickings.
And he was involved in that altercation at the non-strikers end in the previous over that Tom Morris astutely picked up on, with the towel falling out of the pocket and the ability for that to be struck off as a dead ball, and clearly Martis knew that. He's facing here. Rana delivers and he's past the edge with a jam. We've seen Rana move it both ways, Bharat. Looks an inspired selection.
Oh, very much so. And I think inspired by how well he bowled against the Indian batters at the WACA, and just how good he's been. He's coming off a 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket, and he's got something about him.
Watching the replay back, that scrambled seam, that's broken like a leg break.
It has.
That is sensational bowling.
We saw Pat Cummins bowl a couple of them earlier today, and we were in awe. This is as good.
Ashit Rana, a 6-over spell to get himself going. He was too good for head. Can he go again? 5 for 38. Bowls here. Labuschagne on the hip. Another single. Actually wants 2. He will not indulge himself there. The crowd again get involved. He won't raise the bat this time. He's 2 from 41. 5 for 39 the score. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan with you. Baz with us for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Just going back to the dropped hanky or towel. Mohammad Siraj, funnily enough, didn't celebrate his wicket immediately. He turned around very sheepishly, looked at the towel, picked it up. So he realized that the towel had fallen as well, but I don't think Mitch Marsh had even spotted it.
We were speculating at the back. It happened in September in a county game. That's the kind of thing Marnus would know, that only happened a few months ago. Right, Carey. He's the informed player in Australia at the moment. Rana round the wicket to him. Delivers here. Carey. Wait on. With all the elegance and poise you might expect of a tall left-hander. Out to mid-on, no single. Carey's stats have been outstanding. Bearing in mind he had a tough old time of it in 2023. 98 not out at Christchurch, which was worth a ton or more. In the chase for Australia, we're in a lot of trouble. 74 and 77 in the one days in England. Then 90 and 111 against New South Wales. 42 and 123 not out against Queensland. He's been flying. Needs 2 today. Rana into the keeper, Carey, who drives through the covers. On top of the bounce, doesn't overhit it. That side of the ground, so it won't quite get to the rope. That's been a feature of today. Ball's not quite going all the way. It does turn for 3. Gets off the mark. 5 for 42. Still 108 in arrears.
Full and right in Alex Carey's arc. He plays that drive so well. Didn't time it 100%. Didn't come with the meat of the bat, but enough for him to get off the mark. He'll have to play the counter-attacking role. Rishabh Pant did it for India.
Yep.
Might not end up playing the ramp that Rishabh Pant did, but it's a free-flowing batter. And even in Shield cricket, you mentioned his runs. A lot of those runs have come quickly. He seemed, I saw him in a couple of games. He's tried to take the attack to the opposition. Obviously bats 5 for South Australia in Shield cricket.
A run a ball 100 against New South Wales, wasn't it? It's Marnus here, well short of that, leaving alone Rana, the ball that lifts into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. End of the over, 5 for 42, Carey 3, Labuschagne 2 from 42. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Quarter time, half time, or approaching full time. Wherever you are in life, Host Plus can give you a retirement goal assist. That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider the Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
We're here for the Henley Homes big sale, must end soon. A number of crucial moments in this final session for New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill weeds. I wonder whether we might see another little go from Jasprit Bumrah before the close, Bharat.
I think we are going to. Just a long chat between Bumrah and Rishabh Pant at the end of that over. Bumrah kind of wondering if he wants to give himself a go from the other end. Rishabh is convinced he should just stick to the end he was bowling from, which is this one.
Siraj, who picked up Marsh. 3 slips to gully. Bowls here to Carey. Round the wicket. Leg stump. Pushed into the onside. No run. Siraj, who is so often starved of opportunities at home, gets a couple of overs with the new ball, and that's his lot in life. Away from home, however, that's where he's done his best work, including, of course, in his debut series here in 2020-2021. 5 wickets in his first test match of the MCG, some crucial ones at that, and, of course, the 5-wicket bag when leading the attack in his 3rd test at the Gabba in that 2nd innings, which opened up a route to victory. So he'll back himself. He always does.
Absolutely does. He loves playing against Australia. Last year, a couple of test matches he did get to play against them. See, he was in the game, in the fight.
Yeah. Siraj bowls here to Carey. Defends. No run. Yeah, it belies his importance in that series that he only got 1 wicket with his first ball. Got Khawaja leg before. Didn't get another wicket, but did literally knock Warner out of the series. Hit Warner twice, and he was so injured that he couldn't take any further part.
Jasprit Bumrah is warming up. Just before that previous delivery, ran up to Virat Kohli at 2nd slip. More conversation. He did say he will lean on the likes of Kohli and Rishabh and KL Rahul. All led India and across various formats.
Siraj away from us, wearing shirt number 73. Bowls to Carey again. Not quite the right line. Leg stump. Carey chooses to defend out to mid-wicket rather than whip it.
I do wonder what Bumrah does in that spell. At the moment, the way he's bowling, you can't see him bowl a spell without taking a couple of wickets at him.
I mean, since his return from that injury last year, the World Cup, he was untouchable, including the final. Remembering that the way they used him in the final, Australia played him carefully after losing a couple of early wickets. It was the others they went after. The series against England, taking his wickets at 16 in India. Didn't have a good time of it against New Zealand recently, but he never does. It's his bogey country for whatever reason. And won the World Cup for India earlier this year. Siraj bowls and Carey flashes at one over the wicket. So it's on the angle for the left-hander. Doesn't make contact. Can't catch up with it. Too much movement and too quick from Siraj.
It's been a really good spell from Siraj. He's beaten the bat a lot. Nice sucker ball for Alex Carey. Well, no movement of the feet. Generally, when Alex Carey is playing that drive well, that front foot will move a little more. Doesn't take a huge stride forward.
It's almost Caribbean in his execution. The fillet with no footwork. Clive Lloyd or something like that. Without the contact. Siraj again to Carey, driving nicely out to mid-on. No run. We've got Tom Morris with us, the good oil for Cobram Estate.
We thought it was his towel that dropped out on the pitch. It was his boot. It's his front boot. His left boot actually plugged in the pitch when he bowled. So he celebrated with one shoe on and then went and picked it up at the non-striker's end.
Love that.
You just think you've seen it all and then you see something else, right? Don't you?
Beauty of Test cricket.
I was wondering why he just didn't move. He just stood there after he took the wicket and they all came to him. So it was his shoe. No wonder he was not.
So we don't know what Marnus was complaining about, but it wasn't the towel because his towel was in his pants.
Yep. All I'll say is the Indians were not very chuffed with whatever Marnus was chirping away about.
Last ball of the over. All dots so far. Bowls to Carey Siraj and he pulls him to mid-wicket. Doesn't get much of it. Spills out into the onside. Maiden complete. 5 for 42. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Labuschagne on 2. Carey's on 3.
Trust is crucial for any tradie. Trusting your tools to nail the job. Trusting your team to deliver top-notch work.
Hey, mate!
And of course, trusting your best mate to lend a paw. For insurance, IMAR has been trusted by tradies for over 35 years. We work hard finding you the right cover, chasing your claims and getting you back on the job fast. For tradies insurance you can trust, give IMAR a whistle on 13IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Change of bowler for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bowling captain, of course, is Jasprit Bumrah. He's ready to roll again. He knows he's fit and firing. He's spun himself around to the Justin Langer stand end. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9. If he can make it a 4th here before stumps, India will be up and about. They already are. Bowls here to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne defends the first ball of the new spell out towards mid-on, no run.
We'll go back 4 years to the start of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Yes, it was a pink ball test, Adelaide. Australia were in all sorts. Tim Payne was the one who bailed them out before the famous 36 all out, 36 for 9. It happened from nowhere, so India were on top in that test match.
Had a first innings lead.
They did.
Before all hell broke loose. So Bumrah to Labuschagne. He's only on 2, been there a really long time. Facing up here, and Labuschagne leaves. 44 balls in the middle.
Much more confident leave, though, from Marnus.
Yeah. I mean, earlier, every ball felt an event when Bumrah was into Labuschagne.
Just for you, Tom, Jasprit Bumrah's shoe seems to be unstrapped, so that might come off as well at any point. The strap is off. Just something else, isn't he?
There's something going on. Said before, won that T20 World Cup for India earlier this year. That spelly bowl to South Africa right at the death. Dragged that game back into India's favour. Bumrah, man for all seasons. Bowls here, Labuschagne defends. No run. Loud call that we've become familiar with in the last few years. 31,302 here at Perth Stadium. A new record for a single day of Test cricket in Western Australia. It's good. So that outstrips the day one crowd here in 2018.
There's been so much more anticipation for the series this time compared to 6 years ago.
Speaking of Western Australia, a Western Australian, Simon Katich. The caveat there, of course, being that he doesn't live there these days. But anyway, we'll move on. Cat joins Bumrah bowls. Labuschagne leaves again. He's with us for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. G'day, Cat.
Good evening, Colo, Bharat, all our listeners.
Bumrah, Simon, what do we say? He's one of those, right? Like, yeah, he's like going and watching one of those bands. You know they're going to blow you away, and you go and they blow you away.
Yeah, he's a genius, isn't he? I'm surprised, though, he's changed ends.
Seriously am.
He's had all his success in that first spell at our end here. And now he's swung to the Justin Langer stand end. maybe the breeze has swung. The flags up top of the stadium are coming in from, looks like the doctor's in the southwest.
Bumrah passes umpire Gaffney, bowls here. Labuschagne full, drives, and takes enough pace off it in his follow through to knock it down and deny him a single.
I think he used the captain's card to come from that end. Both Rishabh Pant and Virat Kohli seemed very intent that he shouldn't. It was clear that he was ready to come back in. But it seemed like they wanted him to stick to where he was bowling from. So he's just kind of played the captain's card and said, no, I'll give it a go.
Shane fighting through. Can he reach the close? Bumrah to him here. He defends out to point. I say the close, it's still 34 minutes away, but in some respects it feels like he's playing for that end of the over. A maiden from Bumrah. 5 for 42 the score. Carey 3, Labuschagne 2. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Calling all anglers. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a seasoned pro, make sure you're fishing with the best bait. That's Tweed Bait. Check their website and socials for news, updates and stockists. Plus, their new prawn facts brochures are out now in local tackle stores. Grab your bait, hit the water, and remember, good things come to those who use Tweed Bait.
Oh, got one, Dad!
Find Tweed Bait at BCF and Anaconda, or find a stockist near you at tweedbait.com.au.
Got Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estate.
Marnus Labuschagne's batting slow here. We know that he is on 2 of 48 balls, and it actually reminds me, gentlemen, of his innings in the Ashes last year when he eventually departed for 9 off 82 balls. That's his slowest Test innings to date.
Gerard away from us, starts the new over to Carey, who drives square out through point. Got enough of that to make it to the rope. Just as acknowledged by the crowd at that end of the ground. So 5 for 46, rare boundary. Moves Carey up to 7.
There's a rule against bowling to a South Australian left-hander in that area. They put you away for 4. You've seen Darren Lehman obviously did it for fun. Travis Head does it, and Alex Carey is equally good.
3 South Australians in the 11 today. Yes.
And the third one's about to be, or he's what, 7. Only 2 to reach double figures are from South Australia. We've claimed him, Nathan McSweeney.
Oh, and his form this season for South Australia has been outstanding across both formats, one days and first class.
To these so far, Siraj bowls Carey again out towards deep point where there's now a sweeper. We'll move to 8 with the single, 5 for 47. Remembering India were all out 150 just before tea.
Just on Marnus, Simon, we had a long chat, Gerard, me about just him not being in that run-scoring mindset. It almost feels like he's forgotten the art of scoring runs. It's so much about how he's looking and how he's leaving and so much more.
Spot on, and I think the way we've seen him play, he's spoken before this series of wanting him to play the Pujara role. Well, he's batting slower than Pujara. He's batting like Chris Tavares. The thing is, and the reason it's happening is it's because of his mindset. He doesn't want to hit the ball. He's worried about nicking the ball at the moment. He's starting to look like it in a little period this last over or two. He's hit the ball a bit more, but early on he was leaving everything, getting hit in the body.
Siraj bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves.
And that makes it hard for him to actually rotate, strike and score, because his first instinct at the moment is just to leave it. And that's fine when the ball's darting around, but he's in now and he's been out there for obviously the bulk of this innings. 49 balls in now. At some point, you've got to really start to look to rotate, strike and actually get some momentum in your innings, because it's building at the other end. And we saw that probably an over or so ago. Alex Carey whooshed at a ball outside off stump, which was not there to be driving or forcing off the back foot. You know, they're 1 wicket away here. They could go through Australia's tail here tonight.
Wouldn't that be something? Siraj again to Labuschagne. Knows the call in defence. His 50th ball for 2. I think the other point here, Kat, is that wasn't the player that Labuschagne was in that pronounced purple patch where he went to the top of the world. He was kind of in the mould of, say, a Joe Root, who was in the busy index, if you like. He was the guy who got to 20 before you knew it.
What his strength in that period, I thought, was that his leaving of a ball around fourth stump was outstanding. He waited for the bowlers to come to him and he clipped them through mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, depending on the line. And then whenever they got tighter, he'd hit through mid-off.
Siraj to Labuschagne, leg stump line, waits the call, push to mid-wicket, no run.
And he was always busy looking to score. He's a busy player at the moment. He doesn't look like that at all. And it's shown in his numbers, I think, in 2024, before this series. He only had 240 runs, average of 30. That's nowhere near his class.
And if you want to take all of last season, it was an average of 27. So the Australian test and the ones in New Zealand as well. 4 half centuries, finished with 90 at Christchurch. But yeah, he was hard held, to say the least, all the way through the summer. Not what you expect from the test number 3. Really battling. Last ball here, Siraj to him. Hit on the pad, looks close, he's out. At long last. And you get the sense he knows it. Labuschagne instinctively wants to review. He consults his partner. He wants a reprieve. He wants to send it upstairs, and he will send it upstairs. The only way he gets another opportunity here is if it's sliding down leg. Height will not be a problem. That was full. It looked straight. It was given out. It's 6 for 47 on the board. We go through the process, Simon Katich.
Yeah, look good live.
Just the way
first replay here. Baz, talk us through it. The umpire on our panel.
Well, that is probably hitting middle.
Oh dear. That is not a review.
That is a terrible review.
I suppose you could form the view
that is just like if Steve Smith was not allowed to review his, I don't think Mana should be allowed to review this.
So it's hit him in line with off stump, with leg stump showing. And yes, it is coming back off the seam, but it would need to be a wild projection to save him. Here we go. 2 reds, obviously, and it is hitting leg stump halfway up. Labuschagne, his tortured stay is complete. 2 from 52 balls. 6 for 47. Australia still 103 behind. Siraj gets a second in the space of a couple of overs. Labuschagne is nowhere. Australia need a lot to go right from here, or as Simon Katich said before, they could be all out tonight.
Clever piece of bowling from Siraj, and we talked about it all afternoon. The front foot is just going nowhere. He gets pinned on the crease. And that was absolutely plumb. Very good from Siraj. He was outstanding last tour here of Australia. He plays with a lot of spirit. And he and his fellow bowlers are getting India back into this, not just getting them back into this test match, they're getting them well on top. Australia are in real danger here. They get bowled out tonight, and it's going to look very nasty coming back tomorrow.
There won't be many days, maybe Tom could look it up, there won't be many first days of a series where we've had this many wickets in a test. I mean, you go back to the 19th century, sure, but in using modern stats as a reference point, this is such an unusual sequence, especially on a pitch that this morning looked blameless.
It's not a minefield. Let's just say it how it is. So Nitish Reddy on debut batting beautifully. I know it was against the older ball, but still.
Bumrah. Remember, he's back in the attack as well. Into Carey. New over begins down the leg side. That was a crucial moment for New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard to kill weeds, and they are doing it with ease with Dynabreeze India. Industrial strength, heavy duty fans, and all the numbers on the Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
And that's the perfect illustration of paying for your mindset, isn't it, Simon Katich? Like, there was a full ball, he left so much, he was so intent on that, not getting nicked out over there. The full ball on the stumps, he just ended up missing, and you could see him as he's walking back. He couldn't believe that he didn't make contact.
Bumrah towards us, towards Carey. Carey playing out towards mid-on. It feels like all that stands between Australia and infamy is Alex Carey right now. Acknowledging that Cummins' performances with the bat over the last couple of years have been exceptional, usually when batting fourth or chasing in a limited overs game, but still, it's Carey, the in-form man, that needs to find a way to get them to something credible, vaguely credible.
It's been so impressive from the others as well. They've really complimented Bumrah, kept the pressure up, no loose deliveries.
Bumrah got the first 3 in the sequence. Bowls here to Carey, who drives from the off-stump line to mid-off, right out the middle of the bat for what it is worth.
We saw KL Rahul bat well. It looked like there was like he was hitting gears. It felt like there was some rhythm to his innings, unlike what we've seen from Labuschagne in particular. On the Jet Simon, it just felt like, I mean, the comparison to Pujara's, okay, Pujara had gears. He rarely got stuck, or if he did get stuck, it was for a reason.
And I think that the key point with all of this, when we talk about footwork, is that good footwork doesn't mean you have to try and smack the ball, but when you are looking to hit it, you get yourself into better positions because you have to move quicker to get into that attacking position.
Third man goes back for Carey here. Boomerang to him, round the wicket. It's fallen straight and defended.
Whereas when you're negative in your mindset, and we're all guilty of it in these sorts of conditions, you know, anyone that's played the game, you get into that headspace where you get tentative and your feet don't go anywhere, and it makes it even worse because you've got half a second to react, and then you get in a vulnerable technical position because your front foot goes nowhere. You end up being very upright, you square up, and Marnus this innings was squaring up a lot, getting hit on the body, whereas when you're looking to play aggressive shots, and I don't mean banging everything for four, but even defending or leaving the ball, KL Rahul did that beautifully early today.
Bumrah into Carey again, delivers here, hits him in mid-drift via the inside edge and gets out to KL Rahul at gully, 1 ball left in the over.
And you touched on it just before. You said about KL Rahul and batting became a little bit easier in that middle session for Reddy. Well, that's the whole game plan here in Australia. You have to earn the right in the first 30 or 40 overs, get yourself in, wear that ball down, and then you know once you get to that period like we saw in the middle session today, the 40-over-old ball becomes different. You get a little bit more scoring opportunities, comes off the wicket slower, and that's when you can cash in and get a bit more scoring.
Bumrah finishing to Carey, inside edge onto the pad, ends up at gully, they'll get through for a single, Cummins to the danger end safely. Wasn't in control. 6 for 48. Carey keeps the strike. He's on 9. Cummins yet to score. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing every day life.
From under sixes through to the national team.
Throws it back inside, try!
We play our best when we look our best. Look your best with Strutties, Australia's leading apparel supplier. They've got what it takes to make sure you look good and feel good when playing out on the field. Join the Strutty squad today and deck out your club or school in apparel that looks and feels as good as you want to play. Find your sport. Check strutties.com.au.
Changing commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. It's Damian Fleming in for Bharat Sundaresan. We're mid-conversation about what on earth is going on with Marnus Labuschagne and how difficult it can be when batters just lose it.
If he was hoping to get an IPL contract for next year, he hasn't helped his cause today. What was it, 2 off?
2 off 52. Yeah. Siraj, new over, bowls to Carey, over the wicket again. Chops down hard, inside part of the bat, out to cover. I mean, Kat, as someone who used to do this for a living, batting that is, moments in your career when you're lacking in form, I guess that's one thing, but what's going on with Labuschagne, does it feel even more pronounced and different to just a simple form slump from what you're seeing with the naked eye?
Well, I mean, I know he's this sort of player that you hear about a lot. His character suggests that he likes to tinker and he likes to think things, but you know, he's a class act when he's playing at his best and when he's moving well. But at the moment, I mean, it's only the first innings of the series. There's a long way to go. But what we saw today, he just had a negative mindset.
Siraj to the crease, bowls here, Carey pulls, but it ends up at mid-on. Doesn't quite get it wide enough of that fielder for a run.
And I've been saying it for most of the afternoon from on TV or here, is just what I've seen is his first instinct has looked like he wants to leave the ball, and that's not a great position to be in as a batsman, because you're then limiting your ability to, 1, survive, and 2, put some pressure back on the bowler, and then you're allowing him to just dictate terms all afternoon, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, he's lucky he got dropped on naught. Should have been out for naught.
I mean, the text line's fairly strident that he should be dropped. Now, that's, of course, you take these things as they are. As Siraj bowls to Carey, swinging and missing outside the line of the off stump. One of those no footwork attempted drives we saw.
He was dropped and he still couldn't make the most of that, could he? On the back of that, bowling-wise, when you're bowling to someone who's purely defensive and you're bowling okay, you know what you think? It doesn't matter where I bowl, he's not going to hurt me, and I reckon I'll bowl a good enough ball at some stage. I'll bowl a good enough ball. Because you just grow in confidence with each delivery.
Right, so psychologically, I mean, where Labuschagne's at with that mindset that you're referring to, I mean, they might reach a tipping point where he is a net liability to the team, acknowledging that his ceiling's so high. But Siraj bowls here, goes short, Carey flirts at one, he misses it. For a moment, I thought he might have been in strife there. There was some sound, it must have been the boots rubbing along the turf. Either way, that's 2 plays and misses on the trot.
Yeah, but it's not just Marnus. It's been a weird day. It's at 16 wickets for under 200. And for me, Cato, and you were talking about it just as I come in, you're earning that right to get into the tough period, because there was a period with Pant and Reddy after that 40-over period where you went, I just look like it's settled and they're going to be able to score and score reasonably quickly.
Siraj to Carey again, plays and misses again. This is more conventional. This was a ball he had to play out just in the channel outside the line of the off stump. But there was enough movement away from him on the angle.
And even now, we're only in the 23rd over, but we're also 6 down, so they're under the pump. But if we were 2 down in the 23rd, you'd be trying to get to the end of the night. But I'd expect to be getting runs tomorrow morning. Whereas now we might be all out.
You're correct. And this is the thing, is that Australia have seen how it played today earlier, having been out there, and they know that the first 30 overs looked like hard work. But then it did get easier in the middle session, so that's your game plan in these sorts of conditions.
Siraj to finish, probing over to Carey. He defends it out to mid-off. So it's the end of the over. It's 6 for 48 with Carey on 9. Cummins yet to score. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. I'm going to jump out after the break. Gerard Wheately to take you through to the close of play.
G'day, it's Trent Todd from Todd Fire. As a third-generation family business, we know that family and home are everything. So whether you're chasing that immersive 5-star cinema experience, the perfect audio setup for stadium rock, that relaxing classical sound, and anything in between, Todd Sci-Fi has been bringing homes to life for 60 years. To compare over 50 speakers or explore custom home theatre options, visit Todd's Hi-Fi showroom in Tingalpa or todds.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon. I heard a lot of predictions around the start of this series. I didn't hear anyone say India would win the toss, bat, be bowled out for 150 and win the day.
You obviously didn't listen to me this morning.
6 for 48. Carey is 9. Cummins is new to the crease. Harshit Rana, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. He is bowling from the Langer stand end, so relieving Jasprit Bumrah at that end. Cummins sways out of the bouncer. It's low down underneath.
Yeah, there'll be more of that for Pat Cummins. You can see with the field that's been set, there's a man down there at fly slip. I think it's young Jaiswal. Have you been impressed by Rana on debut, Flem?
Good.
It was a serious seed to get rid of Travis Head.
It was. But also the tactic, let's come over the wicket. Committed to the stroke, shaped away, hit the top over. No, it was more the change of field as well. It was an absolute cracker. But he started really well, his first over.
Rana to Cummins, who slices the ball out to backward point. No run.
Through the crease, staring at the batsman. Because the biggest concern for me was how much drop-off with Bumrah and Siraj, and really, Rana's bowled as well as Siraj, which is good for India.
Particularly on debut, a few nerves around, but like a lot of these young players now, they just get out there and they're ready for it. They've already experienced big crowds in the IPL and performed beautifully for KKR when they won the title this year.
3 slips, a leg slip and a fly slip. Straight mid on, a wide mid off and a backward point. Rana rushes in, bowls. Cummins plays the uppercut down to third. It lands safely. It's parried into the field of play. They take a single. High risk way to get a run. It's 6 for 49. Cummins is off the mark.
That caught Jaiswal off guard there. I don't think he picked it up, and it's not easy down there because he was in the shade. And there's still a little bit of sun poking through the top of this Perth Stadium roof. It's not an easy ball to pick up. It's close to him.
As if he'd seen it immediately. Got on the toes. You wonder how close he might have got to it. Carey's 9. He's been prepared to play his strokes. Deep point, deep square. Tucks the ball down to fine leg for 4. The finest of glances. Carey picks up the boundary and ticks Australia past the 50. 6 for 53.
Yeah, you take the runs. He's looked like he's had more time to play the ball, Alex Carey. Yes, coming in with good form from Shield cricket. But yeah, you hope from India's perspective, Rana doesn't just charge in and just bowl fast for the sake of it. Just that good stock ball. It's still moving. Just force them to drive on the up.
Carey taps heavily at the crease. Runner around the wicket. Carey plays the uppercut rather perfectly. One bounce over the rope for 4. Rocked back. Had the space. Rode the bounce and helped it on its way. Carey 17. He's the leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
He's not listening to me, Kato.
No, he's not, but hopefully he's listening to his skipper here, because Jasprit Bumrah's in his ear. He's at mid-on, and hopefully he's saying to him, go back and bowl that same ball that you bowled Travis Head. Because if he does that enough in this rest of the set or the next over, Alex Carey will nick one or lose a top of his off stump.
So this sort of field and that delivery seems like when you're desperate and you're trying to manipulate or manufacture a wicket.
Yep.
But the pitch is doing enough.
Rana tries again, pitches up. He's driven to mid-on. Bumrah does well. Gets around quickly, knocks it down and prevents the run. Supporting his bowler well. 9 from the over. 6 for 57. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon.
Batter up, calling all Aussie fans of American baseball. Welcome to the Ballpark, your all-American sports bar destination, with Australia's first interactive baseball betting cages, where you can battle it out over the plate against your mates while enjoying cold beers and cocktails. Perfect for birthdays, bucks, corporate celebrations, and team building. You can also get amongst the pool tables and darts, or even watch UFC on the big screens. Book your ultimate American sports bar experience at theballpark.au.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek a Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia 6 for 57. Carey 17. Cummins has 1. The go slow tactics have started as we creep towards stumps, and Australia just try to face as little as possible in the remaining 13 minutes. Tom Morris for Cobram Estate. The good oil.
The go slow tactics, Gerard. It's a good little link to what I'm about to talk about. Patagal earlier today departed for a 23-ball duck. It's the most balls faced for a duck by an Indian player in Australia. And then Marnus Labuschagne comes out to bat, and he bats very slowly. His strike rate of 3.84 is the lowest by an Australian in a test innings, and minimum 50 deliveries faced. So that's sort of day.
Full stop.
Full stop.
Right. Bumrah has switched back to the end where he wrought such havoc. He's in and he bowls to Cummins, who's jumpy but plays the ball through backward point. There's runs to be had. They'll come back for 2. The Indians make a little bit of a mess of things on the relay back. 6 for 59.
Bumrah won't be worried there. Pat Cummins backing away. Bet Marnus Labuschagne, after hearing those numbers, Tom wishes that Virat Kohli had caught him.
In some ways, it's better. You're better off making a second ball duck than 2 off.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. Got good one early.
All the scrutiny that comes across an hour and a half of just painstaking batting. Cummins is 3 from 4. Bumrah bowls to him at the stumps. Edge caught. Cummins is the next to go. And the Indian captain prevails in a very short battle. Australia pitifully 7 for 59 on the first day of the home test summer. Cummins goes for 3, caught behind.
The battle of the captains, and the Indian one has won that one, and significantly. And Pat Cummins' batting has really improved under his own captaincy. The biggest challenge for his batting at test match level is against extreme pace, and his footwork gets muddled, playing at deliveries he doesn't need to. He's coming in at number 8. Mitchell Stark's obviously a fine bowling all-rounder, but he can struggle a bit against genuine pace as well. And Bumrah just showing an example the way to bowl to tail enders, particularly on this pitch. Just respect and bowl the best ball you can, and they're going to nick them just as much as the top order. So how many more wickets can they get tonight?
They've been celebrating hard for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. They've got 10 minutes And then if they could pick up 2, they get bonus time as well. He's got 4, Jasprit Bumrah. 4 for 12.
Just already, still with 3 wickets to go. One of the great all-round fast bowling performances we've seen in Australia, let alone that he's a captain.
Should already have the 5 because Kohli dropped low.
He deserves 5.
Bowling.
Well, he deserves 7.
Yep, he deserves everything that's left, doesn't he? Jasprit Bumrah.
He's tried to bowl about 4 times and Mitchell Starc hasn't been ready.
6 for 33 in Melbourne. He's got 4 for 12 in Perth. Starc in behind. Strokes the ball to cover. No run.
He's exactly the sort of bowler that can get a hat-trick and finish this off. He's that sort of bowler where he just comes in and the tail do not like facing him. We're seeing a little bit of sun there where Mitchell Starc is in the crease, and then the rest of the pitch is covered in shadow. So it's not an easy period, this. And Australia just haven't looked like they've wanted to do the hard yards against a new ball. That's what it's looked like. They haven't learnt from earlier in the day that you get the ball to the 35, 40 over mark and batting becomes a little bit easier.
We're in the 25th over. 7 wickets down.
It's mind-boggling. 3 slips ready themselves. Starc has the strike. Around the wicket, Bumrah. Starc beaten on the outside edge. Beautiful delivery. Katich and Damian Fleming late in the day for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. So Bumrah will get the last over of the day. He's got 2 left here. There's 8 minutes to play.
Tell you what about one of those slower balls that he knocked over Sean Marsh with a couple of tours ago from the round the wicket to the lefty? Just get it up there. Mitchell Starc has missed a straight one there.
Bumrah economical in his run in. Let's fly. Starc in behind it. Full face of the bats.
I think that the challenge for this Australian batting unit, I've seen it a lot today, is that they are so worried about a lot of these Indian bowlers trying to attack the stumps, and a lot of their front foots have stayed leg side of the ball because they're worried about getting their pad blown off. But the danger with that is you're a massive chance to keep nicking them, and we've seen it all afternoon.
Bumrah's last ball of his 9th over. He delivers to Starc, who's beaten on the outside edge. Plays and misses. 7 for 59. Another successful over for Bumrah. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Rana's job is to make sure he gets through the over in enough time that Bumrah has the last of the day. India spread the field, so they've got a slip and a gully. They've got a deep square, a fine leg, a fly slip, 3rd man. Carey's on strike. He turns the ball down to fine leg. India happy to give him the single and see if Rana can dislodge Starc.
The order of the day here. It's the same ball that he bowled to Travis Head. It's the same ball that will pose a problem to Mitchell Starc, because in a way, Mitchell Starc won't want to get that front pad across the line. He likes width. He likes to throw his hands at the ball. He'll want to hit through sort of mid-off and cover. So if Harshit Rana can reproduce that sort of same length, top of the stumps length, slips and the stumps will be in the game.
Rana around the wicket bowls. Starc solid enough in defence. That ball, for all that Bumrah did, that might be the play of the day, that ball to remove Head. Drink wise, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Just sometimes Travis Head can get himself into trouble, but that was an absolute beauty. Just little 1%ers as well. Just watch KL Rahul from slip there, really shining up the ball. You know, they can't put saliva and that on it now, but just working so hard on it, they know that if you can just eke as much swing and seam out of this ball as possible, batting is uncomfortable.
Rana to Stark, who drives on the up, just clear of mid-on. It pitches beyond Bumrah, who chases it down to the rope. Stark will get a couple.
Got lucky there. Just shanked it over Bumrah's head at mid-on. Didn't quite read the flight of the ball. Wouldn't be easy out there because the shadows are across where he's fielding, but just got enough on it. Easily have just gone down the throat of Jasprit Bumrah.
It was hollow, wasn't it?
Oh, gee, I hit low in the bat and the face closed.
7 for 62. Rana sets in from the Langer end. Let's fly. Stark stays out of the short one.
Yeah, I've been still just trying to get it up there. You know, if Mitchell Stark does hit him straight down the ground, who cares? He could equally edge that. They're sending out another one. Well, sorry, a deep point and a backward square leg now.
Australia's lowest score in a home test against India dates back to 80-81.
Oh, geez, we'd be doing well to beat that.
At the MCG, the only time. Fewer than 100. Only 62 on the board here. Stark, bouncer, past the eye line, through the arms.
Lem, that was probably when the MCG didn't bounce above shin height.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think Kapil Dev bowled us out, and it was just grubbing along the ground. So there was a reason behind that. Don't know about 1946, 47, 107. Can't recall that one.
Being a student of the game, I'm disappointed to hear that, Flem.
46, 40. That would have been India's first tour here, wouldn't it? No, don't know the bowlers back then.
One ball to survive here from Rana, and then the last over to come from Bumrah.
Virat's gone into a leg slip.
Rana's come back over the wicket. Stark plays on the up and lands short of mid-off. 3 from the over, 1 to come. 7 for 62. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Big sale must end soon.
Golf fans, need help teeing up your drinks this summer? As a major partner of Australian Golf, Liquorland is helping you bring the drinks. With free express delivery when you spend over $99, it's never been easier to get drinks delivered to your door. Cheers. Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 7 for 62. Jasprit Bumrah to begin the last over of the day. Alex Carey is on 18. Bumrah's around the wicket to him, and Carey turns to leg. He'll take runs out through square. They have a look at a second. Carey holds the hand up and sends Stark back. 7 for 63 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Stark's problem to get through.
Stats-wise, looking at minimum of 150 test wickets, Jasprit Bumrah is just getting into that zone of 19 runs per wicket.
That's remarkable. 4 for 13. A session that upended this test match.
Won't mind that single.
He's got Stark to look at. Bumrah propels. Stark strokes to mid-off. Nowhere.
Get the feeling that Jasprit Bumrah coming around the wicket here wants to get Mitchell Stark feeling a few balls on the bat, and then potentially just throw one wider late in the set to see him feed those slips or the gully.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when you're commentating on Bumrah, he's got so many options. You know, I was talking about the slower ball last over after pushing him back, but his short ball's a threat.
It's been a clear and present threat. Bumrah bowls, Stark drives over the top of the infield, and he'll get a late boundary. Crashes into the rope at long off.
Nice shot, but that's still not suggesting that Bumrah might not try what Simon Katich is talking about. Like, it's under your eye line. Yep, nice shot there. How about when I take you wider? You want to play that drive, and that can lead to that outside edge.
He won't mind that at all, Bumrah. He's setting him up here for the last minute, or a couple of 3 balls left. Last over wicket.
7 for 67. Bumrah on the follow-up. Bowls, bouncer. Stark down, 2 to go.
Or Flem. Maybe he's thinking that last ball with the shadow there in the sunlight, he goes to that slower ball, dipping slower ball that got Shaw Marsh at the MCG.
I just think it's worth a go, either this ball or the last.
Yep.
That type of ball to push him back again, and then the curve ball.
And will Bumrah finish this day's play? Bowls to Stark, who strokes him to mid-on. 1 to come.
Is that Coley running up to him?
Yep. Had a bit of theatre to it.
Can't fault the energy of the Indians. They would have been thinking all out 150. You could easily walk out there and let that affect the way you go about it with the ball. But the spirit and character they've shown this afternoon is the reason why they're going for a 3rd consecutive series victory here in Australia, which only 3 teams in the history of the game have been able to, or 3 countries have been able to do. And England back in the 1880s, the West Indies in the 80s and early 90s, and then South Africa in recent times.
Coley went to a leg slip. Bumrah's last flurry of the day. He bowls, and Stark popped it back just short of the bowler. Bumrah couldn't get there. But he has inflicted so much damage. And a day that has seen 17 wickets fall for 217 runs comes to a close. The Border Gavaskar series is off to a quite stunning start. At the close, India all out 150. Australia 7 for 67. Carey 19, Stark 6. Bumrah, the princely figures of 4 for 17. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Ejaz Halal Financial Services. Let's hit the post-game show.
The post-match show for Sonos. This festive season, feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for the Isuzu D-Max. Life reinvigorated.
Damian, Fleming, Simon Katich. Fleming, go first. What did we just witness?
I don't know. I'm trying to decipher it all now. What is it, 17 wickets for around 220?
270.
On a pitch that it sounded like either captain was happy to have a bat. I still don't think it's we should have seen 17 wickets today on this pitch. You know, I think the pace and bounce was reasonably consistent, but it certainly probably seemed more than swung. Having said that, I think the fast bowlers from both teams bowled exceptionally well, and I think there's a fair few batters that be looking at their dismissals, which probably only identified, I think, some serious deep problems with techniques, some Indian players and Australian players. I would have thought the Aussies would have taken bowling them out for 150 when that team chooses to bat, but it's Jasprit Bumrah as captain. You've got to win the first hour, but that's where the fast bowling captain does work, doesn't it? Because he actually can physically impact the situation, and he did that. And he's ripped open this test match, so much so that captaining a team that got bowled out for 150 day one of test series are now the raging favourites. So it's been on the back of Jasper Bumrah's brilliance in the last session and a half.
Our post-game show is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX, and Sonos feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Kat?
Yeah, I think the big thing that stands out today is the fact that both top orders, and I say probably top fours, which is the engine room of a batting unit, they got their work cut out this series, particularly if there's going to be 8 mils of grass left on the wickets and we see the pace and bounce here today. Obviously, the next few wickets, Adelaide won't be as quick as this, but there'll certainly be swing and with the pink ball and there'll be grass on that. But I think both top fours are going to have some serious work to do against the quality of both bowling units. So that's the area that it'll be interesting to see which team adapts to that quickest and realises that they've got to adjust their game plan. You can't just play the modern style of cricket against this quality bowling. You've got to do some hard yards, and someone's got to be prepared to win their team the first 30 overs. And then allow their middle orders, which both middle orders have got some dangerous players. Look at Rishabh Pant today. Reddy was good. Obviously, Travis Head looked like he was looking to be dangerous. They need to allow those players to flourish against a 40-over-old ball. So who's going to be prepared to do that and have the skill and technique to be counter it? That's going to be the challenge this series, I think.
India all out 150 in 49.4 overs. Pant 37, Rahul 26, Hazlewood 4 for 29, 2 for Stark, Cummins and Marsh. In reply, McSweeney, LBW, Bumrah for 10, 1 for 14. Khawaja caught Kohli, bowled Bumrah for 8, 2 for 19. Smith, LBW, Bumrah for 0, first ball 3 for 19. Head bowled Rana for 11, 4 for 31. Marsh caught Rahul, bowled Siraj for 6, 5 for 38. Labuschagne, LBW, Siraj 2 from 52 balls, 6 for 47. Cummins caught Pant, bowled Bumrah 3, 7 for 59. Carey 19, Stark 6 of the not-out batters. Jasper Bumrah 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. Mohammad Siraj 9 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 17. Harshit Rana 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. What was the play of the day for Drink Wise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Was it the Pant 6, complete with a commando roll? Was it Rana's first test wicket? Or was it something that Bumrah did in one of the great spells for a touring bowler?
Getting Stephen Smith first ball.
Yeah.
I mean, the most astonishing thing was probably Pant 6, I would say.
Well, why don't we make that the play of the day, choose Drink Wise, and then we'll go the Bendix breaks big moment of the day. Bendix, the best known breaks. Smith first ball.
Yeah, I think that's the one, isn't it? You know, Cato's been talking about the top 4. And Stephen Smith's the best player in the team, and for him to be dismissed first ball and Bumrah on a hat-trick, oh boy, we're in trouble.
Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks. Our post-game wrap for Sonos this festive season. Feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com, and for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX. Kat, who do you want the player of the day to be for Bingley?
Indian skipper. Has to be, I think, because when your team's in a situation like that, first day here in Australia, it can unravel really quickly, bowled out for 150, and then to go out there and do what he did and see the spirit and energy they played with, hats off to him. He's an absolute beauty.
Bingley, better living every day. The crowd was 31,302, so the most that Perth has had for a day of Test cricket through its time. This is obviously a bigger venue than the WACA. That's what was forecast. That's what was delivered. And you'll want to be here tomorrow, is given the action that we just saw.
Don't save it up for Sunday.
Don't save it up.
And if you're thinking Monday, get your butts down here tomorrow.
There's more action in the CA Live app. Download today. Replay every wicket of the Border Gavaskar Trophy in the CA Live app. Download today. So that's been our post-game show for Sonos this festive season. Feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com, and for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX. I'm looking forward to reading the reviews and then sitting with you gentlemen before day 2 of play. India all out 150. Australia in reply 7 for 67. In our pre-match tomorrow, Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive, the outgoing Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, will be with us. The new ball with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan have a lot to work with. That's 8 a.m. Perth, so make your adjustments around the country before we settle in for a day of SEN Test cricket. Flem, Kat, catch you then.
Right on, skipper.
We sign off with the Tasman Butchers sizzling moments of the day. Tasman Butchers, eat better meats.